Welcome to this introduction to the study of spirituality. If you were to put 100 of us teachers of spirituality in the one room and asked us to write down a definition of what we understood by spirituality, you'd probably come up with 100 different definitions. I hazard a guess, however, that most, if not all those definitions, would say something about the transcendent and our encounter with the transcendent, however the transcendent is named and however the encounter is named. I think this is a good place to start. It is a good place to start because in our culture we are in danger of losing that sense of the transcendent, the more than, the bigger story of which we are a part. In the course of our reflections, I will here and in later presentations emphasize three things very, very much, repeatedly. First of all, I will emphasize experience. Experience holds the key, which gives rise to the second emphasis. Listening is absolutely essential to know how to listen effectively to experience. If you were to ask me of the first three principles of spirituality, I would say the first principle is listen. The second principle is keep on listening. And the third principle is never stop listening. We will keep coming back to that link between experience and listening time and again. And, let me repeat, it is critical that we understand how to do the listening. The third emphasis will be life as conversation. That is, life is an interaction, a constant giving and receiving. And spirituality bears that pattern. It is always engaging with people, events and things in a listening manner in order to let experience shape us and form us. I'm going to share with you now three particular epigraphs to our discussion, and they come from people who are commenting on the kind of culture that we've made for ourselves coming into the end of the 20th century and the beginning of the 21st century. They may sound a little bit negative, but I think they offer us a trigger for reflections about how we might go about developing our own spirituality, particularly at this time. The first quotation is from the American novelist, the late Walker Percy. He has an essay, Culture, the Church and Evangelization, from 1991, and he writes, "Scientism," said Kierkegaard, "explains everything under the sun except what it is to be man, to live and to die. Nor do the manifold delights of consumerism and 6 hours of TV a day change this state of affairs. Indeed, it is in the very face of this massive consumption of goods and this diversion by entertainment, either despite it or because of it, that psychiatrists, not priests, but psychiatrists, have remarked the ominous increase of depression and suicide, to say nothing of the recourse to drugs. In a word, the consumer of mass culture is lonely, not only lonely, but spiritually impoverished." The second quotation comes from Patrick White, the Australian novelist. He gave an address to La Trobe University in July 1987, and there he said, in part, "I believe most people hunger after spirituality, even if that hunger remains in many cases unconscious. If those who dragoon us ignore that longing of the human psyche, they are running a great risk. The sense of real purpose, the life force, could be expelled from a society whose leaders are obsessed by money, muscle and machinery. The society could quite simply die." The third quotation comes from Les Murray, the Australian poet. He wrote an essay in 1982 entitled Some Religious Stuff I Know About Australia. There he says, "Liberal humanism's unrelenting adulthood forces people onto the thorns of tragic complexity and the strange intractability of the world. And often when people who subscribe to it relax for a moment, their eyes are seen to contain an almost desperate appeal. Please prove us wrong. Make us believe there is more to it than this. Show us your God and that grace you talk about." Now, each of these authors, and they are very diverse, point to that primal interaction that the human heart hungers for, to reach out to the more than, the merely finite, the here and now contains an invitation which we smell, we taste, we sense, we know in the depths of our beings. We are summoned to something more than. To live is to be self-transcending. That is really the heart of the human condition. We will come back to that particular point again and again and again. A fundamental principle we have already indicated is to listen to experience. Experience is the great teacher. Before you can go to the great texts of a religious tradition and assimilate them well, you must be listening and taking seriously the text of your own life. Your experience contains the basic wisdom, which is the starting point, the basic building block of your developing your own spirituality, a spirituality that is expressive of who you most deeply are. There's a huge danger in simply going to somebody like Teresa of Avila or Bernard of Clairvaux and saying, this is what they said, this is what they thought, this is how they described the spiritual life, that's what I must do. That may be the basic obstacle to a spiritual life. That may be the greatest mistake that we make. And I think, in fairness, in recent times at least, we have not taken subjective experience seriously enough. We have, and here I'm speaking within the Catholic tradition, tended to present people with teachings, with ideals about what it means to be a good Christian, what it means to have a spiritual life, and we've said, do it. We taught them nothing about the primacy of their experience. We didn't take that seriously. We taught them nothing about listening to that experience. We taught them nothing about life as conversation. Now let me quickly add here, if you can get people to simply conform to a certain set of data without complaining and without rebelling, you do maintain a certain law and order. You do maintain some kind of, bounded life that is under control. But you also, I think, violate some very, very important fundamental human realities. Fascism is the worst example of that approach to life. In Eugene Gendlin's book called Focusing, we find some practical and, I think, necessary wisdom for us today. Gendlin examined the question, or the questions, why is it that some people go into psychotherapy and are helped? Why is it that some people go into psychotherapy and are not helped? Why is it that some people go into psychotherapy and come out worse than they went in? He said that there is a healing potential in the human person which is activated when there's successful therapy, when there's successful healing. Healing is not just a matter of finding the answers. There is a process which must be enacted by the human organism. He calls it focusing, and he gives a very good little example. John and Peggy are married with a 5-year-old child. John is seeking a career in a bank. Peggy is a part-time school teacher. They've made the agreement that she would be part-time so that she could spend time with the son, look after him. One afternoon, John comes home. He's been approached by the leaders of the bank. They're going to do an expansion, and he is a key part of it. He will get a promotion. He's on his way. He's elated, very excited. And in the course of his excitement, he bumps a piece of china that's on the table. It falls off and breaks. Peggy, who has begun to get tea ready, is furious. She's very angry. She refuses to cook the meal. She cries. This trivial moment, and we all know them too well, has become a major stumbling block in their relationship at this moment. Peggy, who has been taught about this focusing, goes to her room. She kicks off her shoes. She sits on the bed and puts pillows behind herself and leans against them. And she starts to listen to what's happening. She starts to pay attention to her experience. And she hears the anger at the broken china. She also hears that she's tired. She also hears that the boy was sent home from school because he was sick and he's sitting on the front doorstep waiting for her, and she's annoyed with that. She also hears that there are difficulties in her teaching job, and she also hears that this is trivial and she's embarrassed about this anger, this tantrum in effect. She also hears that John is getting on, and there's a confusion of things. And as she sits with each of those and listens, she doesn't try and figure it out or analyze it. She listens and she lets the inner mechanisms of her very self do their work. And she cooperates by asking open questions like, what is this? And trying on some names. Maybe I'm just tired. Maybe I'm jealous. Aha, that clicks. And as she begins to listen and follow that path with questions, she comes to a point where there's this sense, I feel left behind. She's at a moment where she can honestly say, the broken china is not the issue. The tantrum is not the issue. Her fatigue is not the issue. The troubles at school are not the issue. The little boy's coming home early is not the issue. The issue in this moment, the wisdom her experience is giving to her, and this is not just an intellectual realization, this is a realization of the whole organism. There is a sort of a body shift. There's an aha moment. There's not just information, there is formation here. Peggy now goes back to John and she says, I'm sorry. It's not you. It's not the china. I'm upset because, well, I'm feeling left behind. Now, there's a certain embarrassment, potentially, in this sort of a realization and admission on the part of an adult, but there's also freedom. It is a very good little instance of what Jesus said in chapter 8, verse 32 of John's Gospel, the truth will set you free. Now, you don't learn the truth just by reading it in books or having people tell you. You learn the truth primarily by listening, and your experience knows a lot more of the truth, embodies a lot more of the truth than your head knows or will ever know. Your head must learn to wait. Now, you could imagine another scenario before we leave the story. You could imagine another scenario here that would go something like this. When the china was broken, Peggy has a moment of anger, and then she bites her tongue and says, this is crazy, I mustn't do this. let's cook the pasta, have a bottle of wine, and let's celebrate. The real issue, I feel left behind, wasn't touched. She didn't hear it. She's not formed by the truth in this moment. She's formed by a willful domination of her feelings and presses on. Now you can bet your bottom dollar that feeling, I am left behind, I feel left behind, is not going to go away. In 6 hours or 6 months or 6 years or 16 years, it's going to be part of a whole constellation of negative feelings, very, very mixed up and confused and totally inaccessible by that time. And they will wonder why they can't talk to each other. By listening to experience and by allowing the experience, she has to speak. She has changed. She has put them both on the footing of reality so that they can talk with one another about what is real, about what is actually happening, and proceed more deeply into their relationship. I used the phrase, what is happening, again and again and again, because experience is so important and because listening to that experience is so crucial. It is important to keep asking the question, what is happening? What's actually going on here? What's going on with me? What's going on for you? What's happening between us? And keep a wary ear. Ask it as an open question. Which brings us to the two key issues that are in Gendelen's process as he outlines it here. First of all, there's the notion of what Gendelen calls a felt sense. Have you ever been into a room or a building and you have the sense of déjà vu? I've been here before, but I can't remember it. Or you meet somebody and there's a sense of immediately liking this person. There's something, and I can't put my finger on it, but there's something about this person that is quite lovable, quite convincing, inspires trust. Or you get in the car and you're not sure, but you think you've forgotten something. You're driving off to visit your auntie. And when you're halfway there, you remember, oh gosh, that's right, I should have brought the photographs. In fact, we know a lot more than we know at any given moment. The human organism, Gendelen suggests, has the ability to receive and compute, as it were, about 1 million messages, more than 1 million messages perhaps, and it comes up with a single felt sense. It's not a rational thing, nor is it irrational. It's a different way of knowing. Now, if we are unable to tap into that, we are missing some of the major wisdom available to us in our life for developing our own spirituality. Hand in hand with that is a very practical strategy that Gendelen suggests, and it is the strategy of asking open questions. Clergy, school teachers, lawyers, medical people, to name but 4 types, tend to be very answer-oriented. If we ask a question, we expect an answer. We want closure. We don't want open questions. When it comes to spirituality, open questions are very important. When it comes to being a human being and knowing the truth and growing into the truth and being embraced and permeated by truth, open questions are very, very helpful. Feel the difference between these 2 questions. Supposing you're feeling distressed over something, and I say to you, why are you distressed? Immediately, you will give me an answer. I think you will anyway. An answer like, well, I'm distressed because she said this about me, or they reckon that I did such and such and I didn't. So you come up with the answer. Now, in fact, even when you've come up with the answer, it doesn't take the distress away. Consider the alternative or an alternative question. I say to you when you're distressed, what's it like? Now, when you ask that question of people, a typical response is they sort of look at you with a bit of a blurred vision, like they've gone somewhere else, as it were. Or they might look up into the corner of the room. Now, if we pursue that metaphor of where do you go when these questions are asked, where do you go when I ask you, why are you distressed? I suggest you actually go to your head. You look for reasons. You try and analyse it and be rational about it, and that is so typical of our culture. And let me add quickly, it is an important part of our living. I'm not going to dismiss that. But there's something much, much more important if we want to know what is true about our living. And that is the kind of question that puts us into a listening space. When I ask the question, what's it like? I suggest you will go to your tummy or somewhere down there in your torso, and you will pay attention and you'll try to hear what's happening. When we talk about listening to experience, this is the sort of thing we mean. When we talk about developing your own spirituality, this kind of process is critical. You cannot develop your own spirituality in a purely intellectual way, just by reading books and by learning information. It is a process that depends on listening, being attentive, waking up to what's going on. Let's consider the different ways we know what's happening. And I'm going to spend a little bit of time on this because our culture tends to be very rationalistic and functionalistic. That is, we think answers are all important, and the way to answers is by intellectual analysis, by rational logic. And I simply don't accept that. And particularly, I don't accept it when it comes to human formation, the forming of our lives. For one thing, that kind of rationalistic approach implies that somewhere there is an answer or a solution. If I find that answer or solution, I then simply mobilize myself, grit my teeth, whatever, discipline myself, and just do it. And that's the way to become a human being. That's the way to spirituality. And I don't think it is. I have here a little fanciful reflection. I'm calling it a dream, and it's about different ways of knowing. I had a dream. I was in a TV studio with a crowd of people. Eddie Maguire was comparing a new show where they used high-tech gadgets to conjure famous people from the past. These famous people would be given the simple task of describing something: a house, a machine, a sunny day, a fruit tree, whatever. The audience, a cross-section of society, had to show their approval or their disapproval by clapping or shouting or stamping their feet. The task on this occasion was to describe a field of daffodils. The first person to appear, all the way from England in 1620, was Francis Bacon. There was an audible gasp when he walked onto the set. One of the great fathers of rationalism and our modern scientific age was standing there before us. A physics professor from Sydney University got so excited he fainted. A young girl next to me turned to her friend and asked, "Who the hell's Francis Bacon?" Francis began his description of the field of daffodils. In the field, I discovered approximately 9,000 flowers, the number being calculated on the basis of 6 flowers per square yard over about 1,500 square yards. The flowers were of the genus Narcissus and the family Amaryllis, commonly known as Pseudo-Narcissus or daffodil. The stems were about 10 to 15 inches in length with a single flowered spathe. The yellow flowers were drooping, with stamens shorter than the cups, etc., etc., etc. By this time the physics professor had come to and began to applaud. "Bravo!" he shouted. The crowd followed. Eddie Maguire held up his hands. Our next guest is also from England, but he came along nearly 200 years after Mr. Bacon. Will you give a big welcome to William Wordsworth? The welcome was more subdued than that given to Francis Bacon. The physics professor blew his nose, and the girl alongside me said to no one in particular, "William who?" A friend said, "Wordsworth, you dork." William began his description of the field of daffodils. I wandered lonely as a cloud that floats on high o'er vales and hills, when all at once I saw a crowd, a host of golden daffodils. Beside the lake, beneath the trees, fluttering and dancing in the breeze, continuous as the stars that shine and twinkle on the Milky Way, they stretched in never-ending line along the margin of a bay. 10,000 saw I at a glance, tossing their heads in sprightly dance, etc., etc. Someone called out, "Get a life!" People began shouting and stamping their feet. It might be just as well the dream ended there, because the crowd looked like it might get out of Eddie's control. The dream prompted me to ask a question. How do we know and name truth? There are definitely some things that Francis Bacon can know and name better than William Wordsworth. They are the things that can be quantified and measured. For better or worse, the ultimate realities of life cannot be quantified and measured. When it is assumed that this empirical and rationalistic way of knowing and naming reality is the only way, or always the best way, we run into some serious problems. Robert McNamara, former president of the Ford Motor Company, Secretary of the Defense in the Kennedy administration and later president of the World Bank, made an observation that has become known as the McNamara fallacy. The first step is to measure whatever can be easily measured. This is okay as far as it goes. The second step is to disregard that which can't be easily measured, or to give it an arbitrary quantitative value. This is artificial and misleading. The third step is to presume that what can't be measured easily really isn't important. This is blindness. The fourth step is to say that what can't be easily measured really doesn't exist. This is suicide. In our reflections on spirituality, in our study of spirituality, the intellectual and indeed the rational are very important. But they mustn't be allowed to dominate to the extent that other, more important ways of knowing truth are sidelined or perhaps even dismissed. I invite you now to do a little exercise, a little imaginative exercise, and it is this. Imagine your utopia. You have wonderful health, you have great talent, you have a splendid job, one that you like very much, you have a beautiful house, the best spot in the world, you have the most delightful spouse, your children are handsome and healthy and bright and good, you have enough money to travel first class around the world and to go to the best restaurants, you have sophisticated and cultured friends who are a delight to be with. And is it possible to even describe, let alone experience, a situation which will completely and utterly satisfy every desire? And I'm not talking about neurotic desires or silly desires. If we examine the desires that are not satisfied when we've got everything we need, I think we'll find that those desires that aren't satisfied are our deepest desires, our most important desires, the desires that make us human, if we care to listen to them. In a materialistic environment, those are the desires that get suppressed. They don't go away, they become part of a consuming, possessing, acquiring compulsiveness. We all seek the more than. This is part of what it means to be human. You will never get to a situation where the more than ceases to be pivotal to your thinking and your being. Now, let me qualify that. If you're unconscious, of course, or you've lost your sense of reality. But the essential human reality for us in our conscious and free experience throughout our lives is that we seek the more than. That's not a bad name for God, actually. The more than. It's not just more food, or more money, or more sleep, or more sex. The more than that we seek is a transcendent reality. We seek more of what is true and what is good. We seek more of communion and unity and beauty. And we will go on seeking that, and that's what makes us human, in the richest sense of that word. Norman Lear is a very well-known American entrepreneur. He pioneered TV shows and became very wealthy. And he was addressing a combined meeting of the Harvard Business School and the Harvard Divinity School in 1992. And he had this to say: "Let me start by recognizing something that unites both of the communities in this room, and, for that matter, all of humankind. I'm talking about the mysterious inner life, the fertile, invisible realm that is the wellspring of our species' creativity and morality. It is that portion of ourselves that impels us to create art and literature and study ethics, philosophy, and history. It is that portion of our being that gives rise to our sense of awe and wonder and longing for truth, beauty, and a higher order of meaning. For want of a better term, one could call it the spirit-led or spiritual life of our species. Whatever we call it, we have long recognized its presence and accepted that it sets us apart. And yet, as a student of the American psyche, at no time in my life can I remember our culture being so estranged from this essential part of itself. One can see it in the loss of faith in leaders and institutions, the cynicism, selfishness, and erosion of civility, and the hunger for connectedness that stalks our nation today. How bizarre that there is such an unhealthy reticence in our culture generally, and in business and education and public life in particular, to discuss what may be the most distinctive trait of this remarkable creature, the human being. Norman Lear goes on to cite the historian Lewis Mumford. Rome fell not because of political or economic ineptitude, or even because of barbarian invasions. It collapsed through a leaching away of meaning and loss of faith. Rome fell, said Mumford, because of a barbarization from within. Part of our seeking of the more than is a search for happiness and a search for peace, search for meaning and a search for purpose. These are critical to the quality of life that we have. Is it possible that Rome may become, the example of the fall of the Roman Empire, may become a metaphor for our individual and corporate lives at this time? Is it possible that a barbarization from within might erode our peace of mind, our happiness, our sense of meaning and our sense of purpose? If that is the case, then it behoves us to turn and take very seriously the study of spirituality, the inner work that is required to open up this domain of our lives, to set us free. Let me take a specifically Christian perspective at this point. The story of the raising of Lazarus in John's Gospel is worth meditating on in this regard. Jesus comes to the mouth of the tomb and orders Lazarus to come on out. When he comes out, he says, "Unbind him." There is a sense in which we can understand the formation of our lives, the developing of our spirituality, the same thing, as a coming forth from the tomb, an unbinding. We may need others to do or to help us with the unbinding. But life is resurrection. Life is emergence. Life is a coming forth, a being summoned into what is true and good, coming forth from the light, from the darkness into the light. This is our possibility. This is the aim, the intent of the study of spirituality. It's not just another subject, it is the subject. It is the primary subject that any human being can study and work on. How to be a human being is the key question that permeates everything we do in spirituality. In 1977, Alexander Solzhenitsyn delivered a famous Harvard commencement address. And he spoke there of the spiritual exhaustion of the West. And he returned to this theme a number of times, actually, not only in this address, but in other places. It's worth mentioning here and noting here because we are children of our culture. We have taken on, for better or for worse, more or less, the psyche, the consciousness, the ways of thinking. And it may be that the ways we think, the way we approach the world, the way we interact with people, events and things is deleterious to our very well-being, our peace of mind, our happiness. Now, we've got to be very careful that we don't get into a doom and gloom, apocalyptic assessment of the world. This is our world. We must work in it and with it and for it. But we also must be realistic. There's no point in saying that if certain behaviours are out of tune with what is true and what is good, it's okay because we need to tolerate that and everybody should be tolerant. Some things need to be named. They're wrong. For example, we are damaging the environment by our lifestyle. That needs to be named. No longer can we afford the indulgence of toleration. The way we use air conditioners, the way we drive our motor vehicles, the way we travel in aeroplanes, the way we use the water of our country. These things must be named. These things must be addressed. And the same with our own lifestyle. It's up to each and every one of us freely to respond. What is it that you actually want? Are you willing to engage in the process whereby you move down that path towards what you actually want? Path of meaning and purpose, not just a functionalistic, rationalistic, robotic existence. Solzhenitsyn, to return to him again, speaks, I think, after the manner of Les Murray, Patrick White, and Walker Percy. Also, Martin Luther King Jr. said something similar in his book, The Strength to Love, published in 1989. He writes, "The means by which we live have outdistanced the ends for which we live. Our scientific power has outrun our spiritual power. We have guided missiles and misguided men." The French philosopher Paul Ricoeur named 3 great thinkers, and he called them masters of suspicion because of the influence they had on the way we think. The 3 great thinkers are Karl Marx, who died in 1883, Friedrich Nietzsche, who died in 1900, and Sigmund Freud, who died in 1939. Ricoeur calls them the masters of suspicion because each of those attacked, I suppose is a fair word, attacked the assumptions that hitherto people had made about areas of politics, social structure, culture, the external arrangement of our lives, and the internal arrangement of our lives, the psychology of the person, our understandings of what is good and what is evil, our perceptions of human behaviour and motivation. You cannot think the same about all of these sorts of issues after these people. Suspicion has entered the modern psyche, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. It should promote open questioning. It should promote conversation. The danger of it is, of course, and I think this danger has in fact occurred, it can lead to absolute scepticism, that nobody knows anything for sure. So you recede into your own private world, and a common saying in our culture is, well, you're entitled to your opinion. You can do what you like. Don't impose your opinion on me. Well, there is something quite inadequate about that. There are some things that are true. There are some things that are good. And there are some things that are not true. And there are some things that aren't good. And we need to be able to not only name them individually, but name them as a community. We have become a culture of suspicion. Again, to use Ricoeur's nomination, he calls it a hermeneutics of suspicion. Hermeneutics is the science of interpretation. We bring that suspicion to everything. Well, it can be used to your benefit if, for example, you become suspicious, and quite assertively so, of some of the claims that are made in our culture. Let me give you a few of them. Why should we believe those who say human beings are no more than sophisticated machines? Those who claim, for example, that love and compassion and patience and forgiveness and wisdom and joy and the like are adequately explained by biology or chemistry. Be suspicious of that claim. Or thinkers like Dostoevsky or Nietzsche and Sartre saw clearly that without God all things are lawful. In other words, if you take the transcendent, the more than, the one, the good, the true, the beautiful, take that transcendent objective possibility out of the human equation, and you're just left with individual human subjects. Why be good? What can good possibly mean? What can the truth possibly mean? Thirdly, when we see the great wisdom and compassionate outreach of people representing the religions of the world, notwithstanding the failures and the nasty bits and the scandals, they're there too. But the good bits are there too. They're there in abundance, actually, if you look with an unencumbered and unprejudiced mind. And when we see these, should we not be a little suspicious of the claim that religious commitment and spirituality are merely manifestations of arrested development, or underdevelopment, or of superstition? Be suspicious of those claims. Fourthly, is there anything in the life of the Christian churches in recent centuries that has aided and abetted the growth of materialism and even atheism? And should not this prompt honesty and healthy suspicions about claims the churches have to possessing the true and the good? A little bit of healthy skepticism, suspicion in our own theological claims and our own convictions won't hurt. In fact, it'll do us good. Shouldn't we be suspicious of a society that claims to have broken free of the neuroses, so-called, and the childishness of a religious past, to have progressed to some kind of sophisticated social level, yet faces an epidemic of depression? Do you realise, for example, that in Australia, and I'm going on Australian Bureau of Statistics published in 1998, and I suspect it's probably roughly the same, that each day in Australia, more than 100 males and females between the ages of 15 and 24 attempt suicide. Why? What's going on? What's happening? At a time of the most wonderful opportunities, when we should be most happy, shouldn't we? Why are so many people opting out? Why so much depression? Why so much violence? Why so much unhappiness? What's happening? Might we not be suspicious of a rationalism which is based on the assumptions that if a conclusion is not empirically verifiable or provable philosophically or scientifically, then it cannot be accepted? Shouldn't we be suspicious of rationalism if that's what it's built on? Because it's making a huge leap of faith in that claim, and then rationalism goes on to dismiss faith. Something the matter there. The contemporary moral philosopher Alasdair MacIntyre has something very useful for us here. In his book After Virtue, a Study in Moral Theory, published in 1984, MacIntyre writes, "It's always dangerous to draw too precise parallels between one historical period and another. And among the most misleading of such parallels are those that have been drawn between our own age in Europe and North America and the epoch in which the Roman Empire declined into the Dark Ages. Nonetheless, certain parallels there are. A crucial turning point in that earlier history occurred when men and women of goodwill turned aside from the task of shoring up the Roman Imperium and ceased to identify the continuity or the continuation of civility and moral community with maintenance of that imperium. What they set themselves to achieve instead, often not recognizing fully what they were doing, was the construction of new forms of community within which the moral life could be sustained so that both morality and civility might survive the coming ages of barbarism and darkness. If my account of our moral condition is correct, we ought also to conclude that for some time now we too have reached that turning point. What matters at this stage is the construction of local forms of community within which civility and the intellectual and moral life can be sustained through the new dark ages which are already upon us. And if the tradition of the virtues was able to survive the horrors of the last dark ages, we are not entirely without grounds for hope. This time, however, the barbarians are not waiting beyond the frontiers. They've already been governing us for quite some time. And it is our lack of consciousness of this that constitutes part of our predicament. We are waiting not for a Godot, but for another, doubtless very different, St. Benedict. In sum, what Alasdair MacIntyre seems to be saying is that, leaving aside the dangers of a comparison between ourselves and the downfall of the Roman Empire, there was a point in the life of the Roman Empire when many people, notably Christians, chose to remove themselves and build a new society. Typically that was the monastic society. Monasticism comes from the Greek word monos, and there was a phrase that Plotinus, the 2nd century, 3rd century writer on whom many of the fathers depended, used, monos pros monon, flight of the alone to the alone. Now it's a bit misleading because it looks very individualistic. In fact, monasticism is not individualistic at its best. It is very, very communal. At the beginning of the 4th century, the individuals who'd gone off to the desert felt this draw, this need to link up with one another. Indeed, part of it was for protection, because not everybody who went to the desert was intent on being holy. There were some dangers out there. So they approached a man by the name of Pachomius. And Pachomius reluctantly agreed to become a father, an Abba, in this group. And Pachomius and the group said, right, if you're interested in joining us, come along. And anybody who has faith, you're most welcome. Mistake. What happened was many people came to the community who were not interested in that kind of intent. They were bludgers, they were criminals, they were thieves, they were disruptive types. Pachomius in his life describes an incident where he has to break a lump of wood or a bar off the gate to actually physically defend himself and fight some of these people out of the community. So there is the foundations, however, in the desert in the beginning of the 4th century and earlier, of this monastic movement, which actually held Europe and culture and libraries together during the so-called Dark Ages, the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th centuries, coming right through until the Renaissance. This wasn't just a functional thing or a secular thing. This was grounded in the human struggle to encounter and make sense of a relationship with God. There are 2 practical points which MacIntyre raises here. The first is this, that for this kind of impetus to be given in a community amongst human beings, it must be embodied. To put it another way, it's not enough just to talk about goodness and truth and beauty and unity. We must embody it in our very beings so that our presence carries it out to the world. And when people meet us, they meet more than us. This seems to be an issue that the churches, and I speak specifically the Catholic Church, haven't quite realized yet. We think that it's enough to just announce what we believe and to convince people by arguments and get people to believe propositions and follow the law and join the group that turns up in church every Sunday. The real change agents, the real evangelizers will be those who embody the gospel. And you don't embody the gospel by simply reading about it in books or by saying, yes, I accept that proposition. This is hard work. This is primarily a work of listening and submitting to what is true and what is good in and through your experience. Encountering the Jesus of the Gospels, the risen Lord, in and through your own very experience here and now. The second practical point which MacIntyre makes is that there must be a move towards community. And this brings to light the next point we must make with regard to the nature of spirituality. A definition of spirituality. I said I wouldn't give one, but this is a sort of, let's call it a description. It's necessary to focus our mind and our heart when we are actually pursuing this study and trying to promote our own spirituality. Throughout this reflection and throughout the subsequent course on spirituality, I will think of spirituality, I will presume this description. Spirituality is living relationships. Now that is a deliberately ambivalent statement. It's about living relationships. That is, you've got to live them. You've got to work, you apply yourself, you commit yourself to relationships. It's also about living relationships, not dead or death-dealing relationships. And some relationships we get into are not good, and we need to be able to move away from them. So it's not relationship at any cost. It's living relationships. With whom? With what? There are fourfold terms of that relationship. First and foremost, with God, however you name God. Relationship with yourself. And this involves listening to your experience. That is critical to the third relationship, which is with other human beings. How you relate with yourself is going to have a profound impact on how you relate with others. And indeed, a profound impact on the fourth set of relationships, which is your relationship with the world at large, the physical universe in which you live, the water, the trees, the sky, the air. Spirituality is pursuing, is fostering, is protecting, is maintaining, is nurturing those relationships, not just one of them, not just a relationship with God. It's not just about a relationship with yourself. It's not just about a relationship with other human beings. In some people's lives, one or other of those relationships will gain a healthy ascendancy, but all should be operative in everyone's life. Spirituality is living relationships. Religion is spirituality concretized. That is, the living of the relationships will lead me towards communion and community, will lead me towards forming a society with other human beings, which will demand symbols, give rise to rituals, lifestyles, authority structures, etc., etc. A whole array of concrete, practical, social things and realities. I'm calling that religion. Religion without spirituality is soulless. In fact, I think it's very dangerous. Spirituality without religion is truncated. Because if I am real in committing myself and promoting living relationships, that will bring me into some kind of relationship with other human beings here and now, as well as my relationship with God, my relationship with myself, and my relationship with the world. That demands, and dare I say it, that demands institution. We cannot avoid institution, and it is just as well for us to work to make sure our institutions are good, be they the institutions of society at large or the institutions of religion. You cannot have just spirituality without religion. That's a New Age fraud. That's subjectivism. You must have community. Whatever it is about spirituality, it is socially oriented. It demands action in the social forum. It can never be private, utterly private. There's no such thing as private spirituality. There's deeply personal spirituality, a spirituality that has unique elements, but it will always be social. It will always be oriented towards building community, fostering unity. The third key concept here is mysticism, and I describe mysticism as the experience of being one with the one. I know myself as a participator in something bigger than myself. All human beings are called to be mystics. All human beings are called to participate in the bigger story, to share in the unity of it all. Just because a person experiences that doesn't mean they will become an organized religious person committed to a church. There are many very, very deeply good people I would say in the sense in which I'm speaking, who have a mystical dimension to their lives and not religious. Now, I think the ideal is a life in which living relationships thrive and are expressed through communal reality of ritual, symbol, shared belief, and the searching out of what that shared belief means. But we can't all live out the ideal. In fact, none of us lives it out perfectly. As Christians, we are called most especially to be mystics. And a spirituality that doesn't lead to mysticism, I think, is a spirituality that's not exploring its best possibilities. To be one with the one is revealed to us in our Christian tradition as being one with Abba, dear Father, in Christ, by the power of the Holy Spirit. When we talk about developing your own spirituality as Christians, ultimately that's what we have in mind. A life of communion in the Trinity. A life shared in the life of God. The deepest desire of the human heart, we become aware, is the desire to be in love. And this is the essence of Christian spirituality. This is the essence of our humanity. To be in love. We desire to love and we desire to be loved. That desire, more than any other desire, urges us forward in life. If we think of the world in this way, and incidentally, when we describe spirituality as living relationships, I'm actually describing humanity, the core of our nature, as living relationships. The measure of the quality of my life as a human being will be the measure of my relationships. If I'm in relationships that are broken and hateful and violent, that says something very significant about the quality of my life. If I'm in relationships that are full of compassion and care and concern and a sense of a bigger picture and self-transcending, that also says something about the quality of my life. So if in approaching human formation we give primacy to relationships with God, however we name God, with ourselves, with other human beings, and with the world, that prompts certain questions. That thrusts us into a conversation. For example, we are forced to ask, well, who is God? Has God intervened in history? Do I mean anything to God? Etc. These are theological questions which give rise to a theological conversation. And it's very important that we have this conversation, both on our own with ourselves, but just as importantly with other human beings. We need to address institutional questions. What institutions, for example, best serve living relationships at this time, in this place, under these circumstances? The point of institutions is not institutions. The point of institutions is living relationships. The point of all that we do is living relationships in the end. Laws. What's the point of law? The point of law is living relationships. That our relationships thrive and they don't get harmed and cut to pieces. And it may involve cutting people out of the relationship, putting them in jail, for example. That's real. That's maybe good law. And so it goes. And moral questions arise. How should we behave? How should we treat each other? What does it mean to be a good human being? And so on. Now, when we ask these questions, it generates a conversation. And I'm going to emphasize the word conversation because it shares roots with the word conversion. And this conversation of living, this conversation that forms us, shapes our lives in their depth, is in fact a process of conversion, of transformation. The word conversion, like the word conversation, comes from the two Latin words convertere, meaning to turn together. The one thing above all else that is absolutely essential for a good conversation, and especially this conversation of life, is the openness to, if not the desire for, conversion. I engage you, I engage the world, I engage God, I encounter reality, always, at least implicitly, with the desire to be converted in that, to be transformed. Now, don't take the word converted in a simplistic, superficial sense that you convert someone to your way of thinking. I'm talking about deep inner change. Transformation is a good word for it. So that a circle of conversation begins from the primacy of relationship, and that leads to a vision. And that vision in turn generates more conversation, and as we remember that vision, this is our vision, this is what we as a group, as a community, as a human beings want. But we must have details. We must have concrete expressions of the vision that both manifest and protect the primacy of relationships. Details of law, details of dogma, details of morality, details of institution, details of liturgy, etc., etc., etc. All of which serve living relationships with God, ourselves, other people, the world in which we find ourselves. None of these details is an end in itself. Now, if you think of that as a spiral of conversation moving from the primacy of relationships by conversation to the necessity of having vision and constantly revisiting vision, to the necessity of having details, coming back to the primacy of relationships, all of which conversation not only serves the relationship in terms of defending it, but serves it in terms of deepening it. Deepening your relationship with God, deepening your relationship with yourself, deepening your relationship with your brothers and your sisters, deepening your relationship with the trees and the rivers and the sky and the air of the world around you. One of the dangers, and it seems to be a danger that we constantly fall into if history can be trusted, we get stuck. That circle or that spiral of conversation is difficult to maintain. So we opt out. Now, there are several points on the circle. You can opt out at the level of the primacy of relationships and say, well, all it is relationships. That's all we need, and we don't need vision, and we don't need community, we don't need rules, we don't need institution. Well, I think that's misguided. You do need vision. You do need rules. You do need institutions, all of which demands compromise. Or you can opt out at the level of vision and become, airy-fairy, somewhat similar to people who opt out at the level of saying, I believe in relationships, but that's it. I think the most common place to opt out, however, especially by people who run institutions, who have leadership roles, is at the level of details. Rules, structures, statements of belief, these are the things that we get stuck on. We resist change, we resist conversation about them. We stop asking, well, what's happening here? Do these rules still serve living relationships? Or are we just doing something because we're too insecure or too anxious to move on? Now, when we fixate in the details, we actually opt out of this journey into life. We opt out of the conversation of living, and morality becomes moralism, and institution becomes institutionalism, and law becomes legalism, and dogma becomes dogmatism, all of which places us in a very, very precarious situation of being a hair's breadth from sectarianism, from prejudice, from religious wars. Some of the most terrible things in history, and indeed we're witnessing it today, are done by people who call themselves religious. They are not religious. What they do is not religious. It's phony. But it's all done under the guise of truth and goodness and God. All because they've opted out of the conversation. Fundamentalism, I think, is the classic case of that. John the 23rd, when he called the Second Vatican Council in 1959, I think, in effect, was calling Catholics back into the conversation. He was implicitly saying, look, we've become stuck. We need to look again at the Gospels. We need to look at the person and teaching of Jesus. We need to look at our times and read the signs there. Get back into the conversation. I conclude with a brief reflection from a modern-day spiritual writer called Aylred Squire, from his book Asking the Fathers. And I would call this little reflection, Where God May Normally Be Revealed for Us and to Us. If all things bear the marks of their Maker, of none of them, save man, is it said that it is made in his image. Evidently then, the man who would draw near to God would do well to attend to what he can see in his image. Once he has taken up this standpoint, he will eventually discover himself in a mirror-filled room. For, apart from what God holds up to him in the universal features of his human nature, there is that other portrait of himself that God holds up to man in Holy Scripture, where we shall find not only God revealing himself, but also the features, comely and unpleasant alike, of man to whom the revelation is made. We too often fail to realize that one of the primary purposes of Holy Scripture, considered as a vital whole, is to show man to himself, as he was made and as he has become, as he acts and reacts in relation to his Maker, with nothing left out. Hence the violence and the crudity and the sensuality that God there pushes in front of our noses, even if we would, to our very great danger, prefer to turn away. The God of the Bible does not whittle down the truth, and we must not try to do so either. Then, beside these mirrors, universal in their validity, there are others for our more particular information, held up to us by those in the past or the present, whose development we are personally best prepared to understand, and surer still, those additional portraits of ourselves that we are daily making in the actions and thoughts which mirror what we individually are. Even those who imagine they know themselves will often be surprised at what they see, if they have the courage to look honestly into those mirrors. From those, particularly, we shall often prefer to look away. But from time to time, in a moment of grace, which we can either accept or refuse, we shall be forced to look, and then we shall either be humbled and led back to the God of inexorable truth, or turn angrily away and lose ourselves in lies. Yet the living truth, the great breaker of idols and destroyer of false gods, is ultimately easier to live with than the most comforting of lies. It is better to lose the God we found it easy to envisage, and the faith that was only a protection from our fears, stand naked and unknowing in the presence of the one who can only really be known when he is lived with. At least with that God, we can, and indeed must, begin from where we are. There can be no becoming which does not start from something that already is. Similarly, we shall discover that we already know, however confusedly, enough to take us on the next step to what cannot properly be known before we come to it. In our previous reflection, we spoke of the word mystery as implying or pointing to the inexhaustible intelligibility. In fact, as we look at our lives, we are bumping into, as it were, this inexhaustible intelligibility all over the place. Every person, event, or thing has that quality to it. We can bring some understanding to people, events, and things. We will never fully understand. We are reminded in every moment of our day that life is a mystery to be lived, not a problem to be solved. Yes, there are many problems to be solved, but life is not one of them. There is no solution to life. It is this focus on life as a mystery that is our emphasis in this reflection. It forms the basis of our Catholic tradition of sacramentality, that in the material is the spiritual, in the human is the divine, in the finite is the infinite. Everything points. It is also, I might suggest, a good basis for ecology, or reflecting on our relationship with creation, so that we relate with it not just as this thing that can be used and has no further value, but this thing that points, this thing that reflects inexhaustible intelligibility and invites me to a moment of gratitude, invites me to awe and wonder. And these are ways of knowing. Recall a few of the themes from that first reflection. First of all, we used the definition of spirituality, or the description, living relationships. We said that religion is spirituality concretized. That is, it's the external or concrete form given to living relationships and in service of living relationships. So we have rituals, we have structures, we have institutions, etc. Spirituality without religion is truncated. Religion without spirituality is soulless. Mysticism is our experience of being one with the one. It is, if you like, the fulfillment of spirituality. The core reality of our humanity is to be in relationship. That finds its fulfillment in communion, in unity. All human beings are called to be mystics. And that is most definitely the heart and soul of spirituality and religion. There is no such thing, by definition, of a private spirituality. All spirituality is social. All spirituality is about relationships, connections. Ultimately, it tends towards communion. All spirituality will be intensely personal, but never private. And the same applies to religion. It is communal, it is social, it is personal, but never private. I have here a paper clipping from the Sydney Morning Herald of January the 6th, 7th, 2007, page 19, and it's headed, "Less is More, the New Puritans Say." First of all, the photograph that goes with the article. It's people streaming up an elevator, raising their arms and obviously screaming in excitement with the post-Christmas sales. Now, there's nothing wrong with hunting for a bargain or getting something good at a sale that you need. However, there is, especially in those post-Christmas sales, an element of trivialization, an element of something that's not quite right. And the article actually picks up on that. It says, Australians spent $23.7 billion last month on Christmas shopping, but 10 friends have just survived a year boycotting the stores. And it goes on to say, it started as a pledge over dinner between friends worried about the effect of mass consumerism and the disposable society. Let's see if we can give up shopping for a year, they said. Now, at the close of the 12-month flight from the consumer grid, in which the 10 friends were egged on by thousands of supporters inspired by their idea, some declare the experiment so revelatory and life-changing that they plan to continue the boycott indefinitely. The 10 middle-class professionals from San Francisco dubbed themselves the Compact, after the Mayflower Compact, drafted by Puritan pilgrims who reached the New World in 1620. A question: why do we buy what we don't need? This really is the driving force of consumerism. We need a loaf of bread or we need a bottle of milk. That's fine. No one's going to criticize that. But why do we buy more than we actually need? Why do we end up with an excess? Why is the garage sale such a symbol of the modern world? I suggest there is a basic fact of human life that's relevant here. Namely, to be human is to be in pain, consciously or unconsciously. People will say, oh no, I'm not in pain, I'm happy, I'm very joyful. Fine, I can accept that. But it is part of the human reality to be in pain. And I'm not talking about the pain of a broken leg or an aching tooth or a headache. I'm just talking about existence. I'm talking about the common grief that goes with being alive. And we all must encounter it. It's part of our very existence. I suggest to you that in our culture, in Australian society at this time, there's a lot of grief on the streets that is unacknowledged. Indeed, the people who bear that grief, in many instances, are probably not aware that they are in grief. Now, why do I mention that? I think the pain, if we're not facing it and dealing with it, becomes a driving force for dysfunctional behaviour. It gets into our relationships, it gets into our activities. I would suggest to you that if Australians faced their pain of anxiety, of grief of living, faced it, owned it, dealt with it, consumerism would cease tomorrow. In other words, I'm suggesting we often buy things to ease the pain of living. We acquire more than we need to soothe ourselves. And this, of course, happens all over the place. We eat more than we need. Sometimes we sleep more than we need. We drink more than we need. I suggest that a major factor in all of this is a desire to be consoled, to be soothed. So instead of actually facing the pain, we try to numb it. Also implicit in that is a phrase that I've used a number of times there, namely the more than. We do seek the more than. That is, if you like, the signal for the transcendent, for the divine, for the one we call God. We're always looking for the more than. I have here an email from a friend of mine, and it describes a rather unpleasant evening that she and some friends of hers had. She's a young mum, very bright woman, very, very capable, and she and two of her friends said that they'd like to go out to dinner together, and they do that from time to time. And one of the friends said, "Do you mind if I bring my friend with me? She's lonely, she's not married, she's going through a tough time, her mum's got heart problems, and she's only got temporary employment, so she's struggling at that front too." So the other two said, "Fine." And my friend writes, "Well, I've never met a pig of a woman, but last night I met one in this lady. There is a reason this lady is not married, doesn't have a permanent job, has few friends, etc. She is an aggressive, rude, socially inept person who thrives on being the centre of attention through her woe is me, which gives me license to be as rude as I jolly well please, and nobody will say anything about it because they are trying to care for me." Now, in fact, my friend goes on to describe the behaviour of this woman at the table, complaining about the food, ordering the waitress over to give her another meal because it wasn't what the menu said it was, and so on, getting up and walking out, taking text messages on her phone. Now, it would be easy on the face of that to say, well, this woman has got a psychological disturbance, she needs therapy. And that could well be the truth of it. We all have met people who are distressed, and in their distress others. We've also met people who are in a lot of pain, but they don't distress others. I suggest what happens is when somebody is in pain and they're not dealing with it, they actually feed it into, or it seeps into, all their relationships and their whole life and becomes toxic. Whereas the other individual who faces their pain with a measure of courage and honesty and commitment, it becomes growthful. It becomes a graced experience, actually. And in saying that, I'm not saying pain is a wonderful thing. I'm saying pain is a fact of life. We're all in pain in some way, consciously or unconsciously, simply because we're human. Now, some people have more pain than others because of other circumstances. What you do with your pain is absolutely critical. Now, in our next reflection, we'll actually talk about the distinctively human. There we'll focus on consciousness and freedom. You can choose an attitude to your pain. You can choose to face it, or you can choose to try and flee it. Believe me, if you try and flee it, you end up becoming a bearer of pain to the world. And that is hardly what you would desire, I'm sure. I have here a piece from Tim Winton's book, Dirt Music. Now, I think Tim Winton is a very, very insightful writer. His stories carry great depth and complexity. Obviously, some of his stories are better than others. My favourite is Cloud Street. I also enjoyed Riders. I didn't think Dirt Music was such a good novel, actually. But there's a typical Winton-esque insight here towards the end of the novel. The main character, Luther, his life has come apart and he's heading for nowhere, as it were, and he's having flashbacks, memories of his early childhood. And clearly Luther is someone who carries a lot of pain in those memories. And in this particular segment I'm about to read, he goes in and out of the present and the past. It begins with a memory, a journey to the chook yard with his mother. This is on page 360 of the book Dirt Music. It was just a trip to the chook yard. A northerly gale was blowing, the kind of warm, mealy blast that preceded the passage of a big winter front. His mother's hair streamed back across her shoulders. Her laugh was musical. They squatted to gather the eggs. He held the wire basket. They headed back for the house. He remembers the feel of his hand in hers and the bummy smell of eggs. They were under the swing bough, leaning on the wind, when a gust wrenched the tree with a noise like a slap round the ear hole. She swept from his grasp. Half a second later, a storm of foliage yanked him off his feet. He lay there a moment, staring up through the leaves at a fish-scale afternoon sky. A bird's nest hung above him, speckled with foil and feathers. The very earth beneath him seemed to vibrate with the struggle of trees against the wind, but the blanket of gum leaves felt like protection. He felt dreamy, safe. When he did get up to find his mother, there was no blood on her that he could see, just spilled yolks and the sinister glistening albumen speared up her bare legs. The sheared point of a bough was in her chest, but he didn't yet understand that she was dead. He would be 10 in a few days. Then he switches to the present. Tonight every flurry beneath the rock feels like the breeze of her passing. It buffets him all night. He knows it too well. All his life it seems he's been walking in the slipstream of the dead. He hates it. Always the slap of wind. Left behind. Then he returns to a memory. And here he is again, bringing a snakeskin in from the creek to show them. His mum holds up the papery tube and smiles. "Look, Wally," she says. "Look how good the world is. Look at the things it leaves us. It means no harm." The boy senses he stumbled into a debate in progress. "Doesn't count," mutters the old man, hardly looking up. "It's an illusion, a dream we have to pass through." "But look." "Things, stuff, just things." And the smile on her face as she sits back in her chair with the book open on her lap and the hair shining with each happy shake of her head. "Holy," she says with a hint of teasing. "Holy, holy, holy." "Shit and gristle, that's all. Doesn't matter." "Holy. Tell him, Luther." Standing there open-mouthed between them, wondering if bringing it home has been a mistake. He returns to the present. Holy? He always wanted to believe it, and it felt instinctively true from 1,000 days spent dragging a stick through the dirt while crows cleared their throats benignly at him, and those stones whined gentle upon the hill. But there she is, in the end, with a tree through her, and the old man still And the old man all that time dying with those blue fibres in his lungs. God's good earth, tilting away from him time and again, stealing from him, sliding beneath the tyres of that old ute, and then suddenly catching, biting enough of it to roll and send the kids out into the paddock like flung mailbags. The world is holy? Maybe so. But it has teeth too. How often has he felt that bite in a slamming gust of wind? The Tim Winton piece puts us in a very vivid way into the middle of the tension that this mystery is. A mystery which we will call the formation mystery. What we are looking at is the whole reality of how our lives are formed. Form is the deepest essence, the deepest truth of who you are, and formation is the eliciting, the evoking, the bringing forth of that deepest truth. We can say that life formation is liberation. It's about the freedom, the setting free of who and what you most deeply are. Life formation is the expression we will most often use for spirituality. The word spirituality is contaminated in our culture, unfortunately. The word life formation refers to the emergence of what I am most deeply, that is, living relationships. Adrian Van Kaam uses an expression or a word often. The word is originality. He talks about the original life. He's not talking about originality in the sense of highly imaginative, something that no one else has done. Originality, as Van Kaam uses the word, depends on its roots. The Latin root of the word originality is orire, and it means to arise. The original life, the truly original person, is the one in whom the form, the essence, the most deep truth of who they are arises and shows itself. The person becomes a revelation. Living is revealing. And you don't reveal just your ego. You reveal something more than yourself. You too are a manifestation of this inexhaustible intelligibility. You and I are walking mysteries. You and I are memories, reminders to ourselves and the world that there's more than this, that life is a mystery to be lived, not a problem to be solved. Adrian Van Kaam describes this formation mystery in the following way. He says it is simple in its unity, and yet inexhaustibly complex and multidimensional in its appearances. That is, there are many forms in the world, many expressions of the deepest reality of being. Being is one. Beings are many. In the scholastic tradition, medieval philosophers spoke of those characteristics of being, those qualities of being as the good, the true, the beautiful, the one. The idea being that being is expressed in those ways, and every being, all beings, in some way or another, carry with them the goodness of being, the truth of being, the beauty of being, the unity of being. You and I, in our beings, are one. Our very roots point us back to and unite us in being itself. So Van Kaam goes on. Formation as a whole cannot be defined a priori. Sometimes its effects actually seem deformative. Now, one of the qualities we will develop next week when we talk about freedom is the possibility that a moment of crisis, a moment of devastation, can actually be a moment of grace and good formation, in the sense that it brings forth the best in us. That's possible. It doesn't necessarily happen, but it is possible for the free, conscious person. In fact, in my experience, I think it is true to say that our best possibilities lie in our limits. And that is a teasing paradox of life. Van Kaam goes on, at other moments, they seem formative from the viewpoint of our limited intellectual appraisal power. And that's not necessarily meaning that they are formative. They may seem formative because they make us feel comfortable. And some things may seem deformative because they make us feel uncomfortable. Whether or not an experience is going to be formative or deformative, that is, whether or not it brings forth the best in us, is in the end up to us. Van Kaam continues, the mystery of formation manifests itself everywhere. It is like a never-ending dance of rising and falling forms in cosmos, humanity, culture, and history. St. Augustine is one of the giants of the human family. By any accounting, the literature he has left us is monumental, and his Confessions must certainly be counted amongst the most important pieces of literature in the Western canon. In that particular book, the Confessions, which incidentally begins with the memorable phrase, "Our hearts are restless until they rest in thee," he writes of his struggle for what his heart desires. And Augustine is a very passionate man, an intellectually gifted man, so his struggling for focus in his life is at times fairly clumsy, and he breaks things and he gets in difficult situations, and sometimes he writes things which are over the top, but sometimes he writes things which are full of intellectual astuteness and great passion, and I think this is one of those passages which speaks of his passionate desire to satisfy what his heart longs for. He writes in the Confessions, "And what is this? I asked the earth, and it said, I am not he. And all things in it confessed the same. I asked the sea and the deeps, and among living animals the things that creep, and they answered, We are not your God. Seek you higher than us. I asked the winds that blow, and all the air, with the dwellers therein, and they said, Anaximenes was wrong. I am not God. I asked the heavens, the sun, the moon, and the stars. We are not the God whom you seek, they said. To all the things that stand around the doors of my flesh, I said, Tell me of my God. Although you are not he, tell me something of him. With a mighty voice they cried out, He made us. My question was the gaze I turned on them. The answer was their beauty. In the Book of Wisdom, chapter 11, verse 24, we read, Yes, you love all that exists. You hold nothing of what you have made in abhorrence. For had you hated anything, you would not have formed it. And how, had you not willed it, could a thing persist? How be conserved, if not called forth by you? You spare all things, because all things are yours, Lord, lover of life, you whose imperishable spirit is in all. And John chapter 3 verse 16 says, God so loved the world that he gave his only Son. The Christian tradition actually, despite some notable exceptions, has a profoundly positive attitude not only to life in general but to human beings in particular. Creation is of God and reminds us of God, and if we are awake and alert, it takes us back there. It returns us to ourselves. It brings forth the deepest truth that you and I are and connects us as beings with being. That's the great thrill of being a human being. Let's look a little bit more closely at this formation mystery, this mystery that we're encountering all over the place. Every step we take, every moment we live, we come up against this inexhaustible intelligibility. But as Tim Winton has pointed out, we come up against it not in its purity, not just as something that is good or obviously good and obviously true and obviously beautiful and obviously one. We come up against evil. We come up against the lie. We come up against the ugly. We come up against the fragmented. Our experience is both and. We can't simply look at the world and say, without hesitation, without doubt, it's all just wonderful. It is all beautiful. Coming to terms with the brokenness of the world is one of the great challenges of our humanity. And if we're not well grounded in a good sense of the divine context in which it is all made and the divine intention in and through Jesus Christ, we expose ourselves to despair. How do you live with the brokenness of the world when there is no adequate response? What I'd like to do is single out some particular characteristics of the mystery and just reflect on those for a bit. I'm going to be fairly rational in this. I think it is important that in the study of life formation, we never forget the obligation to be thoughtful, to be logical, though sometimes we must go beyond, often we must go beyond logic and rational thought. We must never exclude it from the picture. So let's take some obvious factors as we look at our world. The first one, I think, is change. And not just change, but the huge paradox of continuity in change. For example, when I was born on the night of the 30th of July 1947 in St Margaret's Hospital, Sydney, with Sister Anne overseeing it, that was me. That's the same me that I point to now, almost 60 years later. Lots has changed, but there's been continuity. There is a sense in which, if you look at the reality of your time, you're always leaning into the future. You're always where you've never been before. The very movement of time suggests that nothing remains utterly static. Physicists tell us that what might seem static, utterly unmoving, namely this table, this chair, this floor, this house, is a bundle of energy, a bundle of movement. And if you try and go deeper into matter, subatomic explorations, you come up against this phenomenon of energy, it seems. That's what physicists seem to suggest now. And you also come up against the inexhaustible intelligibility of it all. The better and the more thoughtful scientists look at this dynamic world and they are stunned. They are urged to explore more, and they say, we will never understand it. Stephen Hawking, a few years ago, declared that he was embarking on the exploration for the theory of everything. In other words, he would come to a point where he'd get to the end, he'd comprehend the intelligibility of the world and prove that it wasn't inexhaustible. Prove that it wasn't a mystery. Well, in the end, he emerged, he gave up. He said, you can't do it. Perhaps we could have told Stephen Hawking, you can't do it, before it saved him all that trouble. But change and continuity are absolutely with us every moment, in everything, in every circumstance, all the time. There's no escaping it. You can't settle down in any absolute sense. You cannot arrive and get it all together in any absolute sense. Life moves. You move, not only in your mind, but in your body. The cells of your body are going and coming all the time. It's an amazing mystery. There's an inexhaustible intelligibility in that constant change and the continuity in change. A second manifestation of this inexhaustible intelligibility, this mystery that we're encountering all the time, is found in a factor that we are becoming increasingly aware of these days. It's the factor of interconnectedness. If I use a spray can here in Sydney, that doesn't only affect this room in Sydney, that affects the atmosphere. Now, you might say, oh, come on, it's nothing. Well, it's nothing, but it's something. And if 100 million people use spray cans around the world at a given moment or in a given year, and do it, those 100 million people do it thousands of times, you've got billions of instances of that, and there is an interconnectedness. There is an effect. We're discovering, for example, the hole in the ozone layer. We're discovering, for example, the melting ice caps and the rising ocean. We are being forced to face the fact that what we do in our major cities, especially our affluent cities, has an effect. We can extend that even further. The person suffering and dying in Darfur or Ethiopia or Somalia or in the barrios of any one of a number of countries in South America or in the farther reaches of Central and Eastern Europe, that's not irrelevant to me. I may not be able to do anything about it concretely at this time. We've got to be very careful about imposing guilt on ourselves and becoming depressed because we can't do something about it. But that doesn't mean we need to deny it or evade it. In our Christian tradition, St. Paul has come up with the notion of the body. Now, scholars have pointed out that Stoics in the time of Paul used that particular image, but they didn't use it the way St. Paul used it. They used it as a basic structural image. St. Paul uses it as an ontological image. We are one in Christ. Through him, with him, and in him, the oneness of being is restored. We know that that child in Darfur is one with us and we with that child. It is important what goes on in other parts of the world, how I behave or don't behave. Globalization, the concept of the global village, also points to this sort of thing. So at a large number of areas, particularly and most practically, most concretely, the level of the environment, we're being forced now to recognize our interconnectedness. At the geopolitical level, we are being forced to recognize our connectedness through the global village, through global politics. A coup happens in Fiji, we can't say, well, that's just Fiji. Or the troubles occur in Bougainville or the Solomon Islands. We can't just dismiss that and say it's irrelevant to us. It's not irrelevant to us. Again, I may not be able to personally do anything about it, but I must not deny its relevance. I must face the fact that we are in this world together, that the mature human being thinks in terms of the first person plural more fundamentally than the first person singular. And that is a great challenge for our culture because we have grown accustomed to being very individualistic, thinking of ourselves as isolated, as being able to firewall ourselves off. We have gated communities, for example, an awful phenomenon that's developed in the United States and is finding its way out here to Australia, where one group segregates itself from another and by implication segregates that other group from itself. Again, there's no simple response to this. It's not just let's pool our goods and live happily ever after. Life doesn't work that way. But we mustn't be in denial. We must face the truth as it touches us here and now. This interconnectedness is part of the manifestation of the great mystery of formation, the formation mystery. It is part of the inexhaustible intelligibility. We will never understand this interconnectedness. Facing it, recognizing it, draws us more deeply into the mystery, allows us to live that mystery. We can't always solve the problem because it's not a problem. It's simply a mystery. And we must live it. If it is a problem, we do our best to solve it. If it's not a problem, we live it. Thirdly, one of the extraordinary paradoxes of human inquiry is what we've already intimated in using the word inexhaustible intelligibility. Every question begets further questions. It will always be appropriate, or at least possible in principle, to ask why, what, how, when, where. This inexhaustible intelligibility has to become, or the sense of it, the appreciation of it, the recognition, the owning of it, has to become part of our very thinking. It's part of being awake. It's part of engaging in living relationships. It's part of moving beyond the mastery mode that so infects the Western world. Now, when we start to think about the mystery, the formation mystery, and we see this changing reality, this always dynamic phenomenon which catches us up, we are dynamic, we are always moving, and we see the interconnectedness of it all, one of the questions that comes to mind is it purposeful? Is there order in this, and therefore meaning and purpose? Or is it just random? Are we dealing with a total accident here, which is shot through with accidental qualities, and then one day we'll just finish up, go into annihilation, terminate? Could it be that I'm caught up in something like a dumper in the surf? I'm sucked into a whirlpool that just is going nowhere. If that is the case, I think you've got every reason to be in despair. But I don't think it is the case. There are factors as we examine our lives that might suggest that it is random. One of those factors is often brought forward as evidence of randomness and accidental movement is evolution. Now, whether or not you believe in evolution is not the issue here. But it seems to me that evolution is highly ordered, highly meaningful, highly purposeful. For example, my eyes evolved, not so that I could think, but so that I could see. My eyes, the evolution of that faculty is unto a goal. And that's what order is. That's what purpose is. That's what meaning is. Now, there's a subtle philosophical conclusion here, and I don't want to go into this. It's not the time or the place to develop it. But order, meaning and purpose, intelligibility, demands intelligence. You cannot have order without intelligence. Order is not accidental, even if it appears to be accidental. We also find ourselves living with the assumption of order and meaning and purpose. And that's a reasonable way to live. It's not unreasonable. For example, when I get out of bed in the morning, I expect to land on the floor, not the ceiling. When I plant petunias in my garden, I do not expect gum trees to grow. I expect petunias to grow. And if they don't grow, if they do become gum trees, I say, my God, what's happened here? They must have given me the wrong plants, or I must have planted them, or an enemy hath done this. Order is part of our existence. Order implies meaning and purpose. Science can only proceed on the basis of patterns. How do you repeat experiments? How do you come up with theories and formulae if it's not by recognition of patterns? Patterns, that's another way of speaking of order. That's another way of speaking of meaning and purpose. It is given. Finally, it seems to me that human beings who choose to base their lives on the assumption of order and purpose and meaning, that this world, with all its craziness and all its imponderable evil and corruption, crazy things like tsunamis and volcanoes, this is a good world. There is meaning and purpose in living here and living out one's humanity as deeply and as well as possible. There is value in submitting to the laws of life. And people who live in this way, no matter what their cultural or religious tradition, seems to me they tend to manifest a depth of humanity and harmony and peace and good sense that couldn't possibly be found in someone who chose the opposite. If I really believed that it was all accidental, that it was all random, that there is no meaning and no purpose, why on God's earth would I get out of bed? Realistically, reasonably, I couldn't expect to go about the day with any sense of meaning and purpose. And we are purposeful, meaning searchers. The people who submit in this way, people who spend their lives connecting with the world, spend their life as a conversation in this giving and receiving, in this dynamism, in the interconnectedness of it all, and do it with graciousness and intent and hope and expectation of goodness. Those are, I believe, the people you will find are quality human beings. All right, a very, very serious practical question must now be asked. Is this mystery benign? Is it for us or is it against us? It's all very well to say it's meaningful and purposeful and there's order there, but gosh, the Third Reich had a lot of meaning and purpose and order to it too. So order can be unto what is wicked, what is destructive. Is it possible that, okay, we've got this ordered world and it's actually heading towards some abyss, annihilation, that existence as such is simply going nowhere, and you better get used to it. Invent a life, make up meaning, make up purpose, convince yourself that it's worth it, and just do it. Apart from the fact that I think that is an unreasonable way to approach life, I actually think it is impossible to live that way. If you are really convinced of the lack of meaning and purpose, or you're really convinced that there's nothing good going to come of this world, this living, this mystery is actually quite either malign or allows you to find no good in it. I think if you actually believe that, if you're convinced of that, I don't know how you can live. I don't know how that can be a basis for putting one foot after the other. I'm going to suggest to you that there are things that do happen, things in our world that would suggest to us that it's not really a good place to be. This is when a tsunami wipes out a couple of 100,000 people, how can you say this formation mystery is unto what is good? When bird flu and other viruses run rampant amongst animals and human beings and cause great distress and pain and death, surely that's something weird. What about the Australian cuckoo? One of the silliest animals that I've ever come across. The Australian cuckoo, apart from the fact that it makes an awful screeching noise, it flies into town. I think they actually live on islands in the Pacific, but they fly down here into the Sydney region and other places. They lay eggs in other birds' nests. When the cuckoo bird hatches, and the host bird actually hatches the cuckoo bird for the cuckoo that's long since disappeared, the baby cuckoo has got very, very strong legs. It kicks any other eggs or baby birds that actually do belong to the host bird out of the nest, kills them. And then the host bird, and for some reason the host bird doesn't seem to recognize what it's doing, it raises this young cuckoo. And I recall on one occasion seeing a currawong coming back to feed this baby cuckoo, which is quite a large bird at this time, and the cuckoo was bounding sideways along the branch, as it were, chasing the currawong to get the food, and the currawong was in flight for its life. And now, that all just seems so bizarre. Doesn't seem to be unto good. Or why do we have appendixes on our bowels? Or why does the tsetse fly exist? All of these, or why does a young mother of 4 children die of cancer? These are serious issues, and I don't have an answer in any functional sense, except to suggest that in some way, and I am not meaning to be trite here, in some way this is all part of a mysterious reality, a mystery that we must live. We've got no other option. The other option is no option, namely cynicism, which is a disguised form of despair. And our culture actually makes cynicism respectable, because our culture, I think, has a lot of despair in it. I'm going to suggest to you that there are very good reasons for saying that this world is unto good, that we can surrender to the processes of life, the dynamism, the interconnectedness of it all, and trust that it is heading towards some kind of goodness. And I'm not talking about this worldly utopias either, nor am I talking about a pie in the sky when I die. I think our beings intimate the more than, in this deepest possible sense, that we are restless until we rest in being as such, and that's where it is headed, and that is good. All of creation, as St. Paul says, groans in travail as it seeks that end. First of all, let's take some of those issues like tsunamis, for example. What was the response in Australia and indeed around the world? The response was overwhelmingly good. Now, I'm not saying that this makes the tsunami okay, but it is quite noteworthy that tragedy, and especially great crisis times like the tsunami, can bring forth incredibly wonderful qualities in human beings. It is as if the moment of dying elicits living, evokes life in us all, as if the moment of pain brings forth compassion, the moment of destruction brings forth creativity. And this is part of the mystery too. Secondly, the effects of the moral affronts, the moral corruption, the moral evil is just so obvious in our world as we begin the 3rd millennium. The human corruption, the hatred, the violence, etc., also typically elicits some of the most wonderful human responses. It can bring out the worst in people. Evil can beget evil. Evil can also beget great honesty and great truth and great heroism and great courage. Again, the presence of that factor in the mystery suggests to us that that is not the last word. That will never be the last word. The lie will never have the last word. The evil will never have the last word. The ugly will never have the last word. The fragmented will never have the last word. Always goodness, truth, unity, beauty, bounce back in the human heart, in human action, in human choices. Thirdly, we all have a sense, no matter how remote and implicit, that there is a proper order of things. That we seek goodness, we seek truth, and it is a remarkable fact that when human beings do something that is evil, they almost to an event call it good, so that the young terrorist who is a suicide bomber doesn't say, look, I'm going to commit suicide because I think it's an evil thing and I want to wreak havoc on the world. First of all, typically he doesn't call it suicide, he calls it martyrdom, and he's doing it for Allah or for what is good, what is true, for freedom or whatever. We can't stand the idea of being aligned with evil, with what is untrue, unless we're sociopaths or pathological in some way. Human beings typically and regularly align themselves with the good and the true and the beautiful and the one. We seek that. That's what our hearts long for. That's what we were made for. Let me make a little digression here. Do you think there is anything that you or I can do that will make God love us more or less? The fact of the matter is, God loves us all infinitely, unconditionally. God can't help it. So it is quite literally true to say, and let's bear in mind that our language about God is always likey, naughty, mory. We're pointing, suggesting, rather than actually defining or describing. God loves Osama bin Laden or Hitler as much as God loves a little baby or Mother Teresa. Now, at first blush, that's an awful scandal. It takes us back. But that's the truth of the God who is revealed to us. The God of infinite and unconditional love. Now that raises a significant practical question. And it raises a question because we've been taught badly about that love of God. And the question is this, the bad question is this: why then be good? There has been a tendency, I would suggest, and a strong one at that, to develop an equation that went something like this. I must behave myself, I must be good, and very often being good meant conforming to the social mores of the time. I must be good, I must behave myself, otherwise God won't love me. If I do behave myself, God will love me and I will go to heaven. And the other equation, if I misbehave, God won't love me and I won't go to heaven. Now I'm being a bit simplistic, but not entirely unfair. I think that was something of the consciousness of people. Now, the reason to be moral is right here in the mystery of your being. Do you want to be who you are? Do you want to thrive? Do you want to experience the fulfillment and the richness of your humanity? Well then, seek the good, seek the true, seek the beautiful, seek the one, seek what is deepest in your heart. That's why morality emerges, not for the sake of rewards, but for the sake of expressing who I am. That's what morality is. It is contained in your being. The ought, the must, the should are already there in who and what you are. And we thrive in love, and we thrive in honesty, and we thrive in compassion and care and forgiveness and mercy and self-control and patience. Fourthly, Different cultures and peoples express this sensitivity to the proper order of things and the seeking of the good and the true in different ways. What I'm suggesting is when I seek the good, it's a global, it's a general thing. When it comes to the concrete, specific thing, I may have some difficulty in deciding which is the good. But that simply confirms the fundamental principle that I'm seeking the good. If I'm honest, that's what I'm doing. If I want to thrive as a human being, that's what I will do. I might be mistaken. Because of my upbringing, my culture, I might think what is evil, like driving a motor vehicle into a marketplace and exploding it, and myself, I might think that's good. I would say that the suicide bomber implicitly seeks the good, but he's doing something wicked. And let's get caught up in this awful relativism and subjectivism of our culture that says, well, he thinks it's good, therefore it is good. No, it's not good. What he's doing is evil, and there's no ambiguity about it. In the depth of his heart, he may actually be innocent of the evil that he does. He may not be culpable for a number of cultural and historical and psychological reasons. Finally, the whole thrust of living, if we take it in a non-beneficial way, in a non-benign way, it's going to lead us to bad behaviour, to being cynical. I think this may underlie a lot of sheer impatience, sheer silliness, like the example that I read out from my friend when they took this woman out to dinner together. She was rude, she was disruptive. I think being in pain, or not recognising the pain of our lives and the grief and the anxiety that is there, can in fact colour our way of thinking, can lead us to implicitly at least assume that, look, life's not worth living really, and I can't enjoy it, and I'm not going to let you enjoy it either. We get back to the basic business of being awake, being alert, honestly facing what is. Being, isness, reality is much more healing than any fancy lies that we might fabricate, even if those fancy lies in an initial sense may make us feel comfortable. We face life with all its imponderables, its moments of craziness, its tragic moments, but we do so with the conviction and the belief that will be reaffirmed again and again and again that there is something profoundly, ineradicably good here, and true and beautiful and unifying, and it is the good and the true and the beautiful and the unifying that will win in the end. In our Christian tradition, the mystery of creation is unambiguously and resoundingly affirmed as the work of God. God is a creator God. God is the intelligence behind the intelligibility. And as we seek to encounter this inexhaustible intelligibility that is in every plant, in every moment, whether we experience it as good or bad, whether we experience it as comfortable or uncomfortable, points back, as St. Augustine implies, to God, God the Creator, God the Originator. We will never understand how evil can exist in the world when there is a good creating God. But that's no reason to deny the existence of God. That's no reason to say that God is malevolent. Our faith, our Judeo-Christian tradition, resoundingly affirms that God is a good creating God, and God saw that he'd made, indeed it was very good. And God created the human person in his own image and likeness as co-creators. And indeed in the story of the garden, these are companions of God. God seeks them out in the cool of the evening to walk with them. This is part of the mystery of our being and the mystery of the world in which we find ourselves, and we are to be the stewards of this creation. co-creators with God in an ongoing sort of a way. Gerard Manley Hopkins has a beautiful poem entitled God's Grandeur, and it's a fitting way to reflect on this Christian, most specifically Christian, but also Judaic understanding of the formation mystery, of how we came to be here and what our purpose and meaning is here, and the responsibilities of our interconnectedness and where all this fluidity, this dynamism is actually headed. And if I can make an aside here, it is in the tradition of the Jews that we first get the notion of history unfolding in a linear sort of way rather than simply turning in on itself in a circular way and coming back again and again, the return of the season. In the Judeo-Christian tradition, there is an end point towards which it all moves. And in our Christianity, we talk about eschatology, a movement towards the end time, the eschaton. And we talk about the parousia, the coming of the Lord, the risen Lord who will gather all things together and be the ultimate triumph of the good and the true and the beautiful and the one. Gerard Manley Hopkins writes, "The world is charged with the grandeur of God. It will flame out like shining shook foil. It gathers to a greatness like ooze of oil crushed. Why do men now not wreck his rod? Generations have trod, and all is seared with trade, bleared, smeared with toil, and wears man's smudge and shares man's smell. The soil is bare now, nor can foot feel being shod. And for all this, nature is never spent. There lives the deep, dearest freshness deep down things. And though the last lights of the black west went, morning at the brown brink eastward springs, because the Holy Ghost over the bent world broods with warm breast and with bright wings." A Christian spirituality, in fact I would say any spirituality, any life formation process, must have at the center of it listening, so that we can be awake, so that we can be alert and attentive to this mystery. We are not invited to be conquerors, to be masters. We are invited to be participants and facilitators. Life is an inside-out process. It emerges. Our response is to interact, to live life as a conversation, to participate in the giving and receiving, not as people who are in charge and who will trample on the world, not even people who are in charge of themselves. We will later on look at the issue of virtue that comes after mastery is not the Christian way. Virtue comes as grace. It is the presence of God in our world. But more of that later. I'd like to conclude with a quotation from St. John Chrysostom. He was a 4th century bishop, a rather contentious character. At times got himself embroiled in conflicts that for which he had to bear some responsibility. Like everybody else, he has a flawed character. He's subjected to original sin, and that flaw runs right through creation. But John Chrysostom writes, "There is nothing more worthwhile than to pray to God and converse with him, for prayer unites us with God as his companions. As our bodily eyes are illuminated by seeing the light, so in contemplating God, our soul is illuminated by him. Of course, the prayer I have in mind is no matter of routine. It's deliberate and earnest. It's not tied down to a fixed timetable. Rather, it is a state which endures by night and day. Our soul should be directed in God, not merely when we suddenly think of prayer, but even when we are concerned with something else. If we are looking after the poor, if we are busy in some other way, or if we are doing any type of good work, we should season our actions with the desire and the remembrance of God. Through this salt of the love of God, we can all become a sweet dish for the Lord. If we are generous in giving time to prayer, we will experience its benefits throughout life. Prayer is the light of the soul, giving us true knowledge of God. It is a link mediating between God and humanity. By prayer, the soul is borne up to heaven and in a marvelous way embraces the Lord. This meeting is like that of an infant crying on its mother and seeking the breast of milk. The soul longs for its own needs, and what it receives is better than anything to be seen in the world. Prayer is a precious way of communicating with God. It gladdens the soul and gives repose to its affections. You should not think of prayer as being a matter of words. It is a desire for God, an indescribable devotion, not of human origin, but the gift of God's grace. As St. Paul says, we do not know how to pray as we ought, but the Spirit himself intercedes for us with sighs too deep for words. If you receive from the Lord the gift of this type of prayer, you possess a richness that is not to be taken from you, a heavenly food filling up the soul. Once you have tasted this food, you are set alight by an eternal desire for the Lord, the fiercest of fires lighting up your soul. To set about this prayer, paint the house of your soul with modesty and lowliness, and make it splendid with the light of justice. Adorn it with the beaten gold of good works, and for walls and stones embellish it assiduously with faith and generosity. Above all, place prayer on top of this house as its roof, so that the complete building may be ready for the Lord. Thus he will be received in a splendid royal house, and by grace his image will already be settled in your soul. Our topic is the distinctively human. This is our third session, and we're slowly focusing on what it is that provides the ground for spirituality. Why would we human beings be interested in spirituality? And therefore, what are the kinds of markers we might explore, develop, look for in promoting your own spirituality? The two particular themes we will explore under the heading of the distinctively human are human beings as spirit. We have a spiritual nature, and that has certain consequences and ramifications and implications for us. One of the major implications of that nature as spiritual beings is that we are free. I'm going to say that it is appropriate for us to talk of ourselves as freedom. You are freedom. To become who you are is to become freedom. It would also be appropriate to speak of yourself as truth or goodness or love. You are love. You are truth. In the depths of your being, you are a manifestation of the Eternal One. You bear all the signs of divinity in your being. That's who you most deeply are. Developing your own spirituality is fostering the emergence of that reality, the liberation of who you most deeply are. Before we begin to develop those two themes, however, I would like to reflect at a little length on the whole process of listening. Throughout this course, we will be constantly referring to the need to become a listening person. That has to be taken in a very concrete, practical sort of a way. It's not just a theoretical abstraction. I must learn how to listen to what is going on within and around me and between me and other people. Listening is a fundamental, absolutely essential disposition and practice. We could say that in developing your own spirituality, there are three primary laws to observe. The first one is listen. The second one is listen some more. And the third one is don't stop listening. We must become attentive, aware people. In that, attentiveness and awareness is our freedom, is our spirituality, is the liberation of who we most deeply are. By way of a practical approach to listening, I have referred to Eugene Gendlin's book, Focusing, and the process of listening that he describes there. And I'd like to look at that just a little bit more closely with you at this point. In chapter 4 of his book, Focusing, he has, under the heading of the Focusing Manual, the story of a trivial problem. It is about a young couple whom he calls Peggy and John. They have a young 5-year-old son. I think the 5-year-old son is called Jeffrey. Peggy works part-time in a junior high school. John works full-time in middle management in a bank. On this particular evening, John comes home. He's very excited. In fact, he's thrilled because they've told him today that he's been promoted. His career is going ahead, and this means some pretty significant things for them and their family and where they can now live, etc. In the course of his exaltation, his hand catches a fine piece of china on the table. It is knocked to the floor and it breaks. Peggy is very distraught. She gets extremely angry with him. She cries. She runs out of the room. Now, at this point, on the face of it, you could say Peggy is being childish. Well, let's put aside any judgments of Peggy and the relationship they might have. Let's just take the facts. Peggy is upset. On the face of it, she's extremely angry. She's crying. She goes to the bedroom, locks the door or closes the door. Now, in fact, Peggy had been trained in the business of focusing. She kicks off her shoes. She makes herself comfortable. She puts the pillow against the head of the bed and she sits down and she starts to just let herself come to some kind of rest so that she can face, listen to, be attentive to what is happening. Let me just make a brief comment here. No emotion that you or I feel is ever simply this or simply that. You don't simply feel angry. Anger, such as it is, actually is a multifaceted experience as it is experienced in the concrete by you or me. Let me share with you something of my own experience. A number of years ago, going back almost 30 years in fact, when I first began to engage in this kind of attention, because we were never encouraged to do this in the seminary, and that wasn't part of either the Catholic culture or the secular culture of the time. You didn't pay attention to your emotions, you didn't listen to them, you just got on with it. When I started to pay attention to them, one of the things that I discovered was anger. And there were a number of objects of my anger. As I dealt with that over the next number of years, I came to a point, and it was after several years of paying attention and listening to the experience of anger, just one day, quite mysteriously, as it were, out of the blue, it occurred to me, it came to me, or the anger, as it were, stepped aside, and I said to myself, I feel sad. The anger gave way to sadness. Or put another way, the anger actually was carrying a lot of sadness. I thought I was angry, but more deeply, more profoundly, I was sad. Now, it doesn't end there either. I listened to that and so on. And that's the way life proceeds. And even to say I am sad is a multifaceted experience. It's not just this or that. It is complex. And that is precisely why we need to listen. There is wisdom in that kind of experience.
One way to think of experiences like experiences of anger or anxiety or depression or sadness or loneliness, these are angels of light. These are bearers of wisdom. This is reality. This is life with something to teach us. If I don't listen, I will never learn the lesson. If I do listen, then the chances are that the experience of anger or loneliness or depression will simply fade away. It is there for a reason. It is a gift. It is a grace. It is a God-given reality. The other reason to listen to these experiences, of course, is precisely as I indicated there. If we don't listen to them, they won't just go away. They stay and they become part of what we might call our personality or our character or our temperament. They get into our communication patterns. They get into our biases and our prejudices and fuel them with energy. They can govern our lives from beneath the surface. They diminish our freedom. All right, getting back to Peggy here. Peggy has something to deal with. She is having one of these experiences. She's calling it anger. But as she sits there and pays attention to it, she realizes, it occurs to her, that that's not quite the name for it. There's more to this, or there's other to this, than just anger. And she tries on the word jealous, and that rings some bells. That resonates. Yes, there's an element of jealousy in this. And then she listens to that more. What's that about? That doesn't quite name it. And as she proceeds to listen, and it is essentially a process of listening that is carried forward by the use of open questions. Open questions are questions you ask with your head but answer with your tummy. Or to put it another way, you frame the question in your mind, and then you go into your inner region, your torso, somewhere in your heart, your stomach, and you just wait, and you pay attention, and you allow the experience to reveal itself to you. You don't impose an analysis or a name with your mind, because your mind doesn't know. Your mind must take a back seat in this instance. It doesn't doesn't leave, is not left out of the process. It's not an irrational process. It's a conversational process. One part of it is the mind asking question. The other part of it is the stomach, the inner world of the experience responding. And this takes time and subtlety. You are not in control of it. And it may lead you where you'd rather not go, or you think you'd rather not go. And these kinds of factors are a bit of a scandal to our culture that is so bent on control and knowing exactly where we're going. Well, life in its inner workings is not like that. So Peggy continues to listen, and she acknowledges certain influences on her at the moment. It's not only the broken plate. She's feeling tired. She's got a stack of assignment papers that have been sitting there, as it were, keep saying, you've got to do this job, and it's annoying her. And her son was sitting at the door when she got home. He'd been sent home ill, and there were a number of things that were getting her down. So there's anger at the plate, yes. There's a feeling of jealousy, and she needs to explore that more, but there are other factors. The other factors aren't the main things. She can see in the jealousy, she can hear there that something she needs to listen more to. And as she tries on, she keeps asking her question, what's it like? What else is here? Does it remind me of anything? Where do I feel it in my body? What's the whole sense of this? And in this open questioning, there's a dialogue happens which allows the experience to reveal itself, and slowly there's a sense of, I'm being left behind. When she names that, or when that names itself, and it's a toing and a froing, there's a sense of, yes, that's That's what's driving this experience. So she's moved from the little tantrum down in the kitchen where she was angry at the broken plate. She's gone through jealousy. She's seen the influence of her fatigue and the papers unmarked. And she's now at a position where she can name with confidence what it's really about. And she can also go back to John and say, the issue is not the broken plate. I don't feel angry at you. That is a good basis for a conversation. It is also the good basis for the relationship to proceed and to be built upon. Now, if John's got his wits about him, when Peggy comes down and she says, look, darling, it might be 20 minutes later, I'm sorry, I burst into tears. That was completely over the top. It was inordinate. I'm really not upset about the broken plate. That can be replaced. I'm feeling left behind. Do you understand that? Now, let me say something about that experience. When you do the focusing and you listen, you may, in fact, come up against experiences that are, in some measure, embarrassing. It's just a little bit embarrassing, one would imagine, for Peggy to say to John, I feel left behind. But what is more important than any embarrassment or humiliation in naming what you're experiencing is the truth. If it is the truth and you let it name itself and you embrace that and say yes to it, it will set you free. It will be a liberating experience. It will not be a humiliating experience. It will be an experience that gives you life. It will also give you a good basis on which to engage with people, events and things, and yourself in the world. You can imagine another scenario. You can imagine several scenarios here. Supposing John, when he hears Peggy's explanation, he gets upset and says, God help us, why don't you grow up, etc., etc. Now, that is not a good basis for conversation or relationship. The best response he can give is to participate in the ongoing listening process, because it's not only Peggy who has to listen to herself, it is John who has to listen to himself, and in a sense there's a third listening has to go on, the two of them together, because their relationship, they are one as husband and wife. That is a listening that must go on jointly. And so he should enter into that. Now, it's probably asking more than many spouses are willing to give, but I think that's the reality. It's not mere idealism. It's not something that can be dismissed as if it was an optional extra. The relationship will grow to the extent that they are real and that they keep encountering the truth and embracing it and naming it and going on from there. Another scenario might have been if Peggy, at the very beginning, instead of bursting into tears, she'd bitten her tongue and said, look, forget it. Let's sweep up the bits of china, put them in the bin, let's break open a bottle of wine and let's celebrate. Well, they may have celebrated, perhaps through gritted teeth, perhaps with a fair bit of silence, and maybe 6 months, 6 years, 16 years down the track, it's still stuck in the craw, it's still in the system, affecting their relationship, preventing them from being real with one another, being honest, and therefore being loving and being free and joyful in their relationship. Let me share with you an image that I think is helpful in understanding our experiences and particularly our emotional experiences. When we are born, life gives us a knapsack. And in that knapsack is a shovel, such as soldiers have tucked in their knapsack, and also a shanghai, these little catapults that young boys make, firestones and what have you. And before you are released into life into your own journey in life, life says to you, look, when you go out there into the pastures of existence, you are going to encounter a lot of dung. There's camels and there's horses and there's cats and there's dogs and there's cows and all sorts of things dunging all over the place. You have two options when you come to the dung in your life. One is to get that shovel and dig it in and fertilise the path. The other option is to scoop it up and drop it in your knapsack. You must do one of those two things. You can't avoid doing one of those two things. Now, if you happen to be born into a family where the custom is to drop the dung in the knapsack, that's typically how you will almost certainly deal with the dung in your life. The moments of anger, of conflict, of frustration, etc. Loneliness, sadness, depression. There will be a sense in which you don't deal with it. You scoop it up and you drop it in your knapsack. All of which may not become obvious, except to the astute observer, but it may not become obvious to you until later on in life, when this infects the way you communicate with other people. This infects the way you participate in systems. You may in fact be part of a staff meeting and you find yourself hitting someone in the eye with a bit of that dung you're carrying. You've pulled out your catapult, your Shanghai, and you've fired some of your dung at someone else and say, what the heck is going on here? Where did that come from? Why are you angry at me? And as the years go by, if our compulsion and our habit is simply to keep storing it in the knapsack, not only does it sap our joy and our freedom, it will tend to make us unlikable. And that there's a real possibility that when we get into our 30s, 40s or 50s, we're going to grind to a halt. We're going to fall over and all that dung is going to come out. And then it will have to be dealt with. Sometimes we call this midlife crisis. It's best to keep listening, paying attention and dealing with today's issues today. What I would like to do now is just take you through a very brief focusing process. The focusing process doesn't take a particular amount of time. It does take time. But as you become more adept at asking the open questions and feeling for what Gendlin calls the felt sense, that is, the experience as it comes to you. The human organism, he says, has the ability to receive and, like a computer, compute a million messages and come up with a felt sense. That felt sense contains wisdom. That felt sense is what you need to listen to. So it's a question of just fostering an inner process that will go on and on and on and on and never stop. There will be times in a given day or a given week where it will be appropriate for you. In fact, it will be very, very useful for you to stop and be still, take time out, maybe 20 minutes, maybe 15 minutes, whatever you can take out, about that amount of time, and be very deliberate about asking some open questions about what you're actually experiencing. But you can do this while you're driving along in the car, while you're sitting in the bus, while you're standing in the checkout line at the supermarket, while you're walking along George Street. Just gently ask an open question so that you become attentive down there. All right, for our little focusing exercise here and now, take up a more or less comfortable position. And the first open question, how are you? Just get the whole sense of it. Don't analyse, don't go into it. How are you? The second open question, what are the issues that are pressing for attention in your life at the moment. Again, don't analyse, don't go into, let them come, let them present themselves and just stack them to one side, each of them as it comes. What are the issues pressing upon you at the moment? The third open question: which of these issues is most pressing? Wait upon each of them and get a sense of which one seems to be demanding your attention at the moment. Leave the others to one side and just focus on that one. Get the whole sense of it. Let it be as it is. What's it like? Is there a particular place in your body where it makes itself felt? Does it remind you of anything else? Another experience, another time, another place, person? What are the feelings associated with this sense? Don't go into them, don't analyse, just let them name themselves. You might try on a few names, but don't force it. Listen. What are the thoughts associated with this sense? Again, let them come, listen, pay attention. Don't analyse, be non-judgmental. Now try on a name or an image. It's like, and gently feel for a name, and if it resonates, if there's a sense of right fit, it will reveal itself, but don't force it. Try on some possibilities and listen. It's like, remind yourself now of the presence of God. Bring all your thoughts and feelings, your whole life, to God as we meditate on the words of Psalm 46, verse 10. Be still and know that I am God. Be still and know that I am Be still and know. Be still. Be. All right, let me conclude these introductory remarks by referring you to a little technique that you can use to promote that sort of focusing process as you go about the business of daily living, when you're talking with people, when you're working, when you're walking. I call it the ANS technique. A stands for acknowledge, N stands for be non-judgmental, and S may stand for either strategic withdrawal or stay with it. Preferably stay with it. First of all, A for acknowledge. Whatever you experience, whenever you experience it, get into the habit of naming it. I am feeling, I am experiencing this. Now, again, this is not meant to be a definitive naming of what you're experiencing. It's a first step in listening to what you're experiencing. So the naming is tentative, but it gives you a toehold to begin the conversation. Secondly, be non-judgmental. I don't know why it is, but most adults seem to grow up with a sense of negativity towards emotions like anger and sadness and depression and loneliness. So much so that there's almost an answering machine inside us. And if the message is sent out, I am feeling lonely, I am feeling anxious, I am feeling angry, the message says, you shouldn't feel that way. Go and get rid of it. Distract yourself. Do something to get away from that. Take a pill. Run a mile. Do hard work. I'm suggesting that we need to be non-judgmental quite deliberately. Put another message on the machine there, a message that says it's okay to feel that way. It's okay to experience depression. It's not nice, but it's okay. It's part of what life is asking of you at the moment, and you need to listen to it rather than be non-judgmental and rejecting of it. Perhaps another image can help here. A small child, 10 o'clock at night, is bilious. The mother hears the child run to the bathroom and hears the noise in the bathroom. Does the mother say, go back to bed, you should be asleep? Does the mother say, stop vomiting? The mother goes in and says, darling, you must be sick. Oh, get that out of your system. There's something in there that needs to get out. Maybe puts a cold cloth on the child's neck. Helps the child to go through the natural process of vomiting and shitting. It's part of living. When you are being emotionally bilious, be a mother to yourself. It's part of the natural process. Given what your experience in life has been, this is to be expected. Now again, I'm not anointing it and saying, isn't it marvellous that I feel depressed today? Isn't it wonderful that I feel so lonely, so sad, so anxious? I am not. I am not. These are very painful experiences at times. But that's no reason to reject them or to run from them. These experiences ought to be listened to. Then the stay with it is the kind of conversation we've been talking about, using open questions. What's it like? What am I actually feeling here? Where in my body is it manifesting itself? Does it remind me of anything, anyone, any other place? its like, try on some names. Now you can do this. Supposing you're having a conversation with somebody, you're at a dinner party or whatever, and you're feeling utterly bored or impatient or annoyed, let the ANS swing into action. Name what you're experiencing, acknowledge it, be non-judgmental, and then just ask yourself a few open questions. Now, strategic withdrawal may be needed. There are times when our experiences can be overwhelming, say anger or loneliness or depression. We may need to seek help. We may need to go for a long walk or watch a TV show or do some knitting or grow cabbages or whatever it is, or paint or write poetry, with the promise that we'll come back to it. We still acknowledge it. We be non-judgmental. We say, okay, I can't handle it at the moment. Looking now at our notes for this material, the distinctively human. Again, the quotations to begin with. And the first one is from Adrian Van Kaam from his book, The Dynamics of Spiritual Direction, pages 9 and 10. The core of our existence is our spirit, and the primary force of our unfolding is our spirituality. Spiritualization implies surrender to the transcendent and the discovery and acceptance of one's unique spiritual life direction in the light of the transcendent. Spiritualization entails, secondly, the incarnation of one's spiritual life direction in the personal and vital aspects of our total self. For the Christian, this process is seen most deeply as the graced discovery, acceptance, and unique incarnation of the presence of Christ in our life. Van Kaam is pointing to a total incarnational reality, the boiler room of which is spirit. Spirit manifests itself in body. It's not body containing something inside called spirit, and the implication is that one day my body will die and my spirit will go to heaven. You are body, spirit. You are being manifested in the flesh, which is a sacrament of the spirit. But the body implies the spirit. Body and spirit are one, not two. Our bodily existence is ultimately a spiritual existence. The next quotation comes from Karl Rahner. The basic and ultimate thrust of Christian life, he writes, consists not so much in the fact that a Christian is a special instance of humankind in general. If I can make a brief comment here. One of the effects of taking human experience as the ground and the starting point and the primary teacher in our quest for developing a good spirituality is that it actually unites us with the rest of the human race. We experience the universality of our being. As the personal psychologists say, what is most personal is most universal. And by listening to human experience, I discover that universality. I discover my oneness with the rest of the human race. There is always a danger if you start with the template of dogma or custom or history or whatever, you begin to see yourself as different from the rest of the human race, separate, better, and by implication they are worse, they are less than. Back to Karl Rahner. It's not so much in the fact that a Christian is a special instance of humankind in general, but rather in the fact that the Christian is simply a human being as he or she is. What Rahner is saying there is quite profound, and it suggests the incarnation. The whole thrust of God being enfleshed is to enter fully into the human condition. And when Jesus says, "Follow me," I think it is an invitation for us to enter fully into the human condition. The Christian life is not about conforming to a template that is theoretically defined, abstractly given in terms of dogmas and theories and principles and ideals. It is about the liberation. It is about the transformation of the enfleshed existence of your humanity. To be a Christian is to be a human. But the Christian is a person who accepts without reservation the whole of concrete human life, with all its adventures, its absurdities, and its incomprehensibilities. A real non-Christian, on the other hand, a person who could not even be called an anonymous Christian in the ultimate depths of the way he or she lives out human existence, is characterized precisely by the fact that they do not muster this unconditional acceptance of human existence. In the concrete, Christians are people who are distinguished in a great variety of ways from non-Christians. They are baptized, they receive sacraments, they belong to a very definite organisation, they receive norms from this organisation, they have to acquiesce calmly in a certain lifestyle with the same kind of patience with which they confront the uncontrollable givens in the other areas of their life. The really ultimate thing, says Rana, is that they accept themselves just as they are. And he's not, if I can make a comment here, he is not saying accept yourself as you are or as you have become under the influence of society, your parents, your experiences, your own bad choices perhaps, selfishness, greed, but as you actually are in the depths of your being, as you are intended by God. And that they do this without making anything an idol, without leaving anything out, and without closing themselves to the totality of what, in the ultimate depths of reality, is inescapably imposed upon human beings as their task. There's a little phrase that Rana uses there, without leaving anything out. Quite amazing how we omit things in order to maintain our particular perspective on reality. Take, for example, your description of a friend. Typically, you will describe your friend in very positive terms. You will recall for us all the good things about your friend. Often enough, we omit the trying things, the bad things, the inadequacies. When you are describing one of your enemies, however, someone you don't like, you do the very opposite. You tend to emphasize the bad things and omit the things that might redeem that person. Father Austin Woodbury, who was the founder of this establishment, the Aquinas Academy, used to say that heresies are generally true in what they affirm and false in what they deny. Watch the things that you omit in your speech and in your thoughts about yourself and about other human beings and about situations. What are you leaving out? It's not a bad question to ask. And when you're in conversation with another person and they are telling you something, ask yourself that question. I wonder what they're leaving out. Might be the very key to the situation that they've left out. The next quotation is taken from the prophet Jeremiah, chapter 31. Yahweh says this, they have found pardon in the desert, those who have survived the sword. Israel is marching to his rest. Yahweh has appeared to me from afar. I have loved you with an everlasting love, and so I will maintain my faithful love for you. The overwhelming central message of divine revelation in the sacred scriptures, and indeed in life, if we know how to listen, is the love of God made available to us. More specifically, the love of God made available to us through the covenant, enfleshed in Jesus, who is the Christ, and poured out by the Spirit of God. This is a world we encounter most fully in the depths of our own beings, without leaving out the fact that what we encounter within ourselves has its counterpart in the world around us, the concrete reality. And our relationships with others tend to be mirrors of our relationships with ourselves and with God. And finally, a quotation from St. Paul's letter to the Romans, chapter 8, verse 16. The Spirit himself joins with our spirit to bear witness that we are children of God. Now, looking at three universal human principles. Principles that I suggest will apply to all human beings, believers or unbelievers, Christians and others, in all times, in all places. All human life formation is ultimately spiritual formation. Second principle. All human beings have a margin of freedom which they can enhance or diminish. Third principle. All human existence is always part of the formation mystery and therefore part of the giving and receiving of form in some way. Recall a good person, a person with depth of humanity that you know, or at least you know of. What are the qualities that you would name about that person that make them so outstanding? I'd suggest that we would name things such as compassion, forgiveness, kindness, generosity, self-control, self-sacrifice, courage, maybe wisdom. Are these qualities to be found in our physics and chemistry, in our biology? They are not qualities of matter, they are qualities of spirit. There is something deep within us, manifesting itself through our bodiliness, that makes us deeply human. And by the same token, what are the qualities of dehumanization? What are the qualities by which we dehumanize others and dehumanize ourselves? They are qualities that are also spiritual. Qualities of hate and resentment and grudges and violence, all of which find manifestation, of course, in some physical expression. Recall also Norman Lear's quotation, which we referred to in our very first session, the mysterious inner life, the fertile, invisible realm that is the wellspring of our species' creativity and morality. It is that portion of ourselves that impels us to create art and literature and study ethics, philosophy and history. It is that portion of our being that gives rise to our sense of awe and wonder and longing for truth, beauty and a higher order of meaning. For want of a better term, one could call it the spirit-led or spiritual life of our species. Whatever we call it, we have long recognized its presence and accepted that it sets us apart. Now let me go back and recall our description of form and the use of that particular word. And I'm using the word form in a peculiar way, a particular way in our time together. We will use expressions like life formation and giving and receiving of form and changing forms. Again, the essential use of the word form points to the basic truth of who and what a human being is. And we also use it throughout creation to apply to the essential character of a thing, of an event, of an animate or an inanimate creature. Primarily, we're talking about the essence, the very unique communal nature that you are as an individual person, the form that struggles to manifest itself in the world through your bodily presence. In this sense, we could say everything that exists manifests form in a limited way. Nowhere will you find form perfectly manifest. One of the definitions of beauty that comes out of the scholastic philosophical tradition is that beauty is the effulgence, the bursting out of form in matter. That rather than matter bringing closure on form or being opaque, matter becomes the bearer or the sacrament of form. That is actually a very wonderful way to think of a human being, that in my bodily presence I act in such a way to promote the liberation of the deepest reality that I am, the unique communal form of my existence, so that life formation is unto beauty, is unto the effulgence of form in my physical presence, in my very bodily being. Now, there is, in a sense, good news and bad news about this whole spiritual dimension of our beings, this level of form, which is beyond the material but embraces the material. Pigs don't write books about anxiety. Dogs don't reflect on what it means to be a dog and worry about truth and dishonesty. That is the blessing and the curse of being human. We don't have the pig's advantage or the dog's advantage. We are conscious and we are free. We are able to be aware and we are able to choose. Indeed, we can't help but be aware and we can't help but choose. To the extent that we deny this manifestation of our spiritual natures, to the extent that we pretend that we're not aware, and in a life where we're not listening, we're almost certainly going to be unaware, that is a life in which we do violence to ourselves. That is a less than human life. That is a life of reduced freedom. The experience of religion, as Houston Smith, the great scholar of comparative religions, has written, religion alive, and this is to become an IT specialist or a funds manager or somebody who fixes motor cars or does heart transplants or whatever. These are wonderful human works, tasks to do. But the life of the Spirit, the essential human life, is more than that, is more than just a function, more than just something that we get up in the morning and go to a certain place and do. It is our life. It is a journey. It is a process. It is a movement. And Houston Smith writes, religion alive confronts the individual with the most momentous option this world can present, calls the soul to the highest adventure it can undertake, a proposed journey across the jungles, peaks, and deserts of the human spirit. The call is to confront reality. Those who dare to hear and follow this secret call soon learn the dangers and difficulties of its lonely journey. And here he quotes from an Eastern religious tradition. A sharpened edge of a razor, hard to traverse, a difficult path is this, the poets declare. Houston Smith goes on. Science, as Justice Holmes was fond of saying, makes major contributions to minor needs. Religion, whether or not it comes up with anything, is at least at work on the things that matter most. When then a lone spirit succeeds in breaking through to major conquest here, he becomes more than a king, he becomes a world redeemer. His impact stretches for millennia, blessing the tangled course of human history. Who are the greatest benefactors of the living generation of mankind, asks Toynbee. I should say Confucius and Lao Tzu, the Buddha, the prophets of Israel and Judah, Zoroaster, Jesus, Muhammad and Socrates. The answer should not surprise, says Houston Smith. Authentic religion is the clearest opening through which the inexhaustible energies of the cosmos can pour into human existence. What then can rival its power to touch and inspire the deepest creative centres of man's being? Moving outward from there into myth and rite, it provides the symbols that carry history forward, until at length its power too is spent against the world's backwash and life awaits a new redemption. This recurrent pattern leads even the auspicious, the unpious, like George Bernard Shaw, to conclude that religion is the only real motive force in the world. And religion is about the human spirit and its aspirations and its urging to connect with the bigger picture, to go back to our fundamental paradigm. Life is about relationships. Spirituality is living relationships. Religion is the concretization of living relationships. Mysticism is being one with the one. It is the fulfillment of the relationships that our whole being longs for and urges for. The pivotal relationship, the relationship that provides the context for all other relationships, is our relationship with the one, however we name that. In our Christian tradition, we name that one the God of our ancestors Abraham, Isaac and Jacob, the God of our Lord and Saviour Jesus Christ, the God manifest in and through the Holy Spirit. Freedom is of the essence. Freedom is a margin. Freedom can be won or lost. And when we talk about freedom, we're talking about an ability, a capability. Viktor Frankl talks about the last of the freedom was manifest in the concentration camp. The last of the freedoms is the freedom to choose an attitude. It is quite possible that those who imprisoned Nelson Mandela were less free than Nelson Mandela. And in saying that, I'm not denigrating or making light of the political freedoms that he was denied, and the social freedoms and the religious freedoms and the physical freedoms. They are real, but they're not the ultimate freedom. Freedom is a work of the Spirit. Freedom is the ability in the depths of my being to be disposed in a certain way, to make a choice about how I shall respond. Life is not what happens to us, it's what we choose. It's how we choose to respond to what happens. Let us move now to a Christian articulation of what we've been saying. We've focused on the topic of the distinctively human. What distinguishes us in creation? And again, you could come at this from an utterly abstract, theoretical, merely rational point of view, and you could argue about it until the cows come home. Are we spiritual? Are we not? Isn't a dog spiritual? Does a dog have a soul? Etc., etc. I don't think they're fruitful arguments. They may be useful in academe to write books about them or to have exam questions set on them. I don't think it helps you and me to develop our own spirituality. I take a common sense view. Human beings are distinguished from brute animals. Brute animals are distinguished from inanimate life. All existence is sacramental. All existence in some way manifests the Creator. In our tradition, our Judeo-Christian tradition, we go to the book of Genesis and we see in that the revelation of a special creature, the human creature, made in the image and likeness of the divine. We are co-creators with the Creator. However, that happens within the general context of creation. And the earth is full of the goodness of the Lord is a refrain from the Psalms. Thomas Merton, writing in his inimitable style in New Seeds of Contemplation, says, "To say I am made in the image and likeness of God is to say that love is the reason for my existence, for God is love. Love is my true identity. Selflessness is my true self. Love is my true character. Love is my name. Now you could substitute for love there freedom, or you could substitute truth, or you could substitute goodness. Again, we are made by God. We are a spark of the divine fire, and we carry the DNA of divinity, if you like. The goodness, the truth, the beauty, the love. Each of us is a manifestation of that. In the depths of my being, that's who and what I am. No matter how I may appear when I look in the mirror at 6 a.m., no matter how I may behave when I am sick or under pressure or whatever, I am a child of God. I am a divine spark. Specifically, there is a strong tradition going right back to Origen, manifest in Gregory of Nyssa in the 4th century and in Bernard of Clairvaux then in the 12th century, that the preeminent characteristic of human existence that manifests the divine is freedom. The scholar Jean Danielou, writing in an introduction to his work on Gregory of Nyssa, says, freedom is a divine quality, and God could not create man in his image without giving him free will. And it may be noted here that Gregory, following Origen and indeed anticipating St. Bernard, stresses free will more than intelligence in his analysis of man's likeness to God. But for these thinkers, the core reality that reminds us of our origins is freedom. That you will experience in the development of your spirituality an increasing sense of yourself as free. This is one of the reasons why I say that two authenticating marks of the genuinely religious events and processes and beliefs are grace and freedom. And they are interrelated. There's freedom in grace and there's grace in freedom. The human being who is authentically religious will be a gracious human being, will be a graceful human being, because they are grace-filled and because they know that their very existence is pure grace, is gift. And in that they find their freedom. If you are prompted to be conscientious and generous in regard to religious matters, and I commend it to you, use those authenticating marks to assess whether you are behaving correctly or not. Beware the tight-fisted, the rigid, the overly anxious, the trying too hard, the effortful. Watch what it does to you and your relationships. The whole of creation manifests God. I am part of creation. I manifest God in my being. My role in the world is to be the place where, therefore, God may be manifest more powerfully. Now, there's a marvelous imagery in the New Testament. The one, the great mystery that the Greeks talked about and so many other tribal groups throughout the world talked about, is revealed to us as a personal God. The God of our fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the God of the past, the God of the future, the God who engages us in a covenant and comes amongst us enfleshed. The Word became flesh and dwelt amongst us, says John in chapter 1. Jesus of Nazareth is the Christ. He is the light of the world. In him, with him, and through him, I will find the fullest expression of my nature. If I want to know what it is to be a human being, if I want to be not only distinctively human, but distinctively human in a distinctive way, that is my way, my unique way, I must look to Jesus Christ. I must enter into an association, an accompaniment, an intimacy with Christ, so that the very form, the essential Christ nature, starts to bear united witness with my form, my essential nature. And there's a communion of being, and there's a unity. So that what becomes increasingly manifest through my presence in the world is the eternal presence. What was present in Jesus. Christ is the eternal form in our midst, the incarnate expression of the essence of God. That Christ form is in us. We have been baptized into Christ. It enables us to be what we are called to be. It doesn't usurp our humanity. It doesn't prevent us from becoming human beings. It affirms our humanity and enables us to become human beings in the best and deepest sense of that word. People in relationship. People in living relationships. People who concretize that in symbols and rituals in a loving and fruitful and life-giving way with other human beings. People who can walk out into the world and engage the world of people, events and things in a manner that is Christ-like. Not because we have willfully, effortfully disciplined ourselves and mastered the virtues, but because we have, through this listening process, through the attentiveness, through the acceptance of who and what we are, and the constant submitting to the truth that is revealed there, in conjunction with listening to the Gospels and listening to various speakers of wisdom and constantly submitting to what is true through our listening and our awareness, we will be overtaken, as it were, by Christ. We will be set in motion. Like St. Paul says in his letter to the Philippians chapter 3 about verse 12, I have been taken hold of by Christ. It's not that Paul took hold of Christ, it's that Christ took hold of St. Paul. Jesus Christ calls us into communion with him. In him, with him, and through him, we find communion with other people. Can I suggest to you that when you are participating in the celebration of the Eucharist, and at the end of the Eucharistic prayer, when the celebrant holds the body and blood of Jesus up and says, through him, with him, in him, but you also hear in those words the affirmation of God, who says to you in your heart, through you, with you, in you, I am in the world. It is a mutuality of being that we are called into. The Christ form is one of love and liberation. If we are genuinely Christocentric people, if we bring light to the world, we will set people free. We will not be intent upon imposing our particular burdens on them. We will not be intent on forcing them to accept our creeds. We will start with their experience as we indeed have started with our experience. And we let the Spirit of God work in us and through us and in them and through them. And in any encounter, you have as much to learn and grow as the other person. We must always see our encounters with the world on the basis of giving and receiving form. This is part of what we have called the formation mystery. The signs that I am growing into my unique and communal humanity are unmistakable. They are signs like love and forgiveness and freedom and compassion and generosity and big-heartedness. If I find myself becoming mean and nasty and resentful and angry, I need to stop and pay attention. I need to listen and say, what is going on here? If I find myself becoming more patient, more compassionate, more forgiving, it is also as well for me to Note that and be grateful for it. These are not virtues that I have mastered. These are manifestations of God who is starting to shine through me. God's presence, God's being starting to be manifest. The light of the world starting to show itself to the world. We celebrate the Feast of Light. In fact, we do it a number of times. The Paschal candle, which is there for most of the year, the light of Christ, which is proclaimed at Easter time, when we have the marvelous Easter Vigil ceremony and the lighting of the fire in the dark, and then our candles are lit throughout the church, and the Easter proclamation is made. But there's a feast called Epiphany, from the Greek word phena, meaning light, the coming to light of God in the world. In the Greek Orthodox tradition, that is the feast that we would normally celebrate at Christmas, the revelation of the Incarnation. And freedom is of the essence. Within our Catholic tradition, I think we have missed the boat here from time to time in our anxiety to tell people what they should do, to tell people what they must believe, to tell people how they must behave. Now, I'm not suggesting that the other alternative, or an other acceptable alternative, is simply to take no care of people, to be not concerned about what they believe or behave. We have a wonderful tradition of revealed truths, the great truths of our faith. God is amongst us. God dwells in our midst. God is enfleshed in Jesus of Nazareth, who died for us, who rose for us, who lives with us. The power of God's Spirit is available to us every day of every week, of every month, of every year, in every circumstance. These are great truths. But there is a way of communicating those truths which is more than just a rational teaching of them. I'm talking more about adults here rather than the classroom business of teaching religious education, which is a whole other discipline. But even there, I don't believe you're going to pass on the faith or genuinely teach the great truths of the faith if you don't embody them, if your presence doesn't bespeak the presence. If we want to proclaim Christ, the light of the world, to the world, our very beings, our manner, our behavior has to be enlightened, has to bring light, has to bring freedom. The whole point of freedom is that we are able to cooperate with grace in becoming who we most deeply are. And that applies not just to me or you, but to anyone we meet. Jesus means freedom, as St. Paul wrote to the Galatians. In turn, freedom, which pertains to the very nature of who I am in Christ, is enhanced and the more faithfully I pursue and submit to my unique and communal life in Him. It stands to reason, the more I become who I am, the more free I become, the more capable I am of behaving in a manner that is free and that is appropriate, that is true and that is good. The more I force fit myself into a system, even if it's a religious system, the less likely I am to be free. The less likely I am to be who I am too. The more I submit to this pattern, the more I will want and be able to submit to it. The more you taste God, the more you taste what is good and true and beautiful and free, the more you desire it, the more you will be moved to seek it, and the greater ability you will have to seek it, and the more willing you will be to make the sacrifices that will be necessary. The more I come home to my true self in Christ, the more the form of my life will emerge. In this, it will become increasingly obvious that I am made in the image and likeness of the infinitely lovable and loving mystery.
Our subject in this session is the interconnectedness of life. That was one of the points that we brought out in our very opening reflection on the mystery. A fact that reminds us of the inexhaustible intelligibility of it all is this amazing interconnectedness of all people, events and things. Most especially the interconnectedness of people. We all at base are one. All human beings are participators in being, and in being we are united. We will say in our Christian tradition, we are united in Christ. Let me read to you from Thomas Merton to, as it were, start at the high end of this reflection to indicate what we are actually going to look at when we talk about the interconnectedness of all that is. And we'll examine under a particular construct the kinds of influences that actually do the connecting, or that bring about, for better or for worse, connectedness or disconnectedness. Thomas Merton, writing in his Asian Journal, or as recorded in Thomas Merton's Asian Journal, which is a gathering of reflections and presentations that Merton gave on his last days, really, while he was in Asia. This would be dated from about November 1968, and he was talking to a group in Calcutta. I'm sorry, it's October 1968, and he said, "The deepest level of communication is not communication, but communion. It is wordless. It is beyond words, and it is beyond speech, and it is beyond concept. Not that we discover a new unity, we discover an older unity. My dear brothers, we are already one, but we imagine that we are not. And what we have to recover is our original unity. What we have to be is what we are." Now, as I say, I think Merton there points, if you like, to the high end, the ultimate expression of what is a reality in our very beings, that we are, in fact, one. If you look at any human understanding of what is good behaviour versus what is bad behaviour, what is morally desirable and what is regarded as immoral behaviour, I would suggest to you that mostly moral behaviour implies something that preserves, fosters, develops community or communion or unity. Whereas immoral behaviour tends towards that which fragments, destroys, disconnects, brings about a fractured existence. As if by instinct we know that's not what we're made for, that's not what we are. Communion that we seek is a communion that already exists, but is yet to be actualized, is yet to be awakened within us, and it is a communion of being with myself, with other humans, with events and things of my world. Ultimately, it is a communion in God, a communion in being itself. Let me read to you a poem from Henry Lawson, which points to this, if you like, sense of interconnectedness that places a moral demand on us in terms of our relationship with other human beings. Henry Lawson wrote, "They lie, the men who tell us in a loud decisive tone that want is here a stranger and that misery's unknown. For where the nearest suburb and the city proper meet, my window sill is level with the faces in the street, drifting past to the beat of weary feet, while I sorrow for the owners of those faces in the street. And cause I have to sorrow in a land so young and fair, to see upon those faces stamped the marks of want and care. I look in vain for traces of the fresh and fair and sweet, in sallow, sunken faces that are drifting through the street, drifting on, To the scrape of restless feet, I can sorrow for the owners of the faces in the street. And so it goes. It's quite a long poem, but Henry Lawson in that poem indicates a certain affinity for these human beings. An affinity which I suggest for the Christian is very, very like what Jesus was talking about, or what Jesus manifested in his own life. There are a number of people in history that have had this extraordinary sense of being one with other human beings, especially being one with those who suffer. I'm thinking of Simone Weil, who died during the Second World War, a French Jewish woman, a brilliant intellectual. I'm also thinking of Thérèse of Lisieux, who was a Carmelite nun who died of tuberculosis in 1897, I think it was. And I'm also thinking of Damien de Veuster, sometimes known as Damien the Leper, who was a contemporary of Thérèse of Lisieux. Each of those people showed something which I think all of us, in some minor measure, manifest. Simone Weil, as a tiny little girl of about 6 during the First World War, found out what the soldiers, the French soldiers, had to eat. And in a sense of communion with them, she herself limited her diet as a child to that of the soldiers. As a young woman, a graduate of university and a young teacher, she got a job as working in a Renault factory to identify with the workers. In the end, she virtually died of malnutrition. She was also a heavy smoker, which didn't help. But she died a young woman in a hospital in England in 1942. And again, she refused to eat more than the resistance fighters in France had. This sense of her deep passion for communion, for being at one with. Thérèse of Lisieux, as a little girl, read of the condemnation of a man for murder, and he was going to go to the guillotine as a consequence of what he'd done. And she'd also heard that he had rejected any religion, rejected God in his life. And she prayed, and she had this great sense of concern and communion with the man. She took it as a wonderful sign that when the man went to the guillotine, before he was executed, he turned to the chaplain, took the crucifix and kissed it. Thérèse of Lisieux, in her life, made this a theme. She identified, especially with priests, but with missionaries. And most impressive of all, I think Thérèse of Lisieux identified with the modern unbeliever. In a way, Thérèse of Lisieux could be said to be the first postmodern woman. Thérèse of Lisieux tasted atheism, the darkness of no faith, the darkness of not being sure. She talked about that tunnel of darkness in her latter months. For about 18 months she knew that. If you understand me correctly, I think she received the gift of communion with those who don't believe, those who've lost the faith, or those who've never known it. Thérèse of Lisieux is a remarkable woman, a woman of enormous courage. The third person, Damien de Veuster, found out about the lepers on the island. He was a missionary, a Belgian missionary, on the island of Molokai. They didn't know what to do with lepers in those days, so they would put them, this is in the Hawaiian Islands, they would put them on boats and take them out there, and often enough the simplest thing to do was simply to push them overboard when they got close to shore. There was no customs or no wharves to process these people. They were seen to be animals. And Damien volunteered to go there and be amongst the lepers as one with them. He eventually died a leper. I visited Molokai, or the little peninsula of Kalapapa, where the leper colony is to this day, I believe. It certainly was then at the end of the 19th century. And one of the local men, who is a leper, told me the story. Damien was buried on the island, and in the 1930s, the Belgians wanted him back home, so a warship turned up and they came on to the island and they exhumed the body and they put it into a van and they were carrying it across to the other side of the peninsula. And this man told me, he said, and the back door of the van came open. Damien did not want to leave his people. Damien did not want to go back to Belgium because his home now was as one with these lepers. Now, I cite those three examples. They are, if you like, extreme or stark, but I think there's something in every good, mature human being, something of a sense of identity, of communion, especially with people who suffer. Now, what we're going to talk about in emphasizing this interconnectedness and this fact that we're part of a field of formation, of dynamisms that act upon us and make us part of this great mystery, the mystery of formation. It is countercultural, I would suggest to you, in modern Western materialistic cultures to think this way. We rather think of ourselves as individuals. We rather think individualistically. The whole notion of interconnectedness and believing that you are one with the one with the rest of the human race, is somewhat countercultural, goes against the grain. But that's what we're going to promote, and that's one outstanding aspect of our topic today, which is to look at this field of life where there's this web of interconnections. How are we to speak of it? We will never understand it. It is part of a great mystery. But we can say some things about it as we look for patterns. Leonardo Boff has written, ecology has to do with relations, interaction, and dialogue of all creatures, whether alive or not, among themselves and with all that exists. This includes not only nature, natural ecology, but culture and society, human ecology, social ecology, and so on. From an ecological viewpoint, everything that exists coexists. And everything that coexists subsists by means of an infinite web of all-inclusive relations. Nothing exists outside relationships. Ecology reaffirms the interdependence of beings, interprets all hierarchies as a matter of function, and repudiates the so-called right of the strongest. All creatures manifest and possess their own relative autonomy. Nothing is superfluous or marginal. All being constitutes a link in the vast cosmic chain. As Christians, we may say that it comes from God and returns to God. Spiritual writer Aelred Squire writes, relationship is then written into the very nature of the human person. As the Bible sees human beings, you cannot think about the person without recognizing that he or she, as it were, is made for relationship. And I extend the notion of relationship there to our interconnectedness with all that is, with even events as well as things. Our being part of a web of interconnections that includes trees and air and water, that includes what is happening in Moscow and Murrumbidgee, that includes the people of the Sudan and the people of Sydney. Existence is one. That's one of the characteristics of being. The great promise of the Bible, the golden thread that holds the Jewish scriptures together with the Christian scriptures, is God's words to Moses, and repeated in different ways throughout the scriptures. I am with you. God is the one who provides the unifying possibilities and the healing possibilities. Religious language in our time has really become very thin and often enough meaningless. We've used it badly, we've abused the religious word, and we're paying the penalty. However, I refuse to let go of certain religious terms, and one of them is the notion of redemption. I align it with the word atonement, which means an at-one-ment. The action of God, the completion of the promise, I am with you, is to release being in its oneness, to release the oneness of all that is. The very word healing implies wholeness. Redemption is about unity, is about transcending and healing all the fractures and the alienation. The world of sin is the world of alienation and disconnection and exile. The world of redemption, the world of grace, is the world of communion, the world of connection, the world of life-giving interconnectedness, set free in Christ by the power of the Spirit of God. The great manifestation of the promise, I am with you, Emmanuel, is simply stated by John, the Word was made flesh, he lived among us, John chapter 1 verse 14. Jesus is our unity, and we'll look at a moment at the metaphor of the body which St. Paul uses in 1 Corinthians chapter 12. Immediately before he examines or reflects in his beautiful hymn to love, love is patient, love is kind, in chapter 13 of 1 Corinthians. The whole thrust of the action of God is a thrust towards communion, not conformity, and this is one of the great paradoxes of interconnectedness. The otherness remains, the diversity remains, the uniqueness remains in a great web of beautiful manifestations of being. There are two principles that we will develop, tease out. First of all human life formation takes place within a dynamic context. At no point can you ever abstract yourself from this dynamic context. And at no point can you ever fully explain it or understand it or control it. We are participators. We are called to embrace that reality, to set life up as a process of mastery, to try and obviate or cut out these facts of our existence is to do violence to oneself. The second principle is this. In that dynamic context, there are at least 5 influences, 5 polarities, if you like. There is the polarity of pre-formation. That is, what do we begin the journey with as an initial cell, a living organism that is conceived in the womb of our mothers, that contains a whole lot of genetic coding, but we can also assume that it contains the depth dimension, our spirit, soul, form. And life is a process of emergence, of liberation, of both the genetic reality that I am and the soul or spirit or form that I am. The depth dimension unfolds. And it is the depth dimension that is the humanizing and the distinctively human dimension. Therein lies our freedom and our ability to give direction to our lives, to be accountable, to be responsible. Recall your own life journey. Was there ever a time when you were utterly disconnected, utterly on your own, utterly out of a dynamic field of formation. You may have felt there were moments when you were utterly on your own. You may have felt at times disconnected from those that you love and those that mean something to you, and you may have felt disconnected in meaningless work or times of boredom. The fact of the matter is you have never been utterly disconnected, even if you felt it. You are always connected, and part of the burden sometimes is precisely that. We know that there is no getting away from it. We are part of a whole reality, and we share it with all other beings. No man is an island, says John Donne. No man is an island entire of itself. Every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. So we always find ourselves in a context, and to talk about this context, Adrian Van Kaam drew on the metaphor of the field. In psychology, there are psychologists who use the metaphor, field theory, to talk about the influences that shape people. In physics, we talk about electrical fields and fields of gravity and so forth. What we're using that metaphor to point to is patterns that we know are there. Consistently and repeatedly, we see the influences. We don't fully understand what they are. And that applies, or that's a very useful way of thinking about human formation. There are patterns. There are polarities that are always there, but they don't necessarily reveal themselves completely. We've mentioned pre-formation. Well, there's also interformation. That is, other human beings have an effect on us and we have an effect on them. There is also intra-formation. That is, inside me is a whole array of processing that affects the form of my life, the formation. There is, if you like, the effects of the situation, whether you're inside or outside, whether you're in this culture or that culture, whether you are in a nice place or an ugly place, etc. That has an effect. And then, of course, there is the much broader reality of the world at this time in history and all the interconnections of our world at the beginning of the third millennium. This is the continent that John Donne talks about. This is the part of the main that you and I are. And we will talk about it as the formation field. And we use that construct to promote a conversation between our experience. Always remember, your experience is the great teacher. Listen to it. Be attentive to it. Submit to the truth of it. Now be careful of what I said. Submit to the truth of it. I'm not suggesting that just because you feel this way or that, or just because you've had this experience, therefore inevitably you know or you must do this. There is a truth revealed through life, through your experience. Pay attention to it. Learn from it. Let it shape you. Make it a factor, an unavoidable factor in your decisions and in the direction that you give your life. And we put our experience and our listening and conversing with what's happening within us, our experience in dialogue with sources of wisdom wherever we can find them, in films, in newspapers, in conversations with other human beings, etc., etc. This particular construct of the formation field facilitates that conversation, enables you to think, pay attention, listen more intelligently to what's going on in your experience, and then in turn enables you to think intelligently, listen to carefully and effectively to sources of wisdom, and get that conversation happening. Living, as we have said, in terms of human beings and in terms of being as such existence, it's an inside-out process. It's a liberation. It's a coming to birth. St. Paul put it in a dramatic turn of phrase. The whole of creation is groaning in one great act of giving birth. This emergence can be more or less well fostered and facilitated, or it can be obstructed in a number of ways. And I'd like to read you a little story from the Greek writer Nikos Katsantzakis, his book Report to Greco. Incidentally, this autobiographical reflection became the basis of the film Zorba the Greek. And in this particular segment, there is a reflection here on what happens when we interfere with the given order of things. And we need to be careful of this, but take the story as it is. I think it's very, very instructive. Once I remembered I had detached a chrysalis from the trunk of an olive tree and placed it in my palm. Inside the transparent coating, I discerned a living thing. It was moving. The hidden process must have reached its terminus. The future still enslaved butterfly was waiting with silent tremors for the sacred hour when it would emerge into the sunlight. It was not in a hurry. Having confidence in the light, the warm air, and God's eternal law, it was waiting. But I was in a hurry. I wanted to see the miracle hatch before me as soon as possible. Wanted to see how the body surges out of its tomb and shroud to become a soul. Bending over, I began to blow my warm breath over the chrysalis, and behold, a slit soon incised itself on the chrysalis's back. The entire shroud gradually split from top to bottom, and the immature, bright green butterfly appeared, still tightly locked together, its wings twisted, its legs glued to its abdomen. It squirmed gently and kept coming more and more to life beneath my warm, persistent breath. One wing, as pale as a budding poplar leaf, disengaged itself from the body and began to palpitate, struggling to unfold along its entire length, but in vain. It stayed half opened, shriveled. Soon the other wing moved as well, toiled in its own right to stretch, was unable to, and remained half unfolded and trembling. I, with a human being's effrontery, continued to lean over and blow my warm exhalation upon the maimed wings, but they had ceased to move now, and had dropped down, as stiff and lifeless as stone. I felt sick at heart. Because of my hurry, because I had dared to transgress an eternal law, I killed the butterfly. In my hand I held a carcass. Years and years have passed, but that butterfly's weightless carcass has weighed heavily on my conscience ever since. It's a good analogy here for us and the part we play in human life formation. You cannot force it. You cannot control it. It's not a matter of mastery, it's a matter of facilitation. It is in the end a matter of gift. Life is gracious. Life invites us to respond, to make decisions, to enter into the movement of love. That's what being is. And we become participators in it, not controllers of it. It is a question of emergence, not imposition. It is a question of facilitation, not mastery. Let's take the first polarity, the first set of dynamic influences that we encounter when we think about the human person. Adrian Van Kaam has called it pre-formation. He doesn't mean before you were conceived. He means the data with which you began the journey, the data that is given instantly in and with and as part of that initial cell, the zygote, the human organism that has begun. Let's consider something of the genetic reality that's rather more obviously and concretely available to us in terms of our reflections here, but we won't forget the depth dimension that is in there, in that cell as well, and unfolding gradually as the cell, as the organism begins its human journey, first of all in the womb of the mother and then beyond. I recall a conversation back in 1969 with a man who held the chair of research in biochemistry at Sydney University, Dr. Neil Moore. He was at that time working at the Mackay Institute in Jerilderie. And he said to me, anyone who says that the initial cell of a living organism does not contain all the genetic structure of the mature organism doesn't know the ABC of biochemistry. To put it in layman's terms, and that's the only way I know how to speak about it, genetically, the organism is already there. The colour of your eyes, the height of your body, the weight, etc., etc. Now, of course, we can interfere with that and we can obstruct it. But in the normal course of existence, that will unfold in a certain way, that this living organism, this human organism, will become a human being in some way or other according to what's already programmed. It won't become a gum tree or a dog or a cloud or a river. It'll become a human being, this unique human being. Let me just digress for a moment. We have emphasized experience and the importance of listening to your experience. I think we've been remiss, and I think it is very, very fair to say that we've been remiss in respecting subjectivity, not only in religious culture, but in secular culture. In Australia, for example, in the 1950s, people who were artistic, sensitive types, found typically that they had to get out of Australia in order to flourish. We were not a place that was respectful of them. Gay people have had a terrible time in our Australian culture. We don't respect and take seriously subjective experience. Is it possible, for example, that someone in the biogenetic givens of their being is gay? It's not something they choose, it's something that, as it were, chooses them. And if that is the case, ought we not be more accepting of it? Now, that raises some questions with regard to moral teachings and so forth, and this is not the place to go into that, but that is an issue. It ought to become part of a moral conversation. Can you say to such a person, in effect, you must be a celibate because you are gay? Because they're not inclined to seek out a member of the opposite sex, therefore not inclined to marry in the normal way and have children? Some do, in fact, do that, and it's not always a very happy experience. Or do we say, in lieu of marriage, you simply have to remain a celibate single? I think it's a very serious question that we must face. Let me read to you here an example that is quite stark, but I think it makes a very definite point about how important this pre-formation is in accepting oneself and accepting others and forging relationships out of that respect. I have the transcript here from the health report from Radio National from 2002, from February 2002. It wasn't Norman Swan in this particular issue, it was somebody called Ray Fry. And she introduces the program by saying, "Hello and welcome to the Health Report. I'm filling in for Norman Swan today. And we're looking at something that's a hot issue in medical circles, but that the rest of us don't hear much about. Intersex conditions." She goes on to talk about the fact that sometimes an infant is born and it's not obvious by examining the child physiologically that it is either male or female. It could be both, could be either. She plays an interview with a man by the name of Christopher Summers, or someone who simply is called Chris Summers, which is more to the point, as you'll see in a moment. "My name is Chris Summers. I'm considered an intersex person, and I see myself as an androgyne, which is neither male nor female, but a complex mixture of all. My life has been perhaps rather extraordinary in some respects. I was born in Kenya and brought up in both Kenya and Sudan and UK, and went to a boys' boarding school for 10 years, and during that time I developed characteristics that would be deemed as female. And as a result of that, in a boys' school, it was considered in for a dig to have a good tease of Chris. I developed breasts when I was about 13 years old, and had a bilateral mastectomy when I was 16 and a half, not because I wanted to, but because society out there would not accept me." He goes on and talks about a situation that arose when he was 27 and developed a certain number of illnesses that were baffling the medicos. He says, "I'd had a number of different tests done on me to find out what this other thing was. They said to me, 'There is something that you're not telling us. What is it?' And I finally owned up to the fact that I'd had a bilateral mastectomy. And the surgeon who had carried that out had done a very good job, because it was almost imperceptible. And it was only after much more scrupulous checking over my body that someone noticed the minute scars, and they carried out a karyotype, which is an analysis of the genetic structure of my body, and found that I had the 47XXY chromosomes." Ray Fry comes in. 47XXY is Klinefelter syndrome. Many wouldn't call it an intersex condition, since the penis is average in size, and unlike Chris, most people with Klinefelters identify unambiguously as men. Often they don't know about their genetic makeup until they try and have children and find they're infertile. Most have lower than average testosterone levels, but it's not always visible. There's a lot of variety in how the genes are expressed physically." And Chris Summers goes on, "When people see me, they see a male primarily, because on the outside of me I've got a beard and male pattern baldness. This has all been basically medically induced because I take testosterone every other week. This over time, of course, I have a broken voice, and my voice broke actually 2 years ago for about the 5th time, where I have no register now. A few years ago, I had an ultrasound. That ultrasound revealed that I have ovaries, an internal collapsed vagina, the possibility of a uterus, though I think that is perhaps not the case. When I was a younger person in my mid-20s, occasionally people used to ask me, 'Oh, by the way, what sex are you, Chris?' I used to say, 'Well, anything you like.' And whereas I might be saying that semi-jokingly, I was also extremely serious. But at the same time, I was very scared of revealing too much because of the consequences of that revelation." He lives in Perth. She lives in Perth. Professor Gary Warne is an endocrinologist, a hormone specialist at Royal Children's Hospital in Melbourne, and he says about 1 in every 4,500 babies are born in this way. Now, that is an extreme situation. That is not something that happens frequently, but it does happen. And our understanding of human life formation must allow for the possibility of that sort of thing eventuating. To approach life formation with a template, or to use religion as an ideology and come back and force fit human beings into a single way of being human, is wrong. It is disastrous. It is unloving and uncaring, and it does violence to human beings. Part of our need to take human experience seriously is precisely here in this biogenetic, most mysterious and complex set of possibilities for us. The depth dimension clearly also has elements of profound uniqueness and complexity. The latest code of canon law within the Catholic Church, which was brought out in 1983, for the first time in church law, Catholic tradition anyway, gives people the right in law to their own spirituality. Now, that might sound trite, but I think it's a profoundly important thing to recognize and for the church to have enshrined in its law. There are certain aspects of our formation process that set us apart. As we have said before, none of us fits. We are all misfits, and any approach to formation must take that into account. That doesn't mean that we simply do what we like, when we like, how we like. One of the great paradoxes of approaching life in recognizing this huge complexity of the mystery is that we begin to discover our connectedness, even in our diversity and our uniqueness, and in our otherness. Otherness is an invitation to discover the unity of being. The second set of influences is again fairly obvious and immediate and concrete, and that is, even from the moment of conception, this data, this pre-formation reality, is interacting with human beings, primarily one human being, namely the mother. The father obviously has had his effect, but the mother now becomes a major source of mediation with the world. And this developing organism is relating with her, whether he or she is conscious of it or not. An interformation for the rest of our lives becomes a huge factor. When you look at the Christian vision, the person and teaching of Jesus, it is quite remarkable how much he points to the need for this interformation, our connectedness with other human beings and our relationships with people, how important it is to make sure that works, to give it our best energies and our best talents, to avoid the opposite, which is the way of disconnection, the way of hatred. Love one another is another way of saying, look, recognize the truth of who and what you are in your interconnectedness, and give yourself to it, surrender to the truth of that, and let it blossom. The call to love is not unique to Christianity. All the great religious traditions, in one way or another, foster this notion of compassion, of care, of mercy, of forgiveness, of reconciliation, in one form or another. I don't think any religious tradition can claim that as uniquely belonging to it. Going from this deep human base, that we are interconnected, that we are one. This is a profound matter in life formation, should lay claim to some kind of best commitment on our part. It's not something you can simply bypass and say, well, I'll choose this one, but I won't choose that one. Reconciliation is important. Just from a purely human point of view, forgiveness is important. Building relationships is important, as indeed is hatred and fragmentation. And violence, these are important too, so important that they actually strike at the very heart of what it means to be a human being. I am doing violence to myself when I hate you. I am doing violence to my nature when I promote fragmentation and alienation in the world. I am bringing healing to myself when I truthfully, intelligently, generously promote love and care and compassion and mercy and forgiveness and reconciliation. As a human being who thinks that way, when I go to the Gospels and I meditate on the life of Jesus and I reflect on the teaching of Jesus, it's the most natural thing in the world to say, I know exactly what Jesus is on about. What the Christian faith then takes us to, and the Christian faith is not primarily about morality, although there is a profound moral vision in the Gospels. It's not about morality as such. It's about being. It's about the restoration of the unity of being in Christ. Jesus does that, we say, through his Passover, through his life, death and resurrection, so that through him, within him and in him, we can come to be who we are. One with ourselves and one with other human beings and one with the world in which we find ourselves, because we are one in God. And we are one in God because of the action of Christ, the Christ event, most specifically the great Paschal mystery, the mystery of Christ's passing over from death to life. This is why we speak of the cross as a liberating cross. The death of Jesus is a liberating event. Third, and very obvious form of influence in our interconnectedness, affecting the way we connect and that we connect, can be called intra-formation. That is, how I process reality. We've already spoken, when talking about the distinctively human, of our ability to choose an attitude, what Viktor Frankl calls the last of the freedoms. I can be in the most terrible, tragic, death-dealing situation, but I can choose an attitude to it. As a human being, I'm free to give direction to my life in any situation, at least theoretically. Now, if I'm so much in pain that I cannot reach that depth dimension, well, that's understandable. But in principle, I can always choose an attitude whilst ever I am a conscious, thinking being. That's part of the essence of my very humanity. Now, if we reflect on this inner world that is psychological, we're not going to talk about the spirit, the form, the soul as such here, but the obvious human dimension. You are a thinking being. You can think about other human beings and about yourself and about your world in a certain way. We're going to spend a whole two sessions on this, actually. It is profoundly important on the way we relate with the world, how we think about the world. It's also profoundly important about how we relate with ourselves. Secondly, we are beings who can stand up and assert ourselves. I can step forward into the world and say, here I am, and this is what I intend. We are willing beings. Again, we're going to do 2 sessions on will later in this course, a most important topic. Thirdly, I am a remembering being. Some things I don't remember that I remember. In other words, they are incorporated in my being. They are there, and I have appropriated the past even without my knowing it. But it's there, it's shaping me, and it affects the way I relate now with myself and with other human beings and with God and with the world. Fourthly, I am an anticipating being. I'm looking forward. I am, as it were, grasping the future now. That too shapes my life, my expectations, what I expect of you and what I expect of the world and of the future. That affects how I relate with myself, how I relate with you and other people, how I relate with trees and air and water. Fifthly, there is the whole area of imagining. I'm an imagining being. Imagination can enliven and enhance our ability to relate. Graham Greene has a beautiful line in The Power and the Glory, where he says that hatred is a failure of imagination, that my reason for disconnecting from you and being opposed to you has a lot to do with my puny imagination. Consciousness. Sixthly, I have levels of consciousness. We can talk about focal consciousness. We can talk about focal consciousness is the tiny bit of consciousness that's, as it were, immediately available to us. It's there. It's right before you. It's what's on your mind, as it were. Below that, there is prefocal consciousness. It's readily available, but it's affecting how you're thinking and how you're willing and how you're anticipating and how you're remembering and how you're imagining in some way, how you relate, therefore, with the world. At a deeper level still, we can talk about the unconscious. Freud talked a lot about this region of the human person. There are some thinkers who say the unconscious is simply a fabrication, it doesn't exist. Well, I'm inclined to think it does. But there's plenty of evidence to suggest that I carry within myself matter, the residues of experience that affect the way I think now and the way I choose now and the way I remember and anticipate and imagine and the way I relate with you. And there's also another domain down there that Freud seems to have not recognized. Adrian Van Calms talks about trans-consciousness. He actually calls this area the infrafocal consciousness. In the infrafocal consciousness, you have the simply unconscious, but you have the trans-conscious. The trans-conscious is our openness to the more than. This is the place where the genuine poet interfaces with the transcendent and becomes creative and receives inspiration, and the musician and all creative and artistic people. You are open to being gifted at that level. Anyone who is a creative person, a poet, a writer, a painter, a composer, always they tell you that creativity is not a matter of primarily of willpower and conquest. There's an element of that, but it is primarily a matter of waiting upon inspiration. In other words, it's a matter of grace and of gift. And this is a most wonderful reminder that we ourselves are mysteries. We'll come back to this theme later in our course. And finally, in this whole intra-formative level is the fact of feelings. Feelings can have an immense impact on the way I relate with you and you with me, or the way I relate with my environment, whether I feel fear or whether I feel peace and contentment. Enormously important, and we will spend time reflecting on that too. Finally, there are two other sources, one immediate and one more less immediate. The world around us, the immediate world around us, the situation. We can talk of situational formation. People in certain cultures are shaped in certain ways. People who live in places where there's constantly grey sky, there's not too many hours of sunlight, they tend to develop certain temperaments and certain ways of living. And people who live in deserts where there's lots of sunshine and lots of heat but maybe no rain, people who live in cities versus people who live on farms, the situation can have an effect on how you then relate with your world. And on a broader scale, the world, the much bigger world, also has an effect. It was interesting coming into the 1950s and 60s how there was a growing sense of gloom, especially amongst young people, with the atomic weapons being developed. And will we survive? And that affects art forms, and that affects the way people live out their lives and the way they think and the way they connect or don't connect with other people. And in our world today, terrorism has become a major factor, and refugees and asylum seekers, and that begets certain reactions and responses from different people, and it can lead to great heroism and great joy and great acts of compassion, or it can also lead to acts of hatred and fear and acts of violence. Let us now consider this from an explicitly Christian point of view. Part of the methodology in reflecting on spirituality as we do it in this course is to explore as thoroughly as we reasonably can the basic or the universal human dimension. It is very, very dangerous, and it's a great temptation in matters spiritual and religious, to simply go to the religious statement, the religious language. I think this is what gives religious language its emptiness. It's disconnected from experience. Go to experience and discover the roots of those things that are enhanced by the religious vision. Religion is not anti-human, it is pro-human, it is an enhancement of our best possibilities, and that's what we have to discover in exploring the human. Now, that is not to say that grace is not absolutely essential, but the analogy for what we understand as grace, which is the presence of God, is already there in life. It is gift. It is pure gift. And we can't live without grace, without this sense of submitting and accepting and embracing what is gift. St. Paul uses the metaphor of the body. Now, it should be stated that in St. Paul's time, the Stoics also used the metaphor of the body to speak of organizations. St. Paul does not use it in the same way as the Stoics used it. For St. Paul, it is a much richer metaphor than that, as you'll see if you read 1 Corinthians chapter 12, verses 12 through 30. He writes, "For just as the body is one and has many members, and all the members of the body, though many, are one body, so it is with Christ. For in the one Spirit we were all baptized into one body, Jews or Greeks, slaves or free, and we were all made to drink of one Spirit." There it is, this theme of at-one-ment, this theme of reconciliation in Christ. St. Paul says elsewhere, He is our reconciliation. In His very being, and this is the mystical heart of our faith, in His very being we know the oneness to which we are called. By the power of that Spirit bearing united witness with our spirit, we come home to being through our beings. We come home to God who created us in His own image and likeness. Baptism takes on a whole other meaning or a whole other richness when you see it in this light. We are baptized into Christ. We are initiated into His being. This is where the real possibility of our fulfillment as human beings happens, through our communion in Christ, through our being drawn into the covenant, the new and eternal covenant sealed in the death of Jesus. That's the heart of our Christian faith. It is a mystical heart. It is not about rules and regulations and dogmas. Rules and regulations and dogmas are about it, an attempt to reflect on it, explain it, but they are not it. And if you learn the rules and regulations and dogmas, you don't necessarily get the faith. The faith is the mystery of being one with the Father in Christ by the power of the Spirit. And we are enabled to be one through the action of Jesus Christ, the action of God in Christ by the power of the Spirit, through His very incarnate being. The issue of vocation comes up here. Vocation as a Christian. And our vocation is not one of resignation, mere acceptance of the fact the world is like this and that's that, like it or lump it. Our vocation is one of active engagement with the world as it is, seeking to promote interconnection at its best, to seek out where there has been disconnection and bring reconciliation, bring healing. In our own country, we have dispossessed the indigenous people, the aborigines of this land. That is a disconnection. Any Christian, any believer in the person and teaching of Jesus Christ must of necessity seek reconciliation, must pursue the rituals and the roads and whatever it takes to bring about healing of that rift. Pre-formation offers us a particular set of data when we think about our vocation. What shall I do with my life? How shall I participate in the world? Well, already there's a set of givens. You were, as it were, thrown into the world with a bag of givens, of set realities. My particular pre-formation is one of the facts with which I must work. It's left me with a very healthy, athletic body. It may have left me with a very broken body. One of my confreres had MS for 40 years. Now it seems that there are some genetic causes to some of these things. Some things are caused by viruses, of course, and they're not genetic as such. But the reality, whether it's genetic, whether it's original to our, whether it's congenital, is one thing, whether we acquire it is another thing, but dealing with what is part of becoming who I most deeply am, and doing it graciously, and doing it generously, and doing it imaginatively and intelligently. Interformation, my relationships with other human beings, calls me to gratitude, to forgiveness, to joy, compassion, anger, intimacy, confrontation, solitude, mercy, laughter. For one, interformation may be a source of great freedom and strength. For another, it's quite another mixed bag altogether. We talked about the primordial option in an earlier reflection. Those who mediate the world for us incline us very early in life towards seeing life as something that can be trusted. There's a sense of abandonment to the mystery is elicited from us, more or less. For some of us, it is seeing life as not quite trustworthy, or maybe entirely untrustworthy, and we have this sense of being abandoned by the mystery. We have to live with that. Intra-formation provides us with an opportunity to participate and facilitate the unfolding of our lives, to think, to choose, and to act, to anticipate, to remember, to imagine, to recognize the different levels of consciousness. We've talked constantly about listening and being attentive to what is going on. There can be subterranean forces guiding our behavior, and if we don't pay attention, if we're not listening, we're not going to hear them. They can rob us of our freedom and they can do damage. Situational formation opens me to the physical world, the value of symbols, the value of a church, the inside of a church, the ambience that evokes the depth dimension in my being. Going to a place of nature, a valley or a mountain or a seaside place, which can give me a sense of my interconnectedness, can evoke within me that mystical yearning and mystical possibility where I know that I am one with the one, and so on. And the world formation, the importance of listening to the news and keeping up with the reality, even if at times it might be terribly challenging and even depressing. It is good for me to know something of my brothers and sisters and the world that I don't literally see in my situation, but is nonetheless still part of the being that I am part of. Final word. Jesus Christ, the enfleshed Son of God, became part of a certain field of formation. Jesus Christ had biogenetic givens and a depth dimension with which he began the journey. He had to seek out and discover his vocation, his calling, his direction. Influential in that were those who were near him. He was submitted to interformation. His mother, his father. Influential in that also is how he thought, how he imagined, how he anticipated, how he remembered, levels of consciousness and feeling. Influential in that also were the factors of his immediate situation, the Roman dominance and the Jewish religion and the culture of the time. And the world as he knew it then was a small world. He didn't know anything about Australian Aborigines or the Americas. Jesus belonged to that world, and that circumscribed his incarnational reality, as ours is circumscribed. The essence of the incarnation is to become enfleshed in a field of formation. And the very notion of a field implies mud. And as Gerald Van, the wonderful Dominican English writer, said, God is a potter. He loves to work in mud. Let me conclude with a simple little story that is told of the Jewish violinist Yitzhak Perlman on this whole business of accepting the reality and its limits and its brokenness and its disappointments, even as we seek to move forward with anticipation and generosity and a sense of God's goodness permeating it all, and an inevitable movement towards oneness we are cooperating with. Jonathan Sacks, in his book To Heal a Fractured World, writes on page 222 of this story of Yitzhak Perlman. The Israeli violinist Yitzhak Perlman contracted polio at the age of 4. Ever since, he has had to wear metal braces on his legs and walk with crutches. Yet he became one of the great virtuosi of our time. On one occasion, the story is told, he came out onto the stage at a concert to play a violin concerto. Laying down his crutches, he placed the violin under his chin and began tuning the instrument when, with an audible crack, one of the strings broke. The audience were expecting him to send for another string, but instead he signalled the conductor to begin, and he proceeded to play the concerto entirely on 3 strings. At the end of the performance, the audience gave him a standing ovation and called on him to speak. What he said, so the story goes, was this: "Our task is to make music with what remains." That was a comment on more than a broken violin string. It was a comment on his paralysis and on all that is broken in life. Challenge. In this session, we'll be looking at the issue of power, and we'll look at it from a foundational point of view, not so much power as it functions in systems, but power as an aspect of who and what I am. I will call it the power to participate. By the very fact that I exist, I am a power to participate. Adrian Van Kaam gives it a technical term. He calls it form potency, or sometimes form ability. The ability I have to enter into and engage with the giving and the receiving that is part of the mystery of living. But before we begin to discuss power, let us do a little centering exercise. So make yourself comfortable, sit more or less symmetrically, and I'm going to ask you several open questions and allow you, or to encourage you to listen to what's happening with you at the moment. And remember, the open question is a question you ask with your head, and then you simply wait within and pay attention. Don't judge, don't analyze, don't try and sort it all out. Let the inner experience speak to you. The first open question is, how are you at the moment? Listen and just get the whole sense of yourself at the moment. What's it like? Second open question. What are the issues that press for attention in your life at the moment? Just let them come forward, take each one, get a sense of it, and put it to one side as you might stack furniture in an empty room. Be non-judgmental, be gentle. What are the issues that press on you at the moment? Third open question. Which of those issues most presses for attention at this time? Set the others aside and pay attention to the one. What's it like? Get the whole sense of that one. Does it put you in mind of another time or place or event? Where in your body does it make itself most felt? What feelings are associated with this? What thoughts and ideas come to you associated with this? Be non-judgmental, listen, be attentive, receive. See if you can let this felt sense complete the sentence. It's like. You might find it helpful to try on certain images, words, descriptors. It feels like. Don't force the description. Let the felt sense name itself with your help. It feels like. It makes me. It reminds me. Bring to mind the presence of God. Offer your life, the lives of those you love, all your issues and all their issues to God, as we hear the words of the psalmist, Psalm 46, verse 10. Be still and know that I am God. Be still and know that I am. Be still and know. Be still. Be. I have here a little story which I wrote a few years ago. The catalyst for the story was a young boy in Massachusetts General Hospital in Boston when I was chaplain there. He was dying of a tumour on the brain, the base of his brain. And the story is not about him as such, though he gives his name to the story. It's called Joshua. "Hello, Father," said Josh's dad when he met the priest in the hospital corridor, a sort of perfunctory greeting that arose from some distant past experience of religion. He mostly enjoyed his time in Catholic schools, all 13 years of it. But now he'd moved on. Religion was, well, he didn't like to sound elitist, but he did think religion was for the simple-minded or the fearful. Those who could manage it faced the fact that religion is at best a necessary evil. It can provide some sort of moral order in the community, but at worst, and this is the situation most of the time it seemed to him, religion is a superstition that is used to keep people infantile. No one in his philosophy department at the university is religious. It would be unthinkable, philosophically indefensible. "I've just looked in on Josh," the priest said. "He's in good spirits." And they moved on. It had not taken long to diagnose Joshua's condition. Tumour, the base of the brain, inoperable. He'd come out into the kitchen one morning, still in his pyjamas, and complained to his mother of a stiff neck. The diagnosis was easily made after the MRI. Stiff neck got stiffer. Now his head has quite a lean to it, and Josh looks at you from under his eyebrows. He's 9 years of age. "G'day, Dad," said Josh as his father walked into the room. He put out his arms and his father kissed him tenderly on the cheek. "How's everything?" his dad said. "Great, Dad," said Josh, reaching for the pencil and pad on the bedside cabinet. He knocked a glass of water over and the pencil fell on the floor. His father said, "I'll get it." "That's it. Now, what have you got there?" Josh had a page full of figures. He was already doing the equivalent of HSC maths. "I worked out that problem you gave me." "Fantastic. Josh, show me." His father pored over the page slowly. "You did it. Now..." Josh's dad was about to give him another mathematical problem. Josh interrupted. "I saw a lady last night," he said. "Jenny? The radiologist said she'd be over to see you. What did she say?" "No, another woman. She stood just there." Josh pointed to a spot near the end of the bed. "She was beautiful. She did not say anything. She just smiled. Then she went away. But she made me feel very good. I know everything is going to be okay." Josh stared from under his eyebrows at his father. His dad looked back without saying anything. Then he turned away, his eyes filling with tears. "Josh, mate, I know these doctors are the best in the world, and..." Josh, still staring at him, cut in. "I know I'm going to die, Dad. I told Father, and he said that's probably true. And I said I felt like that I was going home, and he said that was right to feel that way. But you know something, Dad?" "What?" "I don't think Father understands it any more than you do." Josh had not shifted his stare. No philosopher or philosophical learning had prepared his dad for this moment. No questioning student had ever thrown him into such confusion. "You think so?" he muttered through his tears. "Do you have another problem for me to solve, Dad?" said Josh as he slowly lay his head back on the pillow. As an entry point to discuss, reflect on, and understand a little more the place of power in our lives, and again let me stress, I'm not talking about it in superficial ways, although we will make references to the more superficial. I'm talking about a fundamental understanding of power as an expression of who you are, the power to participate in the mystery. As an entry point to get some light on that, I'd like us to reflect on the phenomenon of violence. Let me read to you first of all from two newspaper reports, one concerning Afghanistan and one concerning New South Wales. I'm looking at the Sydney Morning Herald, weekend edition of May 21-22, 2005, page 15. And the reporter, Tim Golden, writes, the article is headed, "Afghanistan Torture Driven by Boredom." Like a narrative counterpart to the digital images from Abu Ghraib, A confidential US Army report contains graphic details of widespread abuse of detainees in Afghanistan in 2002, carried out by young and poorly trained soldiers. Remember that. I think it's a most significant observation. Poorly trained soldiers. Men and women out of their depths, in other words, not prepared for what they are doing. Men and women placed in a position of impotence, powerlessness. The abuse described, along with the details of the deaths of 2 inmates at the Bagram Detention Centre, emerged from a nearly 2,000-page file of the Army's criminal investigation into the case. The report centres on the death of a 22-year-old taxi driver, known only as Dilawa, and that of another detainee, Habibullah, who died at Bagram 6 days earlier in December 2002. But the harsh treatment went well beyond the 2 deaths. In some instances, it was directed or carried out by interrogators to extract information. In others, it was punishment, meted out by military police guards. And this next statement is most significant. Sometimes the torment seems to have been driven by little more than boredom or cruelty or both. The next newspaper article comes from the same paper, the Sydney Morning Herald, of the weekend edition of January 6 and 7 in 2007. It's by Philip Cornford, Edmund Tadros and David Braithwaite. It's entitled Simple Life, Violent Truth. And it's about the incidence of crime in New South Wales and where it happens more often. And one of the reasons offered by Don Weatherburn, an expert in criminology, is, he says, youth boredom. They have no prospect of a job, not much to do, and far more limited recreational opportunities than you find in the urban areas of Sydney. Eric Fromm, the psychiatrist, makes an observation in his book, The Anatomy of Human Destructiveness, on page 251. The motive for mindless killings and violence does not seem to be hate, but an unbearable sense of boredom and impotence, and the need to experience that there is someone who will react, someone on whom one can make a dent, some deed that will make an end of the monotony of daily experience. Killing is one way of experiencing that one is, and that we can produce an effect on another human being. It's rather disturbing to think that boredom could be the basis for torturing somebody. That boredom and the tedium of living might be the basis for actions that are quite destructive. What's going on? Let me suggest to you a little exercise. I'm going to read out 6 experiences here and ask you to think of what idea, feeling, or image comes to mind in each of these instances. First of all, what happens when you are frustrated? Second, what happens when you ask someone a question or make a comment and you're simply ignored or treated with contempt? What happens when you are faced with a task you do not think you can cope with? What happens when you see yet another particularly distressing situation on the TV and you can't do anything about it, and you feel you should do something about it? What happens when someone lords it over you or treats you unfairly and you have no redress? What happens when you are bullied? Now, the typical kinds of words that people give when you ask them this question is, I feel impotent, I feel helpless, I feel angry, I feel sad. I feel put down. I feel intimidated. I feel ineffective, etc., etc. They're a very negative group of words. A cluster of words, when you look at them together, leave you feeling somewhat helpless and hopeless. I think one of the threads that goes through those words and points to a radical human experience is the thread of impotence, powerlessness. I am unable to participate effectively in this situation. My way forward or my entry into the mystery has been blocked. And if it's blocked with more or less threat, maybe more or less unjustly, unfairly, it can create quite a deal of turmoil in a person, quite a deal of anger. Unemployment, for example, is a classic way of generating these kinds of feelings. It is not uncommon for people who have become unemployed to feel depressed. And dare I say it, it's a healthy reaction. Why? Because they've been robbed of the power to participate in the system. And that has reverberations deep in their nature, deep in their being. Now, I'm not saying, oh, you're entitled to feel depressed, good, sit around and do nothing. Not at all. But as an initial reaction, it's not surprising that a human being would feel that way. If a person doesn't know how to get a job or find some way into the culture, into society, if that person feels alienated and exiled, what are they going to do? Again, it seems to me that it's not surprising at all that such a person might be violent, either to themselves, and depression in this instance is an indication of self-violence, self-harming, silent rage, maybe another way of describing this sort of reactive depression. Or the person goes out and puts graffiti marks all over a school building, or throws rocks through it, or sets it alight, or steals cars, or burns cars, or breaks and enters, or gets into the self-harming business of drug taking. Now, am I excusing this behaviour and saying, oh, society is to blame for this behaviour by these people? No. I am saying that society has to look very carefully at a situation where an individual is either engaging in self-harm or engaging in societal harm. You've got to ask the question, what's actually happening here? You can't simply say to that individual, you are a delinquent or you are sick, therefore you, as an individual, have to be treated appropriately. Society itself must say, what is it that we are not doing, or what is it that is happening on our part that may in fact be contributing to this person's powerlessness? Take another set of experiences and think about the feelings and the ideas and the images that come to mind. For example, when your movement towards a set goal flows really well. When you ask someone a question or make a comment and you are heard and you are taken seriously. What happens when you accomplish a difficult task with a degree of excellence? What happens when you see someone suffering and you're able to do something about it? What happens when you work with someone who is a genuine team player and respects your talents and your gifts? What happens when you are sincerely welcomed and affirmed by an individual or a group? Typically, people respond most positively to those sorts of experience. They feel good. It feels right. They feel effective. They talk about power, empowered. They talk about enjoying being part of this particular workforce or this group. They talk about it being meaningful, purposeful, worth doing. If you put the two clusters of feelings and ideas and images alongside each other, those that relate to the frustration and impotence and so forth, and those that relate to the affirmation and appreciation, you get a pretty good contrast in human experience. What we're going to look at in this particular discussion is the fact that to be human is to be born with a potential to participate. When you, in your life story, encounter more or less those positive experiences, it tends to evoke, and I'm talking generally here, and obviously it's painting with a broad brush, so there are qualifications needed, but for the time being, let's just take the broad brush approach. If it's genuine appreciation, genuine care, genuine love, in fact, what Van Kalm calls the formative triad of faith, hope, and love. People that you meet, the significant others in your life, have faith in you. They believe in you, and they communicate it. And they say to you in so many different ways, you can do it. You can live. You are appreciated. Hope. They express hope in you. They communicate in so many different ways that you have a future. You belong here. We look forward to watching your life unfold, and we will travel with you. And love. They express love for you in so many different ways, in compassion, in care, in forgiveness, in patience. Their affirmation, their appreciation of you tells you that you are worth the effort, that you are someone. You don't have to prove yourself. You don't have to apologize for your existence. You are, and that's enough. In that is a sense of healthy power. I am able to participate. You don't go developing a whole lot of strategies and tactics that enable you to participate. You don't need to, because you know, you are confident in your own being, more or less, of your power to participate. And if they don't appreciate it, well, that's their problem. The more I place my power to participate in the hands of society, rather than where it belongs, in my nature, the more I look out there to the group to tell me that I do have the power to participate, the more vulnerable I am to what they say and do. And they can just take my power away from me at the drop of a hat. If I'm depending on them all the time for applause, for affirmation, to say, yes, you are okay, then all they've got to do is stop saying I'm okay, and I don't feel okay, and my power to participate is undermined severely. It's a very, very tenuous hold on reality. That's the sort of thing that can happen if I have encountered in my life, especially from significant others, lots of negative reinforcement, lots of undermining, or simply a lack of care and a lack of faith, hope, and love. And it might be nobody's fault. My mother might have died when I was being born. That's a huge blow to a human being. How does that person, if there is no substitute mother, how does that person ever get to be confident in who they are? And that becomes a burden, and that becomes a difficulty. And they will almost inevitably develop a whole series of tactics and strategies to substitute for the real healthy sense of form potency or formability or the power to participate. Now, this power to participate is both blessing and curse. Pigs and dogs and trees and clouds and rivers and stones, they don't have to develop their power to participate. They are what they are. A dog is a dog is a dog. We human beings have this potential which may or may not be well developed, which may be interrupted, which may even be suppressed. And there are too many tragic cases to remind us of this possibility, that a child can be terribly crushed by those who should care for them. Sexual abuse is a terrible and all too frequent common example that we know about in our day. If a child is the child of alcoholic parents or an alcoholic parent or a violent parent, that too can dreadfully undermine the person's sense of ability to participate. It may make them, ironically, very successful, because if they're also intelligent They can develop tactics and strategies for getting on well in our culture, which rewards the functional and the rational. Couldn't care less, our culture actually, if the person is pining away underneath that success. It's not uncommon for people who've grown up in difficult circumstances to be successful. I'm not demeaning the fact of success. I'm just saying that success is a relative term. Real success of living actually lies elsewhere than in the functional. It lies in the person, in your nature, in your form, the deepest identity that you are, and your ability to be in the world with a measure of peace, with a measure of equanimity. You are what you are. You don't have to apologize. You don't have to prove yourself. There it is. So the blessing is that this is possible, that you can discover this power to participate deep within your being, and you can go forward in your limited way, in your unique and communal way, to be in the world. And some people won't accept that. Some people will try and change you. But to the extent that you're grounded in that, you can still enjoy deep peace and great joy and a great sense of fulfillment. Not without pain, not without hardship. The deep underlying reality for you, if you are grounded in the truth of who you are, will be that I am, therefore I can participate. And as we've indicated, the curse is, or the possibility is, A, this never happens perfectly. B, it might happen rather badly. We may be deformed along the way. Let's take some examples. Consider various responses to my turning up, to my presence in a group, which in effect makes a statement. It says, I am here. Implicitly and explicitly, the group might say, so what? Or, you're not wanted, you're not needed. Or, you're actually a nuisance, go. Or, not you again. Those kinds of experiences tend to exclude, to alienate. They undermine our ability to participate. Now, if the individual lacks that groundedness in who they are, lacks the development of the ability to participate that emerges from their nature, those kinds of experiences can be devastating. They're painful enough anyway, but they can absolutely destroy a person psychologically. It takes great strength, great grounding to tolerate that. Whereas if you turn up in a group, and I'm in promoting the notion of this foundational sense of the power to participate that comes from deep within you, I'm not ignoring, in fact, in all of this, I'm implying the significance of the affirmation and the appreciation of those around you. It's not for nothing that Jesus said, love one another. Imagine a world where people hate one another. It's intolerable. Even the strongest amongst us would find that eroding. So it is much better to have A, deep sense of who you are and your power to participate from who you are, but B, be in a culture that is welcoming, that says to you, it's good to see you, it's good that you are here, great, come and join us, we've been looking forward to you being with us. That sort of message, appreciation, recognition, respect, taking me seriously, adds to and confirms my deepest intuition of myself. That's what builds community. It doesn't mean we have to conform. If the culture wants me to simply relinquish who I am and become some kind of a puppet or some kind of a manufactured thing that they want, that is not the way of constructive human formation. That is not the way of liberation. That is the way of oppression. So in all this, what is implied is the gaining and the maintaining of a conviction that I'm able to participate. As I say, if you've grown up in a situation which has given you a deep sense, a strong sense of yourself, you can generally sustain a fair bit of opposition and rejection. But there's probably a limit for all of us in that, no matter how well grounded we are. But most of us are not that well grounded that we can sustain much alienation and exile and opposition. So we have to keep working to uncover, to release, to promote the emergence of the deepest reality so that we actually feel strong in ourselves, strong in who we are. But it is good if we've got associations with people and we are participating in systems and doing things that confirm it. I had a brief time teaching in high school, and one of the observations I made as discipline master was one of my roles. It occurred to me that many of the discipline problems, especially with teenage boys, were related to a sense of impotence. They were doing subjects that they couldn't do, or they were getting marks that were way below standard, or they were being forced to do stuff that they just found tedious. And so they start firing staples around the room, or kicking the person in front, or pulling Norell's plaits or something. And the teacher gets frustrated and says, "Go down and see Father Whelan." Again, the teenager has to be taught that you don't do this even if you do feel tedium, boredom, or you're not succeeding. By the same token, there's an onus on the system to recognise its role. Let's reflect a little bit on tactics and strategies that human beings develop when the power to participate is weak, the sense of the power to participate, when they actually doubt themselves. And let me be quick to say, sometimes people who are ultra confident actually mask deep doubt. Very often it's those people who have a certain shyness about putting themselves forward, are a little bit tentative, have some overt doubts, who are in fact the most grounded. Just because a person strides forth into the marketplace seeming to be absolutely confident of what they're doing and where they're going and where everybody else should go doesn't mean they don't have doubts. They may not even be aware of the doubts. All right, the fundamental notion is an expression of who you are is your power to participate. You need to have some conviction that you are able to participate. If it doesn't come from who you are, from that natural source, you will have to fabricate it. And all of us, I suggest, do some fabricating, develop some tactics and strategies. Let's take some obvious ones, some perhaps extreme ones to begin with, but then work our way back to some more common ones that aren't so extreme. I recall once when I was chaplain in a hospital, not Massachusetts General, visiting. Now, I wasn't a chaplain, as it turns out, but I received a phone call, would I go and visit this woman in hospital? I discovered later that she had a syndrome called Munchausen's syndrome. It's a most peculiar thing. It's manifest in the individual discovering symptoms for certain diseases and medical conditions. He or she then goes to the GP and says, "I've got these symptoms." And when the doctor examines her, him, they make the right noises and so forth, and then they're referred to a specialist. And the ultimate aim of Munchausen syndrome is to have operations. And the well-attested Munchausen's sufferer will have many scars in their body. And this person that I was called to visit was in hospital for lupus, supposedly. And I actually met the specialist, and I visited her a number of times, and she had a lot of attention, and she actually, this was in the United States, was in a penthouse room on her own, and she invited me to stay for dinner with her one night, and we had lobster and white wine. It was wonderful. It was only after she left that the hospital realised she couldn't pay her bills. And it turned out that she suffered from this condition. She had been an orphan as a child. This was her, oddly enough, way to participate. This is how she found her place in society, by having operations. And one of the dark sides of our highly sophisticated and marvellous medical systems, with all its discoveries, is it can find a place for you if you are escaping from life. It can name your disease. It can give you a niche, a way out. Sickness can be a very powerful option. In any group, the sick person often is the most powerful. Not in a workplace because you simply get sacked, you can't turn up, but in a family where they can't throw you out, the sick person wields a lot of power. In religious life, it's often not the person who is terribly sick, but maybe the person who's cranky, who holds sway by threatening implicitly, outbursts of anger or long periods of silence. You've got to tread on eggshells around them. You've got to wear your bulletproof vest when you go into the room and they're there, and community meetings become ordeals because this person holds a threat. Or, as occurred in a community where I was, there was a particularly intellectually gifted man, and the image that I had was a bird of prey that circled, waiting, and then pounced when anybody made an error of judgment or an error in syntax or suggested something that was a bit silly. They copped it. And I know for a fact that it was very, very painful and intimidating and oppressive for at least two members of the community because of this, the way this man operated. It was his way of participating. Other ways, and I'd invite you as I reflect on these to think of your own more common and more ordinary ways, tactics, in lieu of being able to simply be there as you are. And how many of us can simply be there as we are? What tactics and strategies do we use to participate? A common one is humour. I think in the Irish tradition, and that's my tradition, humour is often used to deflect a difficult moment, to give you an entree to a situation. Humour can settle people down and have them liking you and accepting you. Humour is not far removed from sarcasm. Sarcasm can be a rather nasty way of having the power to participate or holding power in a group, which raises a very, very difficult situation and a troubling one. And I put it in the form of a question. Why is it that in order to participate, in order to find my power to participate, I demean you? I put you down. This is what bullies do. This is what aggressive types do. This is what domineering authoritarian types do. It's almost as if they need you to be less than them if they are to participate. It's a crazy kind of situation, but I think it's probably more common than we would care to accept or realise. Silence can be a tactic for participating, whether it's in a small group or whether it's in a family. And there are various forms of silence. There's a pouting silence that can be most manipulative and controlling in a relationship. There is also a silence that is happy, that is peaceful, that is life-giving, and it's not troubling and it's not manipulative. Another way of participating, which occurred to me many years ago from my own experience, as children, we can be under a lot of pressure just to get on with the business of living. And if we're not in an environment that has affirmed us well, so that our resource is our very beings, not what we can do, I propose the theory that what children will do in lieu of calling on their being, they will turn to what they can do best. They will turn to their talents to help protect them against the threats of living, so that the child discovers he or she has a wit, he or she is good at school, or he or she is good at sport, or he or she can wrap mummy round his or her finger, etc. The difficulty with that, although it may get you through difficult times as a child, it may become ingrained, it may become habitual, So it becomes a tactic for participating very inappropriately as an adult in one-on-one relationships, in work situations, and so forth. Again, we come back to the importance of listening and awareness. It's the issue is not to sort of obliterate and storm into your life and get rid of all these strategies and tactics so that you be who you are. Human experience tells us that the whole life formation process is not about mastery. Some aspects of life are about mastery, like learning to touch type, or learning to ride a bicycle, or drive a motor vehicle, or do a heart transplant. There is a certain amount of mastery involved in those things. But when it comes to living as such, it's not about mastery, it's about facilitation. It's not about imposition, it's about emergence. It's not about domination, it's about participation. So that we act in ways that enable us to find our place in life, not someone else's place. It is not about competing with the other when it comes to living. It's about settling for who you are and being it with generosity and intelligence and vigour and courage. That's the essence of life formation right there. Here are some ways to deal with the situation. And I suggest we all face something of this strategic approach to life rather than the natural approach to life, if I can make that distinction. The natural approach being the way of, it's grounded in who you are. You're not trying to prove anything. You're not trying to compete. You're just turning up with confidence that you have a right to be here, and there's a certain grace and freedom about it, and there's a certain joy and peace about it. Now that's an ideal, and I'm not sure that I've ever met anybody that exactly fits that ideal, but most of us have some strategies and tactics that actually interfere with that, and we can do something about it. And here are some possibilities. First of all, good, honest relationships, rather than ideas or principles or rules or winning or point scoring or anything else, should be primary in our minds as we face the challenge. Good, honest relationships. Relationship particularly with yourself. Be open. Don't try and pretend. If these tactics are there, if you are inclined this way, face it. Secondly, if you would want to challenge destructive behaviours in yourself and or others, and here the two go hand in hand. It's not just a question of sorting myself out. I am part of a life process. I'm part of a community of being. So if I want to challenge my own destructive behaviours or those of others, the negative use of tactics and strategies in myself or others, be well advised to be, first of all, brutally honest with yourself. Start with yourself before you start trying to sort out other people or other systems. Thirdly, a challenge in a system or a challenge to yourself is normally best made when it occurs within an established relationship of trust, that you've fostered a trusting relationship with yourself, which enables you to face what must be faced. And the same applies in a work situation, a staff room, or an individual. If you just go off and you're going to challenge them because you can't let them get away with this, I would suggest that more often than not will lead to some kind of resentment and grudge. Whereas over time, and this implies a life of care and a life given over to genuine love and faith and hope, where your normal mode of operation is to respect people and to take them seriously and to be open to them, so that they may not accept that and they may continue to be cranky or whatever, but a challenge coming from a person who is seen to genuinely care is more likely to be healing and reconciling and enabling than one that comes from someone who doesn't care. Fourthly, you might do well to discern whether you are dealing with one person and his or her pathology, or one person who happens to be a disguised symbol of a deeper group pathology. And that applies to yourself too. In challenging your tactics and strategies, that may lead you back to reflect on the family and the way your family of origin dealt with conflict, or the way you were treated by your parents. What was your experience? And again, this is a gentle and a non-judgmental but a very honest listening to yourself to discern whether what you're dealing with here is perhaps saying more about the system than it is about you as an individual or the other as an individual. You may scratch the surface here and find that there's a whole lot of other dynamics going on. Fifthly, consider consulting other people. And especially if you're going to make a challenge to tactics and strategies that are destructive within a group, a good tactic and a good strategy might be to be political about it. Weigh it up. Is the good going to outweigh the potential bad in this situation? And in your own situation, in dealing with your strategies and tactics, there are limits to what you can find out, what you can realistically do in delving into family background. Some members of the family may, quite rightly, resist your probings. Sixthly, be prepared to stay with what you start. Don't just challenge yourself or challenge another in a system, at work or wherever, and think that that's it. This opens up an ongoing process of deeper care and deeper concern and deeper love. This is part of a journey. And you may have to, if you challenge a person, that person may be very vulnerable in the challenge. And you need to be willing to support them. That might be difficult. If you go listening to yourself and paying attention, you need to give time to that. And it may unearth stuff in you that you need to take to solitude and silence and time apart. Finally, in this work, within yourself and within groups where you are a participant, you may in fact uncover some demons. In yourself, you may sail along on the surface apparently quite well for many years, and you become aware that all of a sudden that you're not doing so well, or you go to a talk or you read a book and you start to listen. Don't be surprised if some rather difficult moments ensue. If you've got your emotions tied up, maybe you've got a lot of anger tied up inside yourself, a lot of anxiety. If you start to listen, the tight hold you have on such experiences, such feelings, can release a fair bit of that anger and anxiety, and it may be a bit disturbing, a bit distressing. If you're operating in the listening mode, in the honest and gentle and courageous receptive mode and attentive mode, rather than the digging mastery mode, you will cope. You will cope. It won't overwhelm you, though it may present some difficult times, and it may require you to actually take the matter to someone else and just have a bit of support as you go through these situations. Similarly, in a group situation where strategies and tactics are being used in a negative, destructive sort of a way, don't be surprised if some demons are set loose. And you need to be well grounded, and if you are well grounded and you've done it well, even if it blows up in your face, you say, well, I did what I did. Not every good action is successful. You do the best you can. And again, the importance of being grounded in who you are. And being grounded in who you are, in the end, means being grounded in a set of relationships. With God, however you name God. With yourself, being utterly honest with yourself, with other human beings, doing your best to connect, to relate, to engage with them in a constructive sort of a way, with the world of creation, of nature, being respectful, being in harmony. Now, there's where you find your power to participate. It emerges quite naturally from that. And the more it does, the less you'll require tactics and strategies, the more connected you will be with the world, the more honest, the more constructive, the more creative you will be. Earlier on in this discussion, I said that there might be occasions in which an angry reaction is entirely healthy, where ironically, to go into depression may be a healthy reaction. Not in the sense that depression is welcome and healthy, but in the sense that your being is reacting to an assault. Violence is being done to you, and therefore you listen to the symptoms, which may be depression or may be anger, maybe a temptation to violence, and you process that and deal with it as you are able. There is a phenomenon which I would call the rage of impotence. It can be very threatening, but again, I think it can be very healthy. For example, if in a culture you are being oppressed, you are being denied your rights, you are being exiled, alienated, I would be deeply worried if you weren't angry. If there wasn't some movement within you to respond creatively and energetically to this unjust situation. It is not uncommon for people who have been unjustly treated at work. For example, they've been sacked. They get angry. That seems to me to be a very healthy response. That's what you do with your anger that is the issue. And it applies in our participation in all sorts of systems, not least of which is the church. And here I'm talking specifically about the Catholic Church. Participating in systems today can be problematic, whether it's your workplace, your church place, your family, whatever. Let me suggest 3 general ways or general movements in response to anger. And I'll suggest them in order of what I think is good down to what I think is not good. Before I deal with those 3, let me recall the ANS technique. A stands for acknowledge. N stands for be non-judgmental. S stands for stay with it, or strategic withdrawal, but preferably stay with it. A, name it. If you feel angry, name it to yourself. That gives you some distance. That gives you a pause within which you can begin to listen to what is actually going on in you and between you and the others. There is something in our tradition, and people will quote, I think, inappropriately, the sacred scriptures, the New Testament, to say anger is a bad thing. I disagree strongly. If you give somebody the message that anger is a bad thing, then whenever they start to feel angry, they'll try and repress it, or at least suppress it. Why on earth would God have given us the possibility of expressing ourselves in anger if it was bad? Anger is not bad. Anger is morally neutral, or if you like, since it exists, it's a basic manifestation of being. It therefore has a goodness to it. What I do with it is the issue. So be prepared to name it and be non-judgmental. Anger it's okay to feel angry. Put a message on the answering machine that plays in your mind, a message that says, when the depths of your psyche, when your body rings up, as it were, and says, I am angry, simply reply and say, it's okay. It's okay. S, stay with it. Use open questions, such as we used in the little centering exercise at the beginning of this, to stay with it. Now, sometimes the anger can be so strong that is not possible. Realistically, we need to go for a walk or dig in the garden or prune a rose bush or step aside, but with the promise to ourselves that we will come back and have this inner dialogue with it at some later time. All right, the three movements in response to anger. First of all, I think the most healthy thing, if it's possible, is to step forward. Step forward towards the system or the source of the anger. That is, face it. Now, in regard to the Catholic Church, any one of us has reason to be angry with what is or is not going on within that social system that we call the Catholic Church, the institutional reality. If you're going to hit your head against a brick wall, pick a brick that will move. Because if you're constantly angry, constantly coming up against frustration, constantly being made impotent, it will wear you out. You will not be good company. You will, at the very least, erode your constructive, creative possibilities. So find ways of participating in the system that are life-giving. Avoid the frustrations insofar as it is at all possible. The second mode, which I think, if you like, is acceptable under some circumstances, but not the best. That is, you'd make a decision, I'm going to stay in the system, but I'm going to just keep a low profile and not participate, except in a minimalist sense. I will park, as it were, remain in neutral. Now, in totalitarian systems such as communist regimes and so forth, I think this was an entirely reasonable way to go, where for the sake of your family, for the sake of your own sanity, you simply kept a low profile and did what needed to be done. I would never criticize a person for doing that in a communist regime. I think there are people who choose to do that within the Catholic Church, and I can understand it. I don't think it's the best way, actually. I think it allows too much injustice to happen. I think we pick our best possibilities for participating, and yes, we do engage in some conversation with those who are perpetrating whatever the injustice we feel, and it may be just our perception, incidentally, but it may not be. So we do engage, and we keep flying the flag, as it were, and we keep turning up, and we keep trying to inject life into this system. I think that is a better option. The third option I don't think is realistic, namely to turn the anger on yourself and become despondent, helpless and hopeless, and maybe depressed, and walk away. I can understand this too, but I don't think it is a creative way to go. When I look at my own situation, for example, as a Catholic, God is in my bloodstream. I can't help but be a believer. The incarnation is, to my way of thinking, the most central fact of human history. I can't help but be a Christian. Catholicism takes me back. It's an umbilical cord that ties me into the Passover of Jesus, the essence of the incarnation, in its sacramentality, in its sense of mystery, in its great mystical tradition. Yes, indeed, in its tradition of authority and structure, all of which say to me, Michael, there is nowhere else to go. Like Peter said to Jesus in John's Gospel, chapter 6, where else can we go? So that leaves me having to cope with a situation that's terribly imperfect. And if I think of the alternative, maybe I could go away and start another Catholic church or another church. I think that's pathetic. What would I take to that situation? Something perfect? Something less sinful than what I've got to deal with here? I think we need to be realistic, take stock of the situation, participate as creatively as we can, avoid silly confrontations, avoid battles that are not going to produce results or seem like they're not going to produce results. Stand up for what is right, yes. Fly the flag when you can. Spend your energies engaging in the system and bringing life and connecting with other like-minded people as part of the system. Finally, And this relates to what we've just been saying about participating in the system, specifically the Catholic Church. Half a dozen little practical things. First of all, pick doable tasks, life-giving possibilities, and do them. And incidentally, this can apply with just getting on with life. In those moments where you feel overwhelmed, impotent, depressed, despondent, it's just one of those days. Set yourself doable tasks and make it as small as you like, but doable, and do it. Second, don't try to cope with the whole issue. Don't try to cope with the whole church, with the whole parish, with all the clergy, with all the big questions. Do what you can at this moment, at this time. Think of life in segments. Third, be reflective, be attentive, accompany yourself reflectively as your own best friend in the stuff of living, particularly in the moments of participating in the system. For example, if you're at the Eucharist, see if you can be attentive to the reality of the assembly, the reality that is there, no matter what the priest is doing or saying, no matter what the organ player is doing or saying, no matter what the little children are doing or saying. What's this about? What's actually happening here beyond all the superficial and the obvious things? Thirdly, deliberately seek out some things to do that give you joy and delight. And it might be connecting with a person. It might be doing a specific task. It might be going and sitting in the back of the church in silence when it's empty. Fifthly, deliberately reflect on all the things that you are doing at the moment. Deliberately reflect on your faith. Deliberately reflect on your life. Deliberately reflect on the world. Finally, always do your reflecting, always be attentive within the context of a transcendent horizon. It is God's world. It's in good hands. It is God's church. It is in good hands. Your life belongs to God. It is in good hands. Within our Christian tradition, this whole issue of power takes us back to the reality of God enfleshed in Jesus of Nazareth, who in his dying let loose the Holy Spirit on the world. One of the names for the Holy Spirit in the New Testament and the Acts of the Apostles is dunamis, from which we get our word dynamite. The Holy Spirit is the power from on high. The Christian life is a manifestation of the human life and an enhancement and a fulfillment of that life. It may be understood as a shifting centre of gravity. Our lives begin very much centred on ourselves. The baby is necessarily self-absorbed, self-centred. When its nappy is full, it cries. When its tummy is empty, it cries, which means that those around the baby must act and help the baby. As we grow, we learn a certain amount of functional expertise. We learn to do our shoelaces up and clothe and feed ourselves. We learn to go to the toilet. We learn to catch the bus. We learn to do certain jobs, some of them very intricate. They might be heart transplants or teaching or accounting or whatever. This is the stuff of ego, which takes us from helplessness to helpfulness. We are able to participate on the basis of what we can do. Ego can be understood as the organizing center of our lives. It enables us to say, yes, I can do this task, and I organize myself, and I do it. Now, that is a very, very important part of developing your sense of form potency, your ability to participate. If you are denied that ego-centered possibility, then it will undermine your life severely. But the ego-centered life is not adequate to fulfillment. Life is more than tasks. Life has no solution in the end. Life is a mystery to be lived, not a problem to be solved. We must move beyond ego, beyond the ego-centered life. Ego, that organizing center, must be at the service of the mystery-centered life, the transcendent life. Ego can serve the mystery-centered life. For example, supposing I want to become a prayerful person. Well, it takes a certain amount of organization and solving of problems to build prayer into your routine. You might literally build a prayer stool. You might say, well, this is my time, and you make decisions and you tell people, no, I'm sorry, between this hour and this hour, I am at prayer. This is the stuff of ego. This is the stuff of organization. But it's ego in service of our openness to the transcendent, our mystery-centeredness, so that we become a person who is centered in God, whose resources are drawn from the power from on high, as it were. Now, we believe in our faith tradition that this would not be possible if it weren't for Jesus Christ. To say he is our Saviour is to say that he is the one who enables us to center our life in God, to live within the Trinity. St. Augustine says, God became man that man might become God. This process of divinization, this process of living with the life of God is at the very heart of our baptism. To be baptized into Christ is to be baptized, initiated into, enabled to live with the life of God. For the Christian, that is the source of your power. If God is for us, who can be against us, says St. Paul. That is the basis for your whole life. Now, clearly, the human reality is a profoundly influential one. I can't simply say, oh, God is the basis for my life. I can forget about all these deformative tactics and strategies that I've developed over the year. No, you can't. They're still there, and they can be an awful embarrassment to someone who believes that the power comes from God, who believes that their baptismal life is a life lived in God. Rationally, you have to say, well, why do I need all these silly pretends? Why do I need all these games? Why do I need all these tactics? Why am I all the time trying to win approval? Why am I all the time acting out of anxiety? Join the club. You're a human being. And that is where the mercy of God comes in. That is where forgiveness comes in. That is where our handing over to God. Life is not a performance. Our challenge is not to get it all together and come to God and say, here, I've finished, and here's the finished product. No. We come to God as someone who worships God, who lives by God's law, by God's power. And we submit all our foibles and all our sins and all our brokenness and all our disappointments and all our scars to the healing power of God. So God becomes the focus, not us. God becomes the center, not ego. We live a life in God which also allows us to live a deeply human life, which includes living with the embarrassing business of imperfection. In this discussion, we'll focus on a very practical, everyday reality of tradition. Now, tradition is a word that's gained a pejorative overtone to it. I'm going to be talking about it in a more fundamental way in which it's popularly used. Tradition is an essential, an unavoidable fact of life. Before we talk about tradition, however, I'd like to recall three basic ideas that we've looked at before this and recall the method by which we are proceeding. First of all, the fundamental paradigm based or focused on the primacy of relationships. We've described spirituality as living relationships with God, however you name God, with yourself, with other human beings, and with the world of events and things. It is that network, that web of relationships that defines our humanity. The quality of our relationships is the quality of our humanity. Religion is simply spirituality incarnated or concretized, so that the relationships, the web of relationships, becomes manifest in symbols and rituals and creeds, belief systems, etc. Now, an important facet of this, which we emphasized, is what we might call the institutional facet. To be human is to be part of institutions. There is no escaping it. It's implicit in the notion of relationship. If we are connected, if we are interconnected, we cannot avoid forming institutions, laws, structures, organizations, systems. That goes with the territory of being human. It goes with the territory of spirituality, and it goes with the territory of religion. We are institutional animals. The second key idea is one that we talked about a couple of sessions ago. We call it the formation field. We're referring there to the web of influences, the dynamic context within which all human formation takes place. First of all, we are born with a given set of data. We begin the human journey as biogenetic realities and as beings with a depth dimension, already there, at least in potency. That is in relationship with other people. We call that interformation. It is also in relationship, increasingly so, with what's going on inside us in terms of our thinking, our willing, our anticipating, our remembering, our imagining, our feelings, our levels of consciousness. We call that intraformation. We process what's going on, implicitly and explicitly. Also, there's the immediate environment that affects us. The ambience, the culture, the relationships, the mood, etc. And beyond that, of course, there is the world environment, which may seem a little remote to us, but has its effect. No one can live in this world as if people on the other side of the world didn't exist. Or if you do live that way, you're living in a naive experience. Now we could emphasize in this instance, relating it to institutions and the fact we are institutional animals, when a group of people, large or small, shares a whole series of formation fields, when their life experience is similar or the same over a period of years, that's when you start to develop shared institutions, shared structures, shared symbols, shared beliefs, shared mindset, shared views, shared values, etc. This is very important to the notion of tradition. The third idea is about power. More fundamentally, the power to participate. By the very fact that you exist, you are the power to participate as who you are. It's not something that you depend on others to give you, although clearly your relationship with others is absolutely vital, because they can in fact do such damage to you as to deprive you, as to disempower you, as to make you feel so miserable about yourself, maybe hate yourself so much that your ability to participate is severely hurt. You come into the world as a wounded person. You may in fact therefore engage in all sorts of strategies and tactics to, as it were, gain permission to participate. But the power to participate implies, by the way, a sense of belonging. Human beings develop their identities, their sense of self, in the context of other human beings. We are herd animals, as Hugh Mackay is fond of reminding us. The fact that we are herd animals links in with the shared formation fields, links in with the notion of institutions. all of which point us in the direction of what we're going to call tradition. Before we talk about tradition as one of our constructs, let us recall the methodology that we have used in this particular set of discussions. We have said that experience is the great teacher. Always listen to your experience. Pay attention to your experience. Be mindful of what's happening. The most fundamental question you can ask at any time, and you ask it as an open question, which prompts you to listen, is the question, what's going on? Or, what is happening? What is happening with me? In me? What is happening with you? In you? That's less accessible, of course, to me. What is happening between us? These are key questions if we are to be in touch with our world, if we are to become active, conscious, free, wise, creative participants in the formation process. So we must listen to our experience. But it doesn't end there. It's not as if the whole world of wisdom is contained within my breast or your breast. Everything we've been saying suggests otherwise. We are about relatedness. Life takes place in the in-between. We must constantly be listening to any source of wisdom that is available to us. Even as I listen to my experience, I put that in conversation with what I read in the newspaper, what I see in films, what I read in my theology textbooks, my psychology textbooks, the novels, what I engage with in pieces of art, what I find in the trees, in the waterways, in the air. There's a constant engagement, a conversation that is a journey into life and living. Now, the purpose of the constructs that we use in this particular set of discussions is to promote that conversation, is to aid and abet the listening to your experience, aid and abet the listening to all sources of wisdom, and to expand the conversation. Let me begin our discussion on tradition, therefore, with a couple of epigraphs. Adrian Van Kaam, in his book Formative Spirituality, Volume 5, Traditional Formation, on page 62, writes, "Every tradition is always an enduring system with its own traits that transcend those of its individual adherents. As a result of such traits, each tradition has its own inherent orientation and dynamism. I call this the fundamental tradition direction. For example, one basic trait of Roman Catholic, Eastern Orthodox, and Episcopalian faith traditions is the sacramental life and its liturgical celebration. Their corresponding formation traditions created over the centuries numerous forms by which to live and celebrate congenially and compatibly this sacramental direction. No matter what happens in new situations, no matter how much dissent individual adherents may express, the fundamental tradition direction will ultimately find new ways of sacramental celebration, because this direction transcends the inclinations of individual adherents." Adrian Van Kaam is introducing us in a global sort of a way, but also concretely, to the notion of tradition. That idea of human beings sharing life situations, belief systems, a sense of the world, a sense of God. Their relationships intermingle, and they develop patterns of behaving, of thinking, of speaking, of articulating, of finding meaning. He talks particularly of those Christian traditions, Roman Catholic, Eastern Orthodox, and Episcopalian. He talks very specifically of what he calls a fundamental tradition direction. In other words, there is probably a series of fundamental ideas in any tradition. And traditions as complex as those three would certainly have a number of fundamental ideas or themes that would run through the ages and characterize them as specific traditions. He's also pointing to something we must come back to, and that is the place of tradition, specifically within our Catholic world, our Catholic tradition. What does it mean? What value does it have? How are we to regard it and understand it? A second epigraph, this time from a cultural anthropologist, Edward T. Hall, in his book Beyond Culture, published in 1977. On page 7, Hall writes, "The cultural and psychological insight that it is important for people to accept is that denying culture can be as destructive as denying evil. We must come to terms with both. It is our powerlessness in the face of culture and the limitations placed on the development of self that result in aggression. Paradoxically, the only way that we can escape the hidden constraints of covert culture is to involve ourselves actively and quite consciously in those parts of our lives that we take most for granted." Edward T. Hall is raising a number of issues for us here. First of all, the relationship of culture to tradition. If you assembled 5,000 cultural anthropologists in a room, they'd come up with 5,000 different definitions of culture. There is no right definition of culture. I'm going to speak of it broadly and rather loosely as a specific outgrowth of tradition. It is the kind of eventuation that is manifest in the lives of groups of human beings when a tradition has developed over time and they have shared symbols and modes of dress and ways of celebrating and indeed ways of thinking. So it is, if you like, a maturation or a natural progression of tradition. Edward T. Hall also points to a certain tension that can lie in this. We can take tradition and culture for granted. It's not surprising to find people who've grown up just being exposed to the one culture, thinking this is the way human beings are. This is the way life unfolds, isn't it? Culture shock can be a very, very healthy breaking out of one's isolation, what is in fact a closed world. I recall my own experience when I went to study at Duquesne University in the United States, and a Dutch professor said, "I hope you have a culture shock while you are here." I didn't quite know at the time what he meant, but I assumed he was saying something wise, and in retrospect, I'm sure now he was saying something wise. There is great benefit in being shaken out of your taken-for-granted world, your assumptions that are uncritically accepted. This has particular relevance to Christians, specifically to Catholics, and we'll come back to that. Edward T. Hall also mentions the importance of actively and consciously paying attention. He refers to covert culture. Actively and conscientiously paying attention to those parts of our lives that we take most for granted. The mundane, the ordinary, the little habits and routines that we don't think twice about. We do them non-reflectively. In a previous discussion, I encouraged you as a little exercise, and I'll encourage you again here, take some of the non-reflective things you do, like turning on a light switch, like walking down the street, like making a cup of coffee or setting a table or washing your face. Take one or other or several of those activities that you would normally do non-reflectively and do them reflectively. Pay attention. Don't do them self-consciously. You'll become robotic and controlling. Let them happen. Discover that you are a participant in something bigger than yourself. Extend that to your religious observance and to the lifestyle that you lead. Become mindful, attentive to the little things, the mundane things, in a non-judgmental, caring sort of a way. Accompany yourself as your own best friend through the day. A reference to the Old Testament, Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4 through 9. It is the beginning of the famous Shema prayer. The Orthodox Jewish male says every morning, noon and evening, sunrise and sunset most particularly. This is the beginning of it, and it gets its name Shema from the first word Shema Yisrael, listen Israel. Yahweh our God is the one, the only Yahweh. You must love Yahweh your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your strength. This raises a most significant aspect of our discussion. This is a mnemonic. This is a prayer of remembering. And indeed, at the heart of all liturgical celebrations, of all prayer, is remembering. We must remember well. It's easy for rituals to become routinized. It's easy for religious practice to become habituated and therefore forgetful. The very essence of liturgy and religious practice is to remember, and it can be defeated, ironically, by the very practice of it. In the Jewish tradition, this prayer was said so that the people would remember the covenant, remember the journey that they are on with God, who said, I am with you, and to always remain open to God. A reference to the New Testament now, Luke chapter 11, verse 27. While Jesus was speaking, a Pharisee invited Jesus to dine with him. As he went in and took his place at the table, the Pharisee was amazed to see that he did not first wash before dinner. Then the Lord said to him, Now you Pharisees clean the outside of cup and dish, but inside you are full of greed and wickedness. You fools! Did the one who made the outside make the inside also? So give for alms those things within, and see everything will be clean for you. One of the constant points of conflict between Jesus and the religious authorities was what he obviously perceived as their forgetfulness. Jesus is in the prophetic tradition, and it is the main task of the prophet to keep the memory alive, to keep speaking up for those who have been marginalized because of the forgetfulness of the community, to keep pointing in the direction that the pilgrimage is supposed to be going. Again, religious practice can defeat itself by practice, can become routinized. The heart of our faith is that relatedness. It is not an ideology. It is not first and foremost about dogma, though we need our dogmatic articulations, our attempts to say what we do believe. It is not primarily about morality, though we do need to remind ourselves and keep reflecting on what it is in our belief, in our relationships, that lays claim to our behaviour, that will give direction to the way we are in the world. It is not about law, primarily, but law is absolutely essential. We must reflect on our laws, and we must promote laws that are good and serve relationships well. And it's not about structure and organisation and institution, but we can't do without them. It's about relationship. First of all, with God. That is the context. That is the overarching relationship. With ourselves. That is the concrete, immediate relationship. if I'm not dealing with the pain in my heart, and we all have pain in our hearts, if we're not facing it, if we're not dealing with it, we'll be putting it out there. You can depend on that. It'll get caught up in our speech and in our actions, in the way we deal with people. Relationships with other human beings. It's about that, in the light of our relationship with God and God's relationship with us, and our relationship with the created world. How we behave towards the air, the sky, the waterways, the earth, the trees, the animals. Four principles before we begin to tease this out. First of all, and what I'm going to say I believe applies to all human beings, in all places, in all times, more or less. First principle. Successive formation fields shared by a group of human beings inevitably engenders tradition, which will then normally, ultimately find expression in culture. Second principle. Typically, all human life formation takes place in relationship to at least one tradition. Even if I rebel against the tradition, my very rebellion is allowing my life to be defined over against that tradition. Third principle. In all traditions, we can distinguish the two dynamisms. First of all, of faith. There is the faith tradition stream, and that addresses the question, what do we believe? What does this group believe? And the form tradition, that addresses the question, how shall this group concretize what it believes? Fourth principle. A tradition must promote change and adaptation if it is to continue as a vital reality. In other words, a tradition that becomes utterly routinized and forgetful of what makes its heart beat, what makes it alive, when it becomes forgetful, it will very often transfer the focus from that inner spirit or ethos that gives it life and creativity and allows it to engage the world in a way that is good and true. If it forgets that and shifts the focus to its external forms and simply goes through the motions, it has already died, even if it's still got its adherents. Tradition must change in order to remain tradition. It can never be reduced to mere repetition. That is not tradition. And in that sense, tradition can't be identified with custom. Custom is close to repetition. Custom also is part of tradition. It serves tradition, but it is not tradition. Let's go back to a fundamental experience. I'd like you to reflect on what it is like when. I'm going to suggest 5 different experiences. The first experience. What is it like when you are with someone who is entirely unpredictable? What is it like when you're in a work environment where you don't know what is expected of you? What is it like to be driving in unfamiliar traffic that seems to be chaotic? Maybe it's peak hour, you're in an unfamiliar suburb, you're looking for an address, it's raining. What's it like to be waiting for a serious medical diagnosis? What's it like to be in an utterly alien culture on your own? Typical responses to these situations are people get on edge, they get anxious, fearful, maybe aggressive, maybe talkative, maybe silent, maybe moody. You can't live like this all the time. Now let me immediately make a an observation here. I do think there are some people who like to live that way. They like to live in an edgy sort of a way. I think it is atypical, and I don't think it is normal psychologically. I think a healthy human being likes a certain amount of predictability, whilst unpredictability at times is a very healthy thing and a good thing. If you're constantly encountering inconsistency and unpredictability, it has the potential to unnerve you. This is one of the principles brainwashing people use. Keep waking someone up, keep them uncertain, give them soft cop, hard cop, good cop, bad cop treatment. They don't know where they are after a while. I would suggest to you that at the bottom of the discomfort or the distress in these experiences is anxiety. Anxiety is part of the human condition. It is anxiety, I believe, about non-being, about chaos taking over, about slipping into nothingness. Now, for the most part, thanks be to God, that's the furthest thing from our mind. But these moments of chaos or inconsistency or pressure or having to wait, I think tap into that deep anxiety that we have. So how do we deal with this? What's a natural, if you like, primitive human reaction? We establish routines. For example, if I'm going to go from point A to point B in the metropolitan area, I will look up a map. I will try to find the way so that in my mind I know which streets I have to turn up, so that there's a certain predictability, a certain habituality, even if it's the habit that is embodied in this map. I appropriate that, and that makes me feel more comfortable. But if I just drive off not knowing, that's likely to make me anxious, and I may be involved in an accident, for example, trying to do a turn at the wrong place or being distracted. So we establish routines, predictability. We set up little rituals. We do all kinds of things to create the impression that actually life is under control. Ernest Becker, in his splendid little book, The Denial of Death, has a chapter there called Character as Vital Lie. In a more personal sense, Becker argues, and I think his argument has a lot of power to it, he argues that we build our persona, he calls it our character, our person that meets the world, we build it up out of a lot of vital lies. Now, he's not using the word lie in a moral sense, he's using it in a psychological sense. If you like, we build fictions. Let me take an example of a fiction, common fiction. When we, typically in the Western world, certainly in Australia, when we meet someone, we greet them with a handshake. It's an accepted form, an accepted ritual for establishing contact with another human being. It's one of the little actions or strategies that we take to ease the social interaction. What would it be like if you didn't know? If nobody knew how they were supposed to greet anybody? If there was no ritual? You can get some intimations of this when you're in a strange culture. You don't know how to behave. Okay, back to the handshake. What is a handshake? Now, in fact, if you try and describe it rationally, it sounds ludicrous. Rational explanation of handshake. We're describing this to somebody from Mars. Two people approach each other. They each crook their right arm at the elbow. They make the forearm parallel with the floor, roughly, have the fingers pointing towards the other, and then as they approach, they roll their hands so that their fingers come up under the hand of the other, thumb goes across the top of the hand of the other, and then in a pumping action, up and down, they say, "Hello, how are you?" It's the up and down thing that makes it get called a handshake. Now, you might add in there, well, look, this comes from medieval times. It shows that you've got nothing in your hand, no weapon, therefore you can be trusted. Yes. But have you really explained what's going on here? I don't think you have. There are other cultures. For example, one of my confreres worked in Chimbu territory in Papua New Guinea in the highlands, and the men there greet each other by grabbing the scrotum of the other. Now there's an interesting ritual for you. It's not one I'd suggest we introduce. We wear clothes. We have all sorts of fictions that enable us to get on with life without being overpowered by anxiety. Let's focus for a moment on the Roman Catholic experience. That is a tradition that has gathered momentum now over 2,000 years. The word Catholic was first used by the great Bishop Ignatius of Antioch, who was on his way to Rome, where he was martyred about the year 110, right at the beginning of the 2nd century. And as he went through Asia Minor, he wrote letters, a number of letters to the local churches. And in one of his letters, he makes reference to presence of Jesus Christ, meaning there is the Catholic Church, he says. He spoke in Greek. That was the Catholic Church, meaning the universal ecclesia, the universal assembly is there because Jesus Christ is present there. And because we are Christ, we are the church. So the notion of Catholic has this derivative sense. Wherever Christ is, there is the church. It also has this universal sense, therefore, of embracing all. It is everywhere that Christ is, and Christ is everywhere. But down through the ages, inevitably, as that tradition engaged with certain other traditions, other ethnic groupings, as historical changes happened, that tradition gathered an enormous amount of forms, rituals, and lifestyle expressions, and forms of dress, and exercise of authority, and institutional expressions, and laws, and articulation of belief, etc., etc., etc. When we came into the middle of the 20th century, there had accumulated a fair bit that had little or nothing to do with the essence of why the tradition existed in the first place. The Second Vatican Council, called by John the 23rd, might be likened to the stopping of a bullet train. We Catholics thought we were on a bullet train going at 300 kilometres an hour into heaven. So long as you stayed on the train, you got to heaven. It was safe, it was secure, it was predictable, it was comfortable. And one of the ironies of that, you didn't have to deal very much with other people on the train, and you certainly didn't have to deal very much with people outside the train. Pope John the 23rd went down the front to the engine and told the driver to stop. The bullet train stopped in 1959. Took a few years for the braking to bring the train to a halt. Pope John the 23rd said, everybody out. A number of people climbed out, disappeared across the horizon, clicking their heels and saying, whoopee. A number of people stayed on the train, saying, what's happening? They clung desperately to the seats in front of them and looked at those beside them and said, no, we're not getting out of this train. This train means everything to us. A number of people, a whole lot of people, most people got out of the train, maybe tentatively, stretching their limbs a little bit, discovering that there was a whole other world. There was a certain stiffness had taken over in sitting in that train. They began to realize that it's not the train that matters, it's the journey. And they began to look around them and see other people realizing the same thing. So they began to connect. Meanwhile, as the dust settles, there are people saying, get back on the train. The train's about to leave. People are putting the tracks down again, and we're going to get this thing back on track. And a lot of people are responding saying, no, I don't think that's what was asked of by Pope John the 23rd and the Second Vatican Council. And we've begun a whole new journey. We've entered the journey. We've begun to try and remember who we are and why we are and what's going to help us make this journey. And when you're out there journeying, you get blistered feet. It's wearing. And you've got to wait for people who fall over and can't walk anymore. And you've got to give them a hand. You get a very different image of church that way. You start to think differently. The cultural or the social philosopher, sociologist Peter Berger, an American Lutheran, he wrote this in his book Facing Up to Modernity, published in 1979. In 1961, and certainly all through the 1950s, there was, to be sure, a certain malaise in American Protestantism. It was limited to relatively small circles within the churches. The situation could not be more different today. Mainline Protestantism is marked by a widespread demoralization that has been called a general failure of nerve. Its expressions range from masochistic self-laceration to hysterical defensiveness. The Catholics, who back in 1961 still seemed to be sitting pretty on the rock of Peter, are now looking for plausible lifeboats with the rest of us. Christians, like other men and women, are creatures of habit. I think that many in our churches today can be described as being in search of a culture with which to identify. Now let me make an observation here. The primitive need for routines, for habit, for predictability, which gives rise, in one measure at least, to habits, to symbols, to rituals and so on, can take over. That's driven by anxiety, basically. It finds itself a strange bedfellow with another reason for rituals and symbols and habit. And that is the experience of God. Our communal experience of the incarnation, the reality of God in our midst, draws us to say, let us celebrate, let us remember, let us express what this means for us. And so we develop habits, rituals, routines, etc. I would suggest to you in the religious, in the Christian, in the ecclesial community, there's always a tension between primitive drive of anxiety to have ritual and symbol and predictability, vying with the faith urgency to celebrate our communal identity in Jesus Christ. Fundamentalist Christianity, I believe, gets overtaken by the primitive anxiety of it all. They want continuity, they want repetition, they want security, they want to assuage anxiety. I think that's really the driving force in fundamentalism. It's more a psychological reality than a theological reality. Christians must keep on remembering through their alertness, and as Edward T. Hall pointed out to us a moment ago, by a critical attentiveness to the mundane things, an awareness of what is going on. We keep in our minds, to the forefront of our consciousness, why we are engaging in this. It is very significant to note that following the Second Vatican Council, in the decades, the generations that followed, there was a wholesale departure from the Catholic Church. It's a reasonable question to ask, why? what was going on with these people, and I'm talking particularly about people who had been Catholics through the 40s and the 50s coming into the 60s. I'm not so much talking about the new generation. I think there are different questions there. What was their commitment? What was keeping them turning up when they were turning up? I suspect it's reasonable to suggest that part of the reason for turning up was this primitive anxiety drive, not faith. And that's not being judgmental of them, it's making a statement of fact. And if that is all that keeps you there, by all means go. There's absolutely no virtue in staying. There might be a pragmatic common sense in staying in a place that saves you from getting too anxious. But there's no moral virtue in it. There's no faith in that. We are left now facing what I believe is a wonderful challenge to recover the heart of the tradition, the beating heart of our faith, which is a mystical heart, which is about our union in Christ. We proclaim it in the Eucharist, which we believe is the source and summit of our faith. Through him, with him, in him. I like to think that God is saying in the background to that, in the assembly when we proclaim it in the liturgy, yes, through you, with you, in you, I am in the world. There is this wonderful communion in Christ by the power of God's Spirit. That's the heart of the tradition. All our dogma, all our law, all our moral philosophy and theology, all our institutional structures are in service of that, to keep that reality alive. The Christ, God enfleshed in Jesus of Nazareth, who died for us and set us free through his death and resurrection. All right, let's go back a little bit and reflect on the dynamics of tradition. I would suggest 4 factors or aspects of tradition, and you might be able to think of others, but I put these 4 here to promote your thinking about tradition, not just as a religious phenomenon, but as a fundamental human phenomenon. First of all, in a tradition, the very word tradition comes from the Latin word tradere, meaning to pass on, to hand over. Now, first of all, therefore, in a tradition, something is passed on. And that something gives the group and the individuals in the group an identity. It's as well to pay attention to the something. It may be good, it may be bad. For example, the fascist tradition. Think about what something is there. I think you'd have to start thinking in terms of control. You'd have to start thinking in terms of lack of trust. You'd have to start thinking in terms of authoritarianism. You'd have to go back to that primitive anxiety urge. But the something in our Catholic and Christian tradition has to be about the incarnation, has to be about the reality of God enfleshed in our world and what God has done in our world, and how our world, the whole of creation, the whole of being, is different because of God's entirely unmerited initiative. God's action in our world has changed everything. That is the something that we hand on. Now, we'll leave aside at the moment how it is to be handed on. At a secular level, you might ask the question, what is the something? What are we handing on in our Australian tradition? This is a problematic area for us, and I think it's the one that some of our federal leaders have tried to engage with in talking about Australian values. What do we ask of immigrants? This is not the time or the place to go into that, but it's relevant. The second aspect of tradition is that there's a certain power to participate. comes to the individuals and the group in and through that tradition, through the established ways of being in the world. It gives you a power to participate. We don't have to stretch our imaginations too much to see that members of the group gain and maintain some sense of form potency, some sense of power to participate simply by their being here in the group. And not only do they get the power to participate, they get a conviction. And being part of that group helps them to maintain that conviction. Hence the threat when the group is under threat, or they leave the group. How am I to participate in the world? Take, for example, someone who's married with a family, and the marriage is a tragic situation. There's a certain tradition, not only within that family, of we are husband and wife, and we have our children, we live here, and this is how we present ourselves to society. But there's society's tradition about being married or not being married, about being divorced, and so forth. In the event of the breakdown of a marriage, one of the factors here is how to gain and maintain a conviction that I'm able to participate in life as a single woman, or as a single mother, or as a single man, or a single father. A new sense of the power to participate has to be gained. And the same would apply to, say, a priest leaving the ministry, or somebody shifting from one culture to another and taking on a new job elsewhere. Third aspect, I find a certain place and meaning in the world through a tradition. This is very closely allied to the form potency conviction. Perhaps we could say that being part of a group, that sense of belonging, gives us a place. We become part of a story, bigger than ourselves. We get a role. We are someone, and people name us as someone in that story. Who am I if I don't have a story, if I don't have a name, if I don't have a role? Think of the anxiety at a dinner party when, say, you're unemployed or you're not in working employment, maybe you're just a stay-at-home mum. Our culture doesn't quite affirm those roles, so that you don't have a place in the story. That is disempowering. That means you're not part of the tradition. I find a place or a meaning for my life and a certain role in life by belonging, by participating in a group. And this makes me part of a tradition. And if I break out of that, maybe I become a criminal, maybe I hate the tradition for whatever reason, then the tradition has its sanctions. There's a price to be paid there. Edward T. Hall again writes of this complexity, this sense of meaning, the sense of a place in a story that tradition gives us. He says, what gives people their identity, no matter where they are born, is their culture. And I would say, in the sense in which we speak it, their tradition. The total communication framework, words, actions, postures, gestures, tones of voice, facial expressions, the way they handle time, space, materials, and the way they work, the way they play, the way they make love, the way they defend themselves. All these things and more are complete communication systems with meanings that can be read correctly only if one is familiar with the behaviour in its historical, social, and cultural context. It's very easy to misread actions or words or comments in another culture. For example, people who've lived in Asian cultures will tell you of the difficulty associated with telling jokes. Indeed, I found that in the United States. Their sense of humour is not like ours, and ours is not like theirs. Theirs is much more, if you like, pie in the face, much more overt, Ours is much more laconic, much more like the British sense of humour. Back to Edward T. Hall. Everything we are and do is modified by learning and is therefore malleable. But once learned, these behaviour patterns, these habitual responses, these ways of interacting gradually sink below the surface of the mind, and like the admiral of a submerged submarine fleet, control from the depths. The hidden controls are usually experienced as though they were innate, simply because they are not only ubiquitous but habitual as well. The fourth aspect, tradition is both a blessing and a curse. It's unavoidable. You've got to relate to a tradition, whether as a rebel or as a participant, at least one tradition. But it's as well for us to realise, and already Edward T. Hall, I think, is indicating something of the dark side of tradition there. But it's both and the adult is able to be critical, reflective, mindful, aware, and this is absolutely essential, to become aware so that there's great freedom, or greater freedom. The less you are aware, the less freedom you'll typically have. While we might gain and maintain a sense of role, a sense of meaning, a conviction of the power to participate in and through a group, that group can exact quite a price. If the group demands absolute conformity, a moment ago I mentioned the tradition of, say, fascism. I think fascism demands too high a price for its adherents, as do any totalitarian systems, be they religious or secular. Individuals really, and this is part of growing up, have to negotiate their place within the group. There's a certain tension in that. There's a certain messiness in it. There's a certain compromise. There's a coming to terms with the inadequacies and the unsatisfactory nature of the human condition, if you like. No tradition will ever be perfectly the place for you. There will be rituals, there will be beliefs, there will be activities, there will be all kinds of submarines, admirals driving those submarines that one way or another won't exactly suit you. Again, there's a difference between fitting and belonging. I can say that I don't fit within this particular community, or indeed within this particular church, or within this particular culture. I just don't fit. I think that is in fact a healthy realization by adults. I don't fit, but I do belong. I have a right to be here. I have the power to participate, and I'm going to participate. And no amount of badgering and violence and aggression will drive me away. This is my home, and we must share it with one another. It's not surprising that Jesus placed so much emphasis on love and compassion and mercy. How else can we live in community? Let's reflect for a few moments on our Catholic tradition and that tension between the stream of faith tradition and the stream of form tradition, which make up the tradition. Remember, the faith tradition is answering the question and promoting a conversation, hopefully, what do we believe? That gives rise to a whole tradition of conversation, of study, of reflection, of vision, of imagination, and so forth. The form tradition asks the question, well, how do we incarnate that? How do we concretize that? How do we make that real in this culture at this time? In our Catholic tradition, we have had a very rich form tradition and faith tradition. I'm going to suggest, however, that the form tradition tended to take over and dominate to the extent that not only did we become unaware of the essential truths of the faith tradition in some instances, but in fact the dominance of the forms tended to change the faith tradition in ways that weren't good. I'll take a specific example. In the Eucharist, there are many, many forms involved in our Eucharistic celebration today, and down through the ages those forms have come and gone and changed. What is the essence? What is the spirit, the ethos? What is the something that the Eucharistic tradition is carrying forward from age to age? St. Paul summed it up. We proclaim the death of the Lord Jesus until he comes. Each time we break the bread and share the cup. Each time the baptized assemble, break the bread and share the cup, they proclaim the death of the Lord Jesus until he comes. In other words, it is the Paschal mystery. It is Jesus' Passover. That is the very essence of the Eucharist, and it is the very essence of our faith. This is why we say Eucharist is the source and the summit of our Christian identity, our being a community. How you give form to that is quite a distinct question. It's not separate, but it is distinct. And it is possible for us to hold firm on the essential faith tradition that is here. This is the representation of Jesus' Passover. All the time adapting and changing the forms that we use. Go back to those early days after the death and resurrection of Jesus, after Jesus' Passover. There must have been a point, or there must have been a process, whereby the disciples said, "Let us do as he asked us." Don't you remember the night before he died, when he took the bread? These people didn't think of themselves initially as Christians. They came to be called Christians, first of all, up in Antioch. These are Jews. These are Jews who believe that Jesus of Nazareth was the Messiah, that his death is in the spirit of the Isaiah prophecies concerning the suffering servant. He died for us all. His death, therefore, is salvific for the whole world, not just for the Jewish nation. He rose from the dead. He's broken the chains of death. We are free in him and through him and with him. Now, when they remembered in the Eucharist the very first time, did they wear vestments? Was it in a church? Was it done according to rubrics that we would recognize? Almost certainly not. Was it the Eucharist that we celebrate? Yes, certainly it was. Down through the ages, we developed vestments. Now, a lot of the rituals, or the shape of the rituals and the clothing and so forth, really dates from Imperial Rome, and specifically the 4th and 5th centuries, when the Christian tradition, the Catholic tradition, and the Roman Empire, as it were, merged. So that the Mass, as it was celebrated in 1959, was vastly different from what was celebrated in the year 80 of the Common Era. And the fact that we even call it the Mass comes from the Latin words at the end, ite missa est, go you are sent. It's got that sense of mission about the gathering. And in our own lifetimes, after the Second Vatican Council, lots of changes were introduced. It's hard to say which rubrics or which rituals within the celebration of the Eucharist are essential. Would seem to me, for example, that somewhere in the celebration we say words that recall the Passover of Jesus, and specifically the night before he died. In other words, we tell the story, we reenact the story, so those words seem entirely appropriate. Is it necessary that we put a drop of water in the wine? And now a question arises, even though it may not be necessary, is it a good thing? It could well be a good thing because it has a rich history to it, that action. It was borrowed from the Romans, actually, but it has this sense of merging of the human and the divine. It's quite a lovely symbol, really. But let me raise a more problematic and troubling question. And first of all, I'll tell you two stories that come from my own experience. One is when I was teaching at the Catholic Theological Union, one of my students was a Divine Word missionary from Indonesia. His name was Father Bosco. And Bosco said to me one day, he said, "Father, you know, we don't grow wheat and grapes in Indonesia. These are not staple foods, breads, wheaten bread, and wine from the grapes." So that raised questions about whether or not the bread and wine that we use is absolutely essential to the celebration of the Eucharist. Is there a case, an argument for thinking of this not so much as bread and wine but as food? And the food in a place like Indonesia might be rice, for example. The second story concerns a priest from the Philippines, and I haven't been able to verify this, but let me share it with you anyway, because I think it has some credibility. He said, for the people of the Philippines, bread, wheaten bread, and wine from grapes were introduced by colonial powers. They are symbols of oppression. Now that startled me. Is it possible that the use of these realities, this food, bread and wine, has a quite negative symbolic impact? It would be tragic if that was the case. I don't know the answer to this issue, but it's a conversation that I think we might well have. I think we need to get liturgical experts and historians and even cultural anthropologists and social psychologists to work on this. I think it would be very, very foolish to simply say, oh, it doesn't have to be bread and wine, let's just change it, we can have whatever we like, so long as it's food. I don't think it works that way. We're dealing with something not only sacred, but when you start touching the symbolic in human experience, you are getting down to some raw nerves. You can't just do away with the symbolic and expect nothing to happen, nor can you introduce new symbols and expect it to be taken easily. By way of summary, therefore, let's consider our Christian tradition, the handing on that is at the heart of our lives as believers, that Jesus Christ, that Jesus of Nazareth is the Christ, that he is God enfleshed in our world, that he set loose the Spirit of God in our world through his life, his death and his resurrection in obedience to the Father, that this communion of being, which we call God, the triune God, has promised to be with us, offers us the possibility of a divine life, a living through him, with him and in him, that to be Christian is to be in love. I suggest that it is incumbent on every generation of believers to look carefully at how they concretize this essential faith tradition. The something that we bear from generation to generation is, in a nutshell, the Paschal mystery. Life, death and resurrection of Jesus, into which we have been incorporated through our baptism, through our participation in the sacraments, through our living the Christ life as best we can. That most obvious way to bear that tradition to the next generation is to live it, to do what God did, to be enfleshed. We find in Jesus of Nazareth, this historical man, the enfleshing of eternal compassion, eternal truth, eternal goodness. The Godhead is enfleshed. Each of us must enflesh the reality of God in the world, the Paschal mystery. We must live the passing over from death to life daily, moment by moment, event to event. No amount of theology or moral injunctions or canon law or liturgical celebrations or institutional structures will keep alive the great mystery of God in the world if we don't keep it alive in our very existence, in the way we walk and talk and live. The tradition, if we think it is worth keeping alive, means that each of us has to keep it alive in our hearts. Each of us must become mystics. Each of us must learn again and again and again every day the meaning of what we proclaim in the Eucharist, through Him, with Him, in Him, through you, with you, in you. This is our baptismal inheritance. You were baptized into Christ. Out of that flows a whole moral vision and a moral life. In a nutshell, the life of love, to love as Jesus loved. The essence of the Christian tradition is not that moral life, however. The essence of the Christian tradition is the Christ life, which will inevitably, if we live the Christ life, if we are open to what God is asking of us moment by moment, we will be loving people in the way that Christ was a loving person. We will come to the point that St. Paul knew so well when he wrote to the Galatians, I live now, not I, but Christ lives in me. That is how the tradition will continue. So the work of renewal is not primarily a work of structural change or political battles or theological arguments or moral restructuring, all of which will no doubt happen and be part of renewal. If renewal is to happen, we have to have a critical mass of people remember well, become what their baptism says they are, one with Christ. And this is a daily, mundane, ordinary journey of constant submission to the true and the good in every moment, in every event. Our reflection in this session is on transcendence. The word transcendence comes from the two Latin words trans, meaning across, and scandere, meaning to climb. When we talk of our human formation being, as it were, drawn by transcendence, we're talking about a deep, radical urge that has us climbing over, climbing across. To be human is to be a climber. Adrian Van Kaam sums it up very well. Whether I am a child or an adult, a simple person or a hero, a prisoner or a free citizen, I am always a potentiality for transcendence in many ways. If I were to freeze myself into one mould by repression of the aspiration to transcend what I currently am, I would die to authentic living. The most sordid crime against our humanity is to destroy what we basically are, transcendent selves. We will discuss transcendence in that way, that it is a manifestation of your very being. It is of your nature to seek to climb across, to break boundaries, to reach out, to seek the more than. Recently on television I watched Australian Story, and it was the story of a man by the name of Brian Egan, Queenslander. He'd been in the Navy, had seen some rather dreadful things in Borneo and in Vietnam. Married, got a farm in Western Queensland, had children, also had a dreadful breakdown. He became suicidal. He spent a total of about 3 years under psychiatric care in hospital. One day the psychiatrist said to him, "Why don't you see if you can find someone who's less well off than you and help them?" Brian Egan gave a wry smile and he said, "I didn't think there was anybody less well off than me. However, I found somebody." And I went back to my wife and we started a whole process of Aussie helpers, helping people in trouble. The first money was raised by us going through our own larder, putting together a hamper and going down to the pub and having a raffle. Brian now turns up unannounced, indeed uninvited, at farms in the back blocks of Queensland. Farmers, he said, are too proud to ask, so you can't expect them to ask. You simply go when you find out they are in need. He brings basic supplies such as breakfast cereals and clothes for children and other foodstuffs. He also brings nice little toiletries and so forth for the women. He told of an example of a young man that he'd spent the morning with some time ago. This man had tried very hard to keep his farm going, but the banks foreclosed. And having spent most of the morning with him, he said, "Well, I'll come back and see you later." Left him. And he said that man committed suicide that very afternoon. And Brian Egan said he just found that so terribly difficult to cope with. How he wondered, could he have helped this man? Now, that's a fairly extraordinary example, but when you look at it, it's utterly mundane. Here is a human being going out of himself to help others. I think it could be argued in his case that a lot of his depression and suicidal tendencies came because he got too caught up in himself. He was too self-absorbed. Now, I'm not suggesting that it's simply that, but there's a lot of that. When we are narcissistic, selfish, self-absorbed, self-centered, we do tend to lead a less happy, a less free, a less peace-filled life. There's nothing like finding that there are other people worse off than you and going out to them to help yourself. Transcendence, climbing out of that pit of self-pity and self-absorption, is a very healing thing. It also reminds us of what we have already called the core of our distinctively human life, namely we are free. We are able to give direction to our life. No matter how badly off I am, I can choose an attitude. Another example of transcendence, a very simple one. The cleaner at the Aquinas Academy, a lady by the name of Denise, a migrant woman. She's got 7 children, and she's working very hard to make sure those children get a good start in life in Australia. She mentioned by the by the other morning when we offered her a cup of coffee, she said, "Oh no, this is during Lent. Oh no," she said, "I'm fasting till lunchtime." I do that. In our house, we do without something that we love. She said, "I love bread and I'm doing without that too." She wasn't boasting. She was making a statement of fact, and it was almost elicited from her by the invitation that we'd given her. That too is transcendence. And in that transcendence is freedom and health. There is an openness to life and to being. There is in that the very stuff of life formation, the stuff that makes our lives rich, and it is available to you and me. There are manifestations of this urge to go beyond, to rise above the strictures, to resist the temptation to simply sink into yourself, but to connect with a bigger story, to write a bigger story for your life through this transcendence, this climbing across. The great religious traditions say, yes, of course we seek being with a capital B, the absolute, that which is more than we can think or imagine. Augustine summed it up beautifully in the beginning of his Confessions. Our hearts are restless until they rest in thee. This climbing across, this urge for the more than, we will say, is our reaching out, a desire of our very beings for God, for the absolute. And nothing short of the absolute will satisfy us, even if we from time to time choose the relative. In both those instances I've given you, Brian Egan and our cleaner Denise, they weren't reaching out as such for this or that. Brian Egan wasn't reaching out just to help other people. Implicit in that was a movement towards the more than, a movement away from the self-pitying, self-absorbed life. And in Denise's instance, it wasn't just reaching out for fasting. This is instrumental in promoting a more fundamental, a more radical transcendence. The more radical transcendence is what Augustine talks about. Our hearts are restless. Our deepest beings desire communion with being itself. St. Paul, writing in his first letter to the Corinthians, chapter 2, verse 9, says, "What no eye has seen and no ear has heard, what the mind of man cannot visualize, that's what's in store for us." It's planted in our very beings, the hunger for that. And let me say this, the more you respect that hunger and evoke it and facilitate it and let it emerge, the more hungry you get. The more transcendence is nurtured, the more transcending our lives become. Everywhere, in every moment, in every event, there are intimations, there are invitations of the more than. There are possibilities for transcendence. I have here a quotation from Anthony Summers' book, Goddess, The Secret Lives of Marilyn Monroe. It might seem a strange place to seek out wisdom for the spiritual life. But Marilyn Monroe, in her simplicity, was capable of saying something wise. Anthony Summers writes, this is on page 367, "A month before she died, sitting with the head of the studio at 20th Century Fox, Peter Levavis, Marilyn Monroe offered a sad commentary on herself. 'I'm a failure as a woman,' she said. 'My men expect so much of me because of the image they've made of me and that I've made of myself as a sex symbol. Men expect so much and I can't live up to it. They expect bells to ring and whistles to whistle, but my anatomy is the same as any other woman's. I can't live up to it.' Dean Martin's former wife, Jeannie, offers this view on Marilyn and other idols of our time. "I call them the poster people," Martin says. "They're the most durably famous, yet in many cases they have nothing to them. You find them only through the roles they played in their films. I'm not an uncompassionate person, but look at the way they were. The Montgomery Clifts and the Marilyn Monroes, Elizabeth Taylor and David Bowie. In life they attract each other. They meet socially, they rush straight at each other, but they have nothing that means anything to mortals. History jettisons them forward in time, and I find their portraits on my son's bedroom wall, pale and beautiful, but lost to reality." At the heart of this reference by Anthony Summers, I think we find the tragedy of pseudo-transcendence. When that urge for the more than becomes captured by objects which ought to be seen as relative, but are in fact absolutized. We all have a tendency to do this, to absolutize the relative. The Bible calls it idolatry. We may absolutize a job or a relationship, or absolutize our role. For example, we clergy may absolutize our role as father. The modern times have dealt a very heavy blow to such absolutization. And when the idol is damaged or destroyed, if we've invested an enormous amount in it, our lives can literally come apart. Marilyn Monroe came apart. She was trying to live up to be an idol in the deepest existential sense of that word. You can't blame her. You may blame some of the people who used her as a commodity. They are playing with something that is profound, that is radical, and misdirecting it. Adrian Van Kaam uses a helpful expression. He talks about existential transference. When we transfer the energy of our existence away from its proper object to other objects. To put it the other way, we stop or we seek the absolute in the relative, and we absolutize the relative as if that's what our lives were about. Happiness is not found in that direction. Fulfillment can't be found there. In the first book of Samuel, chapter 3, verse 10, we have a beautiful, a very gentle phrase to remind us of the way we might go. Speak, Yahweh, for your servant is listening. The way of transcendence is not the way of abstraction, of withdrawal, nor is it the way of willfulness and mastery and conquest. It is actually the way of grace. It is the way of communion. It is the way of relatedness. The transcendence that we seek is not a mad clamoring over walls because the walls are there. It's a facilitation of a process whereby we submit. And in fact, we fall in love. We are in love. What is on offer in all the great religions, most especially in our Christian tradition, is being in love. Our transcendence is a hunger for love, to love and to be loved. And that is not something that is conquered or mastered. That is something that is facilitated to. We must constantly listen. We must be available to the one whom we seek. For in the end, it is the one whom we seek that draws us, not we who master him. St. Paul has another take on the same thing, that there's something of this desire for the more than, at least analogously speaking, in the whole of creation. He writes in his letter to the Romans, chapter 8, verse 18, the whole of creation is eagerly waiting for God. He talks about an act of giving birth, that the movement is not something that we invent, indeed not even something that we do. It's something we're caught up in. It's something we submit to. And when we sidetrack our lives and become self-centered and willful and get into that mastery conquering mode, the transcendence doesn't go away. It gets sidetracked. It gets misplaced. And I would suggest this may have something to say about the violence that we wreak on the world and on one another. It's misplaced transcendence, and we get frustrated, and we can become very, very disappointed because life is not giving us what we want. And through clenched teeth we get very frustrated and very angry. There is a graciousness in it all, and we must find that grace and that graciousness. We could talk of two fundamental principles that apply to all human beings at all times. First of all human life formation is subject to the urge to transcend. It's always there. We are always seeking the more than. Secondly, we can use a particular metaphor, which we're going to call forms of the self, to help us to understand this human urge to transcend. And it's a metaphor, I think, that has universal application. Can you imagine a time in history when there was no more exploration, no more searching, no more desire to know more, no more will to travel, not even a yen to satisfy our curiosity? In other words, can you imagine a time where human beings say, it's finished, we've got no more to know, no more to explore, no more to understand, no more growing to do? It's preposterous. Of course we can't imagine such a time. I, as an individual, might imagine myself giving up in despair, and that's what it would be, and saying, well, no more, I've had enough. But even as I'm approaching my literal death, the transcendence dynamic is there for me to call upon, urging me to seek out the more than in the poverty of my dying. We can think of this transcendence process as having two aspects or two characteristics. It's clearly movement. Life is not static, it is dynamic. Our lives, with us or without us, in a sense, because of us or in spite of us, move. Secondly, and by implication, a corollary of that is we're always going beyond where we are. We are always, in fact, seeking the more than. Can't help it. That's who we are. That's what we are. To say that all human life formation is subject to the urge to transcend is to say that there is within us all an urge to move beyond, to move on, to cross boundaries, to resist utter passivity or stasis. We are constantly drawn to this transcendence dynamic, to reach for the beyond, the not yet, the more than. And in fact, as we will reiterate time and again throughout this course, because of this, we are always where we've never been before. Even if, on the face of it, life is terribly familiar, geographically, people we know, habits we've got. In fact, we're always on the edge. Life is always liminal, from the Latin word limen, meaning boundary. And we are always going on. Now, sometimes this happens rather starkly, in which case we can talk about crises, and we'll pick up that theme. But we're always where we've never been before. Life goes on. Transcendence, this urge, this desire, this feeling for the more than, reminds us of spirit and freedom. What we're dealing here with in this urge is not merely material things. St. Paul's idea of the whole of creation in one great act of giving birth, waits for the liberty of the sons of God, uses the word analogously. That is, we're not using the word transcendence or the idea in exactly the same way when we speak of human beings. It's not just a biological or a material movement that we're talking about here. It's something deeper. It's something that shares in freedom, both as cause and effect. The transcendence is there, but we can either dampen it or even crush it through our own choices, or we can facilitate it and foster it through the same free choices. And if we foster it well, our freedom grows. This is the stuff of spirit. This is the stuff of the very depths of our humanity, and herein lies the potential for greatness and for richness and for a sense of expansiveness and magnanimity. Viktor Frankl, to whom we've already referred when we spoke of the distinctively human, writes of his experience in the concentration camps in Auschwitz. Woe to him who saw no more sense in his life. And let me make a brief comment here. Transcendence brings with it, by implication, the whole reality of hope. This movement towards the more than is going somewhere, and it's going somewhere good. And even if I feel stuck and static, my life is ground to a halt, and even if I can see no light, we can turn to and trust that fundamental movement of our beings. It is always happening even if we can't feel it. Frankl writes, woe to him who saw no more sense in his life, no aim, no purpose, and therefore no point in carrying on. He was soon lost. The typical reply with which such a man rejected all encouraging arguments was, I have nothing to expect from life anymore. What sort of answer can one give to that? What was really needed was a fundamental change in our attitude toward life. We had to learn ourselves, and furthermore we had to teach the despairing men that it didn't really matter what we expected from life, but rather what life expected from us. We needed to think ourselves as those who were being questioned by life, daily and hourly. So that one aspect of this transcendence dynamic, this urge to cross boundaries, is, if you like, a summons. Life is saying, come on. There is meaning, there is purpose. Move forward. Let me draw you more deeply into being in love. Frankl reminds us that we have a margin of freedom in this movement of life, in this transcendent possibility. And transcendence, the fact of transcendence, implies that margin of freedom. We are not hapless victims, but responsible, and therefore accountable subjects. Life is not what happens to us, it's what we do with what happens to us. Frankl goes on with further observations and reminds us of two other aspects of this transcendent urging. In the first place, he says, we are able to actually call on this transcendent potential in our struggle to find meaning, purpose, and hope in life, especially when life becomes painful, dark, and threatening. This movement is available to us to transcend, to go beyond, to rise to the occasion, as we say. Secondly, Frankl reminds us that our best possibilities lie in the direction of the more than, that beckons us in and through each definite moment, in and through each person, each event, each thing. That is, self-fulfillment lies in the direction of self-transcendence, not self-absorption. And what Frankl is talking about, or implying here, and what I am explicitly saying when I talk about the more than, this is not escape. This is not evasion. We go through the reality of living in the dealings with this person, in the facing of my own depression or anxiety, in the getting up in the morning and turning up for life. There is the transcendent possibility. Transcendence doesn't come by escape. That's an avoidance of transcendence, because it is an avoidance of life, and transcendence is about entering into life. Frankl goes on. What about human liberty? Is there no spiritual freedom in regard to behaviour and reaction to any given surroundings? Is that theory true, which would have us believe that a human being is no more than a product of many conditional and environmental factors, be they of a biological, a psychological, or a sociological nature? Are we but an accidental product of these? Most important, do the prisoners' reactions to the singular world of the concentration camp prove that we cannot escape the influence of our surroundings? Do we have no choice of action in the face of such circumstances? Frankl says, we can answer these questions from experience as well as from principle. The experiences of camp life show that we do have a choice of action. There were enough examples, often of heroic nature, which proved that apathy could be overcome, irritability suppressed. We can preserve a vestige of spiritual freedom, of independence of mind, even in such terrible conditions of psychic and physical stress. We who lived in concentration camps can remember those who walked through the huts comforting others, giving away their last piece of bread. They may have been few in number, but they offer sufficient proof that everything can be taken from us but one thing, the last of the freedoms, to choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances, to choose one's own way. This is transcendence. This enables us to rise to the occasion, as we say, to find within ourselves our best possibilities and respond. Now, you could hardly judge anyone in the extreme circumstances of Auschwitz for not rising to the occasion, as we say. But those who did rise to the occasion tell us something of the possible, tell us something of human nature, tell us something of what is there, at least in some measure, for each and every one of us. I mentioned a moment ago that transcendence is not evasion or flight. We transcend this urge into life towards a communion of being is a process that urges us to engage with what is real, what is before us as our lot, our duty, our life. So we turn up, we face it, and we are honest, and we submit to the truth, and we make choices in accord with that. And in those processes, transcendence happens. The gracious movement of life is facilitated. It's not facilitated simply by grand and spectacular, willful movements. We don't transcend necessarily by the great act. In fact, for the most part, most of us will transcend, will proceed along this way of transcendence and fulfill our lives in the most ordinary, humdrum, unspectacular ways. But we have to respond. We have to choose. We have to turn up and say yes. The Jesuit writer William Lynch is an interesting commentator on life. I spoke with one of his confreres in California in 1982. I asked him, did he know William Lynch, because I enjoyed reading what he had written. And he said, "Oh, Bill," he said, "he suffers dreadfully from depression, you know." And he said, "The last time I saw him, he was just sitting helplessly on his bed." Now that was a ray of light for me. It helped me to understand how that man could write with such depth and such wisdom. He wasn't writing theoretically. He was writing as one who had been tried in the crucible, who had walked through the desert. William Lynch writes in his book, Christ and Apollo, the Dimensions of the Literary Imagination, on page 7, "We must go through the finite. the limited, the definite, omitting none of it, lest we omit some of the potency of being in the flesh. This does not mean that we should go through it violently, looking for a means to a breakthrough. That would be to try to accomplish everything at one stroke. The finite is not itself a generality, to be encompassed in one fell swoop. Rather, it contains many shapes and byways and clevernesses and powers and diversities and persons, and we must not go too fast from the many to the one. We waste our time if we try to go around or above or under the definite. We must literally go through it. And in taking this narrow path directly, we shall be using our remembered experience of things seen and earned in a cumulative way to create hope in the things that are not yet seen. A beautiful piece of writing and a very practical and wise insight. There is a temptation in us all, I'm sure, that operates from time to time at least, to avoid the painful, to escape from the work that must be done, to evade facing our very selves. Yet there is no other way to transcendence. The pursuit of holiness, ironically, can become an evasion of transcendence. We can be sidetracked by the willful mastering pursuit of virtue, for example, trying to turn ourselves willfully into a saint. In doing such, we miss the definite, we miss the task, the life task that is ours. We may, if we're very willful and very self-disciplined and perhaps very intellectually gifted, bring about a highly controlled life. That might suit Stoicism. It doesn't suit Christianity, and I don't think it suits humanity. What about what is going on inside myself? Recall the most fundamental, the most practical question. What's happening? I can make of myself this ideal image to some extent, although, and we'll examine this much later, not in this reflection but in another reflection, when I do act in this way, there will always be at least a nagging doubt about what I have done. I will never find true peace, true happiness, no matter what show I put on for other human beings. Again, I must go through the definite, and very often this comes down to tiny steps, taking notice of what is right under our noses, making a cup of coffee, listening to a boring person, walking down the street, washing your face, turning on a light switch, getting dressed, ironing a shirt, etc., etc., etc. This is the stuff by which we cumulatively transcend. This is the place and the manner which enables us to become who we are. Let's take a little bit more time to reflect on the process of evasion, of engaging in pseudo-transcendence, or as Aldous Huxley rather starkly called it in his epilogue to The Devils of Loudun, downward transcendence. This urge which ought to lift us up and enable us to rise to the occasion can actually be employed to bring us down. In our everydayness, we can find some rather pathetic and somewhat destructive forms of downward transcendence. I would suggest, for example, that consumerism is fraught with all sorts of downward transcendent possibilities. Buying things I don't need. Shopping as therapy, as we say. Or just accumulating, trying to possess things because that's how happiness is found. I would regard that as downward transcendence. Or people evading life through drugs or through alcohol or through busyness. The very fact of an addiction implies the transcendent dynamic. But a tragic application or a tragic capturing or side-tracking of the transcendent dynamic is found in addictions. And you'll find, I suggest, at the heart of any addiction, whether it's the more respectable addiction of workaholism or the more tragic addiction of drug addiction or gambling addiction, you will find two things going hand in hand. One, a loss of freedom, and the other, a dishonesty. Addicts are notoriously dishonest. They can look their wife or husband in the eye and say, but I haven't had a bet for months, or I haven't had a drink for months. Or workaholism is a bit more subtle. The workaholic will say, but I need to do it. And the dishonesty can be even hidden from the addict himself or herself. Can I suggest, therefore, as a corollary of that, if loss of freedom and is enabled by dishonesty, and that becomes something of an inner mechanism that keeps the addiction happening, to break free of addictions, addictive kinds of lifestyles, we need to think carefully about anything that will enhance our freedom, and we need to be utterly honest. And that's a good place to start, to little acts of honesty and truthfulness about yourself. And actions based on honesty can be the first minuscule steps away from the addictive lifestyle. There is a very profound anxiety in us human beings about our very humanity. Let me quote to you a few comments here. I think we find here in this anxiety the reason why the transcendence gets sidetracked, because transcendence actually says, go through the anxiety, enter into your humanity. Now that's potentially a most horrifying and frightening possibility, believe it or not. T.S. Eliot in Burnt Norton, in the Four Quartets, says, humankind cannot bear very much reality. Consumerism is an escape from humanity, we could say. And it's catching up with us, and it's undermining our very human existence through its terrible effect on the environment. Humankind cannot bear very much reality. The reality is we don't need all these things. We don't need to eat as much as we eat. We don't need to possess as much as we possess. There are values, there are experiences, there are living processes that we are not engaging in with because we are anxiously bent on avoiding what is real. Again, T.S. Eliot in his book, The Use of Poetry and the Use of Criticism. Our lives are mostly a constant evasion of ourselves and an evasion of the visible and sensible world. Now, these are not your local columnist in the newspaper or current affairs bulletin. T.S. Eliot is a very thoughtful man who must be listened to carefully, even if you don't agree with him. But he's not the only one speaking in this way. Norman O. Brown, in his book Love's Body, page 221, writes, the last thing to be realized is the incarnation. The last mystery to be unveiled is the union of humanity and divinity in the body. The last gesture is ecce homo. Now that is very dense, and I would suggest very beautiful and very insightful, the last thing to be realized is incarnation, the enfleshing. And there's a huge irony in someone who is addicted, for example, to sexuality. It would seem, well, they're taking their flesh seriously. I would say wrong. A person who is addicted is unfree. A person who can't help themselves, no matter what they say in their bravado, that person is not in the flesh. That person is not entering into the definiteness of their life and facing what must be faced. They are distorting the transcendent. The last mystery to be unveiled is the union of humanity and divinity in the body, in the definite, in the real, in the here and now. The last gesture is ecce homo. Might that not be the most beautiful last gesture of anyone's life? To be able to say, behold my humanity. I've lived it to the full. Doesn't mean I've raced around and acquired a lot of things and travelled in a lot of places and done this and done that and mastered this and mastered that and got a good reputation. That might be the very person who is unable realistically to say, ecce homo. That person might be able to say, behold my idolatry. Ecce homo is a very simple statement. This is the statement of a saint. This is the statement of someone who's rich in humanity, who can simply say, here is my humanity. The same author, Norman O. Brown, says, incarnation is iconoclasm. Think about it. To enter into the flesh, to engage in life's journey in all its unspectacular tedium, in all its mundane ordinariness, keep turning up and going through the definite towards the more than, is iconoclastic. It breaks all those idols that I would want to fabricate in my escapism and my evasion. Incarnation is iconoclasm. And this applies to religion and to church. It's very, very easy. In fact, history would give us many examples of ecclesiolatry, the church becoming an idol. We can slip into it. We can easily be seduced by it. And we ought not think it's something that's deliberately planned. If we are not constantly, and herein lies the example and the wisdom of the saints, if you are not constantly facing what must be faced, dealing with what must be dealt with, engaging honestly and intelligently with the pain of your life, you will tend to engage in some kind of evasion. And the pain then gets into your life in toxic, pathological sorts of ways. An ecclesiolatry is filled with pain and toxicity. That is no church. That is a chimera. That is a false representation of church. Miguel de Unamuno, in his book The Tragic Sense of Life, writes, Don Quixote has not arrived at the age of tedium, vitae, tedium of life, which is commonly manifested among not a few modern spirits. Now, he's writing this in 1913 or 1916. Commonly manifested among not a few modern spirits in the form of topophobia, from the Greek words topos and phobia, fear of place. These people spend their lives running at top speed from one place to another, not from any love of the place to which they are going, but from odium of the place they are leaving behind, thus fleeing all places, which is one of the forms of despair. That person may in fact be addicted to work, and in their addiction they may accomplish a lot, they may master a lot, they may gain a lot of wonderful accolades from people. Is genuine transcendence happening? Is this the stuff of rich humanity? I would suggest not. This is a person who whose urge for the more than has become hijacked. St. Benedict in the 6th century was very, very alert to this. At the beginning of his rule, he tells the abbot and the community, beware of the gyrovagues. Gyrovagues were people who were restless. They couldn't settle down. They couldn't stay in the one place. And in the Benedictine tradition, a lot of emphasis is placed on stability, on remaining in the house. Why? It's a metaphor for facing what must be faced, dealing with what must be dealt with. Don't run away. Therein lies the path to transcendence. I'd like to look at a metaphor now, a metaphor for the self. The human self is a most elusive, mysterious thing to talk about. In common parlance, use the word as if we understood it. We don't. We need metaphors to point us in the direction of some of its complexities and its mysterious possibilities. Adrian Van Kaam talks about the forms of the self. In particular, he talks about the actual self, that just as you emerge in life now, this is the expression of the form of who you most deeply are. More or less opaque, more or less transparent, more or less honest, more or less dishonest. Now that actual self, in there we can see a number of what Van Kaam calls forms. And we're using the word by extension here as expressing the deepest form, the deepest reality that I am. He talks about the apparent form. He talks about the current form. He talks about the core form, getting deeper. He talks about the foundational life form. And then that is grounded in the eternal form. Let's reflect a little bit on this metaphor. First of all, the apparent form. It's the expression of who I am, the appearance that takes shape in reaction and response to real or imagined stimuli, messages, interactions. I can manifest the apparent form in my facial expressions, in a smile or a grimace. I can manifest it through my eyes. I can manifest it through my body posture, through my dress, the way I move. Now, as we go through life, that apparent self, the apparent form, takes on some fairly significant changes. It is typical, for example, of teenagers to begin to make statements in the way they dress. It's also typical of particularly men, but not only men, when they've got their job and they're professionals and they wear the pinstripe suit. That's a statement. And it says, I belong to a certain group and I've arrived, whatever. Or someone who turns up where you would expect people to be, shall we say, well-dressed, and they're sloppily dressed. Now, apparent form says something of what's going on within a person. We ignore it at our peril. Let me give you a more serious example of apparent form. Supposing you are a counselor or a teacher, you are helping an individual. There are what we call professional boundaries. There are ways to dress, there are ways to conduct yourself. You actually engage the person through your appearance in a special way, and that can be for the good or the bad. A school teacher, for example, it seems to me, who turns up wearing thongs and stubbies and a grubby t-shirt to teach children could, not necessarily, but could engender a very specific kind of reaction from the school students. Privacy. is a very important part of our lives. We need to maintain some level of privacy. It is unrealistic to think that you can share absolutely everything, even with one other, let alone more than one other. I don't even know all that's going on inside me. And the chances are that if I feel compelled to tell everybody everything, or to tell somebody everything as much as I can, I will start editing what's going on. I will start avoiding things. So that the apparent form is an important thing to acknowledge. In our culture, however, I think we have become rather dismissive of this. We talk about mere appearances. Well, we're not talking about mere appearances here. We're talking about something more complex, more sensitive, more important. The second form that interacts with, is interdependent with the apparent form, is the current form. Now, I already mentioned the adolescent who dresses in a certain way to make a statement, or slops around the house with a certain body posture, also making a statement. Adolescence is a current form. It's a period of our life that we live through and we outgrow and we move on. It is very, very important that we have the opportunity to deal with what is specific to that current form. If the adolescent doesn't get a chance to be an adolescent, those issues that are appropriate to the work of being an adolescent will hang around. Or someone who doesn't get a chance to be a little child, those issues will hang around. So the current form plays its part. It is temporary. When I lose a job, I get sick, somebody near and dear to me might die, that may usher in a current form. A period of my life, maybe of depression or of sadness or of grief. Or alternatively, I may get a job, I may discover a friend, I may discover health that I didn't have before, and that will usher in a current form. And the current form will carry with it an apparent form, typical to that period of my life. Now, at a deeper level, Van Kaam suggests the core form, a more or less enduring constellation of feelings and attitudes and dispositions and likes and dislikes that are more or less acquired early in life and confirmed by life experience. These are the dispositions and attitudes and feelings and likes and dislikes I am most likely to point to and say, well, that's who I am. That's what I am. When we do something like the Myers-Briggs or the Enneagram, we need to be aware of this core form, because the core form is not your deepest self. We may, in fact, by assuming these attitudes and dispositions are who we are, block ourselves off from who we actually are. The core form, when we get to a certain stage in life, is very, very difficult to change. In fact, there are aspects of the core form that will die 3 hours after we do. But we can choose an attitude and we can respond in a particular way, and there are some matters of fact that we can deal with. But the core form is a most important and most significant aspect of who I actually am at this time. Underneath all this is what Van Kaam calls the foundational life form. That is the deepest reality, and it is struggling to express itself as completely as possible. We would say in our Christian tradition that free expression will only occur in heaven, and that will be the core of the heavenly experience, to be able to be who you are, to burst forth in the fullness of life, for transcendence to come to its ultimate expression. But for the time being, it is filtered through the core form, the current form, and the apparent form, for better and for worse. And sometimes, if you like, the foundational life form expresses itself reasonably well through those forms. Sometimes those forms turn around, as it were, and weigh heavily on the foundational life form and can even crush it. Underpinning everyone's foundational life form, and for each of us the foundational life form is unique. My foundational life form is mine, and it is my responsibility, and for that I will be accountable. And herein lies the transcendent dynamic at work, urging me to express my foundational life form, but that is grounded in the eternal form. In our Christian tradition, again, we say we are made in the image and likeness of God. That foundational form is an expression of the eternal, of love, of goodness, of truth. It is, if you like, God becoming enfleshed in the world. I cooperate with that. I become who I am by incarnation, by the enfleshing, by the definite, by surrendering to the transcendent dynamic in the truth and the reality of life as it comes to me here and now. We can talk about the Christian tradition in the light of this transcendent dynamic. And let me suggest two principles here. By the power of the Holy Spirit, human transcendence is transformed into an effective movement of ever-deepening union with God in Christ. St. Paul put it nicely, our spirit and the Holy Spirit bear united witness that we are children of God, and we call God Abba, dear Father. Romans chapter 8, verse 16. God does not crush our humanity. God enhances it and enables it to come to its fulfillment through this, what we are calling transcendent dynamic. But it is as much a work of the Holy Spirit. In fact, in the end, it couldn't achieve its fulfillment if it weren't for the Holy Spirit, because our fulfillment is found in Christ. Second principle, the ultimate expression of transcendence in the human person is love. That's what we seek. We seek to be in love. We seek to give love. We seek to be loved. God is revealed to us as love. God is love. The great commandment that Jesus gave us is to accept the God of love, surrender to the God of love, and be caught up in the world of love, so that our lives are expressed in and through love. The Christian life, our life in Christ, or the Christ life, our life in the Trinity, the eternal communion of being, our life in love, has a heart, a mystical heart. One of the great dangers, and it's perhaps too often present in our Christian tradition, is that we miss that fundamental truth. The Christian life is about being in love, about becoming more and more and more aware of the infinity of God's unconditional love. The Christian life must focus first and last on God and what God has on offer. God is love, and what God has on offer is infinite love, unstinting, unmerited love, available in every moment of every day. And there is nothing I can do which will make God withdraw that love, or love me less, or be anything other than God in my presence. God's love is infinite and cannot be anything other than infinite, and that cannot be changed by my actions. I can be a terrible person. I can be a wicked person. God will still love me infinitely. God's love will be there by my side, available to me in all its infinity. Does God love Mother Teresa more than God loves Hitler? No. God, as it were, is bound to love all people infinitely. The moral question that arises out of this is not one in view of making God love us, or in view of earning God's love, or in earning God's salvation. I am called to be a moral person because that's what I am, because that's how I will thrive, and that's how I will be faithful and fulfilled in my humanity. I am accountable for that. Life will hold me accountable. If I behave in a wicked, evil sort of a way, then life will hold me accountable in terms of my very being. What has crept into our thinking over the centuries is this rather simple logic that if I behave myself, and that needs to be examined carefully, what does right behaviour mean? Does it just mean conformity, living up to the expectations of the culture of the moment? If I behave myself, God will love me and I will go to heaven. And if I misbehave, God will not love me and I will go to hell. There was a fair bit of that, what I would call destructive and entirely false thinking in our Catholic tradition, and probably in all the Christian traditions. The heart of our faith is a mystical heart. Mysticism is being one with the One. Christian mysticism is being one with the Father in Christ by the power of the Spirit. The Christian life is about being in love. The Christian life affirms and resoundingly says yes to the transcendence dynamic and says, come into ever more deeply the life of eternal love. When we turn our tradition, our Christianity, our faith into an ideology, that is when we are on the way to idolatry, and that is also when our transcendence, our urge, our restless hearts that seek God will be hijacked and will go apart and miss the way. Ideologies are more or less coherent sets of ideas which carry with them certain injunctions, and they are about social change. They are about making a difference in the world. Marxism is probably the best known ideology. Nazism is an ideology. The year zero of Pol Pot was an ideology. It starts with human systems and human templates and tries to impose them on the world. We've done more than our fair share of that in Christianity. We've treated the gospel as an ideology, and it never was intended to be an ideology. The gospel is the good news of God's action in the world through Jesus of Nazareth. It is an invitation. It is not an imposition. It is an exposition of God's love, a revelation of the truth of the universe now that the incarnation has happened. The Holy Spirit is on offer to bear witness to our spirit. And this whole human urge, which would have remained just a natural, unfulfilled urge, is now transformed by grace, transformed by the action of the Holy Spirit, so that we can become what God made us to be. So you have St. Paul, for example, in Philippians chapter 3, verse 12. I struggle for the prize for which Christ Jesus took hold of me. St. Paul keeps the tension there between our effort. It is work, but it is not the work of willfulness or mastery. It is the work of facilitation. It is the work of making oneself available so that God can draw us into the God life. Again, St. Paul writing to the Romans chapter 6 verse 3, we were baptized into Christ Jesus. We were baptized into his death. That's mystical language. That's not moral language, although the moral implications of that are radical and profound and life-changing. It is first and foremost about our communion in God through Christ by the power of the Spirit. And that's what I'm calling mysticism, being one with the one. And St. Paul, writing to the Galatians chapter 2 verse 20, it is no longer I, but Christ living in me. Again, that is mystical language. That is the language of communion, the language of relationship, the language of love. In 2 Corinthians chapter 4 verses 1 through 7, St. Paul writes, therefore, since it is by God's mercy that we are engaged in this ministry, we do not lose heart. Again, the tension. St. Paul's a great worker, very energetic, but he knows where it all begins and where it all ends. He knows where the efficacy comes from. He knows where the power is. We have renounced the shameful things that one hides. We refuse to practice cunning or to falsify God's word, but by the open statement of the truth, we commend ourselves to the conscience of everyone in the sight of God. Notice the emphasis on honesty and truthfulness. Again, in St. Paul to the Ephesians chapter 3, verse 14, for this reason I bow my knees before the Father, from whom every family in heaven and on earth takes its name. I pray that, according to the riches of his glory, he may grant that you may be strengthened in your inner being with power through the Spirit, and that Christ may dwell in your hearts through faith, as you are being rooted and grounded in love. I pray that you may have the power to comprehend with all the saints what is the breadth and the length and the height and the depth, and to know the love of Christ that surpasses knowledge, so that you may be filled with all the fullness of God. Now to him who by the power at work within us is able to accomplish abundantly far more than all we can ask or imagine, to him be glory in the Church and in Christ Jesus to all generations, forever and ever. Let me finish now with two more modern examples. One is a very eccentric English writer, Carol Houselander, a woman who died in 1954, and she describes an occasion in which she was on the train in London. Listen to this, and listen for the transcendence in the specifically Christian sense. I was in an underground train, a crowded train, in which all sorts of people jostled together, sitting and strap-hanging workers of every description, going home at the end of the day. Quite suddenly, I saw with my mind, but as vividly as a wonderful picture, Christ in them all. But I saw more than that. Not only was Christ in every one of them, living in them, dying in them, rejoicing in them, sorrowing in them, but because he was in them, and because they were here, and the whole world was here too, here in this underground train, not only the world as it was at that moment, not only all the people in all the countries of the world, but all those people who had lived in the past, and all those yet to come. I came out into the street and walked for a long time in the crowds. It was the same here, on every side, in every passerby, everywhere, Christ.